We are back. We are back, and we have a stable connection for the first time of the day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everybody, please make sure you slap those likes right back up to where they were, because the last stream died, so I had to create an entirely new stream. Please slap the motherfucking likes up, because we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. While the internet was down, I went and played a little bit more Kenshi, and I can officially show you my cute little base in Kenshi now, because it's not a complete wreck. It looks adorable, and I can show it to you now. So let me show that to you, what I did while the internet was down, okay? Look, 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 look. Look, everybody. Look at my little base. And soon I'll be growing drugs. I got a little fishing spot over here. I got some stone processors, a little bit of iron processors, so I can, you know, build stuff. Gangsta X, to like on the website, just click on the YouTube link that's on the screen. Unfortunately, we're not allowed by YouTube to put a YouTube button on our website. It's just you're not allowed to do that yet, but hopefully soon. We will be doing a Kenshi stream. Yeah. Played Kenshi instead of trying to fix the internet. Literally, we looked outside, and guess what? There was a fucking Comcast truck outside working on the lines. That's how it was. Yeah, Kenshi is awesome, Kabibble, and it's really good modded especially, but it's also just generally good. But the mods make a lot of cool changes to the game that I mean, the modding community is huge. So yeah, thank you very much, Gangsta X. Look at that, we're catching up, we're catching up, we're getting up there. We've got 91 viewers and 62 likes. That's okay. That's all right. That's okay. You know, whatever. Short 33. Likes. It's okay. I see how much you appreciate me. It's all good. I get it. You know, it only takes 1 second to press the like, but, you know, I get it. I get it. I understand, everybody. I get it. You know, it's how it is. You know, those likes are hard to give out. Those free likes are difficult to give out. It hurts a lot to press that like button sometimes, you know. And we're at 70. Now we have 99 viewers and only 73 likes. Oh, well. All right, everybody. You know what? Enough nonsense. We've had all kinds of nonsense today. We have a late stream start. I don't even know what time it is. 4:44. You were permabanned from the Doecord today for being toxic, being sarcastic and spicy as everyone else. But while defending anarchism. But a friend sent me all their emotes to add to my private Discord server, so literally nothing of value was lost. Well, that sounds unfortunate. I don't know, like, the Doecord is huge, so I don't know anything about the rules there. That seems a little excessive. Although, Capo, I will say, you are particularly good at getting under people's skin, so maybe you just really pissed off a mod. You're really good at getting under people's skin when you want to. I'm just a widow level 1 goblin, pushing the button is hard. Baby boy. Hey, a demon mama. Doing a short presentation about anxiety and depression. My part's going to be criticizing how capitalism and the general state of affairs makes us anxious and depressed. My brain is toast and the lovely imps helped me during the power outage. Would you like to give me some pointers to warm up? Yeah. Practice through it a couple times. Be confident in your messaging and realize you will do fine. Presentations are more anticipation than they are actual work. I used to be very scared of doing presentations, and over time, I got better at doing presentations, and now I'm a streamer. Because the reality is that the presentation is mostly anticipation, and once you get over the anticipation, you'll realize doing a presentation, the actual mechanics of it, is not all that hard. So you can do this. Y'all, I'm literally recovering from a traumatic brain injury. Oh my god, Spyro Gal, be careful. Oh my god, be careful. Holy shit, all the comfy vibes to you. Heal up. Look, guys, look down in the corner. If you look down in the corner here, look, Wingspan. I have the physical copy that was borrowed by me. That was loaned to me by our very own Grimedango. I better let, I gotta let Grimedango go. There was a lot of anticipation today. Yeah, I can tell. It's been a bit weird. Anyway, Based and Bird-Pilled is right. That game makes me happy. I love birds, okay? Look, I've always liked them, but I like them more now. Favorite birdie? Honestly, in that game, I really like the I think it's called something Swift. Oh, I know you do, Posadas John. Lucky you. Lucky you. Yeah, getting started is hard. Every day I gotta psych myself up for stream. That's just how I do it. It's not candy or drugs. It's something else. Shoebills are cool, but I find them scary. They're very mean birds. Do you know shoebills will like kill their own young if they think they're not good enough? Favorite local bird species. This is gonna be really bad. You all are gonna, well, okay. Honestly, I love ravens, okay? I love corvids, but grackles are also cool. I know grackles are like assholes and an invasive species, but they're so cute. They are so cute. Do I pace around and yell at the clouds? Sometimes. Yes, sometimes. So, yeah, make sure that, by the way, just make sure you all are up to speed and that you're live on the thing, because it looks like there might be a little bit of lag. Are you also hit by pet food shortages? We don't really have, much, of an issue with that. What kind of streaming did I do at the beginning of my career? On streaming, I did mostly news coverage, almost all news coverage. Basically, I would boot up, we would talk about the news of the day and what it meant and some analysis, and then I would do debates and panels. Most of what I did was news and debates. And now we talk about all kinds of things. We talk about way more deep stuff. We talk a lot more about art. I don't focus on the news as much because I think the news is largely a waste of everyone's time. And instead, I make my own news. I think Becky, let me smash. I think so. They're like these little yellow birds. They're really cute. Hold on, I'll show you a grackle. Grackles are really cute. I love grackles. I find them very cute. Look at them. Look at this little bud. Hold on, let me show you what a grackle looks like. This is what a grackle, oops. This is what a grackle looks like. Oh my god. We do talk about how clocks are evil. Look at that. Look at what a cute bird. What a cute bird. Yes, they are all over Texas. That's where I first learned about grackles, was in Texas. Because we don't have them where I'm from originally. We don't really have these birds. Gay bird, shiny idiots. They're kind of assholes. They imitate other bird calls, which is interesting. Can you pull up some booby pics? Well, if you want those, you're going to have to get to know me a lot better. Oh shit, I forgot I also need some info on how gambling is evil. I wish that I could remind you about that, but just remember that with regard to gambling, there are multiple states that have things called hotspots. Look up hotspots in West Virginia. There's a hint for you to get you in the mood. It's pretty fucked. Gambling is extremely fucked. Gambling is one of the most wild vice industries in this country. Isn't there a bird called a great tit? Yes. There are many tit varieties.
There's cocks and tits and all your favorite birds.
Send bird pics. Boobies and cocks and woodcocks and all kinds of silly things like that. Wooded dicks and all kinds of shit like that. Do you consider loot boxes and gacha gambling? Yes. Do you like secretary birds? I find secretary birds adorable. They also do stomp the shit out of snakes. Thank you for the $10. I love secretary birds. I was just talking about them the other day. We were looking at all of the different types of birds that exist, and there are some wild birds out there. You guys know there are just absolutely absurd birds, right? More media literacy? Yes. We're going to do more media literacy stuff in the future, and I'm preparing a segment for us to do, which is going to be about how to spot manipulative sales tactics and how that applies to politics, because those exact sales tactics that are used in places that are trying to sell you shit are often used in politics. So I'm prepping that up. I have a whole lot I want to write about it because I used to be in sales. So my first career ever was in film. I went to school. Well, I worked random jobs all through all of high school. From the moment that I was 15, I started working, and then I've been employed in one way or another ever since. So that's why I have a lot of job stories, because I'm a worker. Now for 5 to 6 years, like 5.5 years in my early 20s, I was very, very good at sales. I had no way to survive outside of my sales skill because my family did not support me at all when I started transitioning. In fact, they straight up kicked me out of the home. So I threw myself into getting really, really good at sales, and I got really, really good at it. And then I realized I hated every second of sales, and it made me want to die. No joke. It's evil. But I learned a lot of stuff from that. I learned so much stuff from that. Yeah, I used to be a bit of a work cuck, but I didn't really have much of a choice at the time. Sales is a lot of trickery and shit, macho bullshit. There's actually multiple ways to be good at sales, believe it or not. But yes, there is a lot of sexism. And I actually did a segment some time ago about the difference between selling as a woman and selling as a man. And I did a whole segment about that some time ago, where I talked about the different sales tactics and the way I had because I transitioned on the job. I moved locations, but I transitioned on the job. So I had to change my tactics from before transition until after transition, because the sexism in the industry is so drastic. The sexism in customers of that type is so drastic that you have to completely relearn sales to succeed as a woman as you do being perceived as a man. Which is wild. Which is absolutely wild. Yep. So, yeah. I'll do another segment like that again in the future. Yeah, no problem. No problem, baby boy. Listen, a lot of stuff to learn. I'm really excited. Listen, there's a couple things. Before we jump into the Lily Cade stuff, can I talk to you about something I've been doing a lot of research for? So today, originally, we were going to talk with Rose Wrist about education, which is pretty cool. So I've been doing a lot of research for that, okay? Hey, fellow commie. This was Microsoft sales? No, I worked in car sales previously, and then I got an offer from Microsoft, and I chose to go the different route. I left sales after getting a massive offer from Microsoft that would have required me to move into the middle of nowhere. And it was incredible. I've never even seen that much money in my life. It was the hardest decision I've ever made. Oh, you want me to sell you a car? Buy a Prius. There's your answer. It's that easy. The Prius is because I'm not a salesperson anymore, I can just tell you the truth. The Prius is like one of the best cars you can possibly buy. Like, no joke. All around, safety, fuel efficiency, cost, features, no joke. Priuses are god tier, okay? I'm not kidding you. I know that sounds silly, but Priuses are comparatively cheap. They are amazing on fuel. They never break down. They're like the most durable cars on the planet. Seriously. You know, it says something if a literal demon thought car sales was evil. It's even worse than you imagine. I've told some stories about it on stream. It's worse than you can imagine. They're not uncool. The new Priuses are so stylish. Are you kidding me? We have one. The money that when we got an opportunity to get a car, we got a Prius. And it was so cheap by comparison to other cars, and it has served us so well. You are being sold a Prius. Repair costs, if needed, very low, because Toyota has universalized parts. So you can buy third-party parts for Toyota cars, even for the Prius. Yes. Yep. It's the best. Do not buy American cars. They blow, okay? American cars suck. They suck. If you want to die on the road, buy an American car. I'm not kidding you. You think I'm joking? GM blows. Chrysler blows. Ford sucks. Do you know why? Do you know that every single year Ford has like rolling recalls because their shit is so fucked? So bad. American cars are bad. Chevy has some good cars. Chevy has some. Subaru. Okay, Subarus are fine, but Subarus still have a design flaw. Where does Honda rank? Honda's amazing, but the problem, okay, here's the issue with Honda, okay? Honda is very, very good, okay? However, They're more expensive than Toyota. Hondas have better engines than Toyota. Hondas are the best engines in the world. So if you want a long-lasting engine, I always recommend the CR-V. What's the Subaru design flaw? Okay, so this is a really interesting one, Gayfesh. Subarus have a rear wheel well this has been the case for a very long time. Their rear wheel wells are very, very close to the frame of the car. And as a result, that means that if you don't clean out your wheel wells regularly, it's very easy to get rust into the frame of the car, which will destroy your car. An extremely, extremely expensive problem. And Subarus have had this problem for decades. It's just the way that the cars are designed. So you have to be very careful about that. If you have a Subaru, clean out your wheel wells, keep them free of rust. Otherwise, your Subaru's life will go way down because the frame will rust through the wheel well. Basically, the wheel well will rust, and then the splash from driving on the road will splash up onto the frame. Sucks. The nice thing about Subarus is they have almost all of them are all-wheel drive, and they're super, super durable. Yeah, welcome back, Doe. I got it back up and running. Yeah, part 2. I have a 2013 Ford Focus that's been sitting on a lot since 8/24 waiting on a transmission control module due to this chip shortage. Fucking sucks. Yup. By the way, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. And yes, the Ford Focus has had tons of issues. In and of itself, it's not a bad car to drive. But you have chip problems. And just so you know, the Fords have had chip problems since I was working in car sales. I'm not kidding you. Every year they have an issue. And there's a reason why the Ford Explorer, the frontline like Ford SUV, is called the Ford Exploder. Do you want to know why they call it the Ford Exploder? Because they've had a design flaw that led to oil pan leaks that would literally catch the car on fire. And they knew about this, and they didn't fix it forever. Forever. They had this issue of oil pan leaks dropping on the oil, the way that the pan is set up in the Ford Explorers, and I think they finally fixed this. But the oil pan would leak. If the oil pan came loose, it would leak on top of the engine, which would, of course, set the oil on fire. So that's where they got the name Ford Exploder instead of the Ford Explorer. And that's like their frontline car besides the Ford F-150, which is a pickup truck. Yeah, Ford Exploders. Hello, everyone. Hey, Leanne Scott. Good to see you. Trying to keep an eye on all the chats today to the best of my ability. Yeah, Mazdas are pretty okay. The only thing I hate about Mazdas is the interior is so uncomfortable. Mazdas are good cars. They have great fuel mileage, but and they're pretty durable, but oh my god, are they uncomfortable. Like, holy fuck. Oh my god, Mazdas are the most uncomfortable cars to sit in the world. Just horrible. No leg room, no headroom. You have to be, if you're really, really short, you will probably have an okay time with a Mazda. Capo, nope, sorry. I know we're getting distracted real quick. Capo, minis are for idiots. If you buy an idiot, if you buy a mini, you are a fool. Okay? I'm sorry. I hate to tell you this, but minis are the worst. Really, really bad. Okay, Mini Coopers are the worst cars I've ever driven besides the Chrysler 200. The Chrysler 200 is now possibly the crappiest vehicle on the market. Why are they bad? Let me show you. Hold on, let me show you something. You want to see one of the reasons why Mini Coopers are bad? Look at this shit, okay? Hold on, let me see if I can show you this. Hold on. Wait. Mini Cooper rear turn signals. Okay, let me show you something wild about this shit. Okay, so this is the dumbest shit in the entire universe. I'm gonna show you a picture, okay? Watch this. This is the Mini Cooper turn signal. It's like a British flag. However, you'll notice the right side turn signal makes an arrow to the left when it lights up, and the left side turn signal makes an arrow to the right when you turn. It actually has led to serious issues. And this is this is on all of their fucking cars. Idiocy. I read a huge article about how it's so stupid. But let's not stop there. I'm ranting about cars, but I don't really care. This is a great thing to rant about. Look at this shit. You want to see something embarrassing? You want to see something truly embarrassing, by the way? Hold on, let me just show you. Let me see if I can find the image of it. Where is this fucking shit? Oh, these are all the gussied up ones. Hold on, let's see. Let's see if I can find it. Where's the Mini Cooper? Oh, here it is! Here it is! This is the shitty interior, okay? Look at this. This is the interior of a Mini Cooper. And you look at this, and you might go, oh my god! Look at how quirky it is! With a giant fucking bullshit in the center of the car that you have to look over to see this stupid shit. Down here, you see these things right here? See these little pieces right here? These are thin plastic. They're trash. They are trash. These things break, and also, if you're trying to click the switches here, you stumble because these big stupid plastic pieces are in the way. Additionally, look at the console. It sucks. The center console has no storage area, first of all, which most cars have. It's not. You know what it is? Wait, Capo, you want to know what's in the middle? Now, in a lot of American versions of this car, it's not a fucking tachometer. It's a clock. There's a fucking clock in the middle of the American version of these cars. It's so shit. I wish I could find it. I want to find the picture of it. They put a giant clock in the middle, and it's so bad. It's so bad. God, these cars are so bad. Not only that, they have shit-ass turning. They rattle all over the place because they're made out of crap plastic. Look, Mini is a bad company. If you never buy a Mini Cooper, never buy a Mini anything. Please, please do not. I'm begging you. Do not. They are bad cars. They are horrible, horrible cars. They're just so bad. They're the worst. And, want to notice something else? Want to notice something else that's in this image right here that you can see? Look at this. This is another stupid thing. Do you see this piece right here? Do you see this fucking piece of the chair right there? This is the cock smasher, okay? Now, if you have no dick, or if you have a tiny dick, you might be okay. But if you have balls or a cock of any size, this thing will become the most uncomfortable thing in your entire life. It doesn't get no, unfortunately, Noopy, it doesn't even get you to the anal stimulation unless you sit up here like a fucking Oompa Loompa or something. You want your cock smashed while you're driving? Listen, listen, let me set you up with a few pets that can do that for you. Toyota and Honda, both goated. Toyota and Honda, goated. Volkswagen Beetles are cute, and if you want, if you're looking for a novelty car, go with the Beetle. The Beetle is more reliable. It's a Volkswagen, so it's durable. The Beetle is a good car. The Volkswagen Beetle is great. It's fine. Nissan, also good. Kia sucks. The Fiats also very bad. Fiats are the worst. Oh my god, Fiats are so bad. Oh my god, Fiats are so bad. Just get a Ferrari, big hand. Yeah, big head. Yeah, exactly. What about bikes? Bikes are sick. Kia blows, but a Beetle? Yes, here's the reason why. So, okay. Here, oh my god, everybody's asking me every single car ever. Well, I'm glad that everybody's very interested in the car topic. Nazis making Volkswagen? That's just stupid. That's just stupid. Fiat stands for fix it again, Tony. Yes, okay, so Fiats. Let me show you the interior of a Fiat 500. Let me show you this. This is so bad. Can I show you what a Fiat 500 looks like? Hold on. Can we get the interior? It's so bad. God, this is so embarrassing. What an embarrassing car. What an absolutely embarrassing car. So this is what a Fiat 500 interior looks like. So first of all, notice the legroom. Zero motherfucking legroom whatsoever. Just terrible. No room. Now, they're a small car, so I understand a lot of people would be like, okay, I get it. It's a small car, good gas mileage. But guess what? It's not electric. They're not electric cars, so they don't get that good gas mileage. And all of this is cheap plastic. Everything in here is cheap, rattly plastic. When you go on the highway, Fiats, they wobble like this when you're on the highway because they're so cheaply made. They're terrible. I've driven Fiats long distance, miserable, just miserable. Transfat, you have not missed it. We're about to do it. People stun locked me into talking about shitty cars. The Fiat, the car that screams you're a bottom? No. Fiat is the car that screams that you saw, like, you saw like a heist movie, and then you were like, oh, I need these. I need a car that looks like it would do a heist. And then you realize that you just ended up flattened on the highway. Capo, isn't the Prius, like, better fit, not rattly, but mostly cheap plastic interior too? Yes. It's not cheap plastic. It's good plastic, Capo. The interior of my Prius, which is not the top of the line Prius, is very sturdy plastic. Yes, they use plastic. It's a Toyota. Obviously, they use plastic, but it's sturdy plastic, and it doesn't rattle at all. My dream car, back in the day, I would have said something like if I could just choose any car, no money, if I just wanted to have, like, the ideal car for myself, Maserati. I fucking love Maseratis, okay? But that's like a luxury car. I would never buy one of those because I don't believe in fucking buying luxury goods like that anymore. Like, what the fuck? Maseratis are really cute. They're really nice interiors. They go fucking fast. They're comfortable as shit. Yeah. They're oh my god. Can I just show you what this car looks like? It's beautiful. They're beautiful. These cars are fucking beautiful. I'm sorry, but what the fuck? What a beautiful car. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Oh, beautiful. The sick little Trident logo. Smooth, comfortable, fast as fuck, but they're expensive as fuck. This is a luxury car. Now, if I was to choose any car that was just to be mine, the brand new Prius Prime. Give me that fucking Prius Prime, or I would get a truck. And the reason why I want to get a truck is because I actually have use for a truck. I'm like one of the people who drives the most of all the people that I drive the most of all the people that I know, and I have people who need to lug shit all the time. So I want to get a truck so I can actually be the one friend who can lug people's stuff. That's a way off. That's a long way off. Listen, I'm worried about Christmas this year. No fucking trucks. Is a Prius Prime covered in white with gold trim? No. The Prius Prime is a electric vehicle that also can turn on an engine, which is what we have. We have a Prius Prime, which means it can be both full electric car if you have the charge, or it can switch on another a backup engine. It's very, very good car. Love it. Wouldn't trade it for anything. If I was gonna get a truck, I would probably get I don't know yet. I would have to think about it. Yeah. I would have to think about it. Teslas are crap. Teslas don't help the environment because they do more environmental damage to produce the Tesla. You are literally better off fixing up an old car and driving it than driving a Tesla. Teslas are fucking annoying to me. I fucking hate them. Mustangs, trash. Mustang is a trash car for embarrassing people. If you buy a Mustang, it shows that you're compensating. That is the universal rule of a Mustang. If you buy a Mustang, you're compensating. Why are Japanese cars so good? Because they wanted to kick America's ass, and they did. And they did. Camaros, also trash, but slightly better. Corvette is the true idiot's car. The Corvette goes into the category of the Mini. The Mini is a car that idiots buy if they want to feel cool. The Camaro is the perfect, the Corvette is the perfect example of that. The Corvette. Oh, classic Mustangs. No, wait a second. The old school Mustangs. If you can get an old, like, 80s Mustang before they changed over to whatever company they were, really, really, really good. The old school Mustangs are awesome. Old school Camaros, great. The Corvettes are fucking rotten. They're so bad. Did you know you can buy a good Mercedes for the same... You can buy a Jaguar for the same price as a fucking Corvette. And the Corvettes don't have anything special about them. Nothing special about a Corvette except for the name recognition. And you can buy a Jaguar for the same price as a Corvette. What the fuck? Jaguars are old man cars, but they're nice old man cars. They're good. Dodge, trash. Are BMW cars good? Bad? No, BMW is great. They're just overpriced. Have I seen Greta swearing? No, I haven't. That sounds funny. Maybe we'll listen in on that. We'll take a listen in on that in a minute. They're old Tory men cars? Yeah, they are, but wait, that doesn't matter. Okay, wait, listen. When we're talking about this car tier list, we're not considering, like, who drives them to begin with, okay? A Jag does not compare to the new Corvette. The C8 has a dual clutch. Okay, so maybe the newest Corvette is better, but old Corvettes were trash. I've been in a couple of old Corvettes, and they were bad. They were just so bad. I could do a car tier list. Yeah, that would be fun. You had a Chevy dealer tell you that the Camaro was a turd on the lot. You want to know what's wild about the Camaro? I couldn't drive Camaros because I was too tall, and when I put down the top of the convertible Camaro, my head would stick out. I'm not kidding you. You cannot get the chair low enough for me. Isn't that wild? Anyway. I'm not kidding you. Chat will get so mad. What's wrong with Dodge? They're busted ass overpriced shit that break down all the time. We had a Dodge Durango. My family had a Dodge Durango forever, and that thing was just a money sink. Constantly breaking, and then, of all the things to break, the heating system completely shit itself out, and we lived in the fucking tundra. Dodge blows. They suck. Now, the only good car that Dodge has is called the Charger. Is the only good car that Dodge has. And that is a car that is only driven by the most brutal cops that you've ever met in your entire life. If you see a Dodge Charger approaching you, you should probably prepare to get beaten because it's in all likelihood going to be driven by a cop who has a history of brutality. Dodge Journey sucks. Thoughts on Porsche? Porsche are good. My dad had a Porsche when I was younger. He bought a BMW and a Porsche convertible, and he fixed both of them up. They were not new cars. My dad bought old ones and replaced the interior and stuff. Yeah. Are Range Rovers bad? Range Rovers are expensive, but traditionally considered to be pretty durable cars. I also find them nice. Back seats, though? I don't know about the back seats. You want to know what else is a car? This is going to make a lot of people mad. Ready? A lot of people are going to get mad at this. Jeeps. Jeeps are so bad. Except for one. Two. There are two models of Jeep that are good. Okay? Are you ready? The original hard top Wrangler that you can take the top off. That is one. The old school Wrangler is a legit car. It's actually fun. You can take the top off. You can go off, you know, you can go mudding in it and all that. The Wrangler's good. And if you have the cash, a Jeep Grand Cherokee is actually a pretty decent car. The problem, though, is that Jeeps are insanely expensive to fix, and they break down all the time. So you need to have money. But the Grand Cherokee is comfortable. It is powerful. It's fast. It can go off-road. It's four-wheel drive, and it's super comfortable. So the Grand Cherokee, if you have the money, is good. And the classic style hardtop Wrangler that you can take off the top and go around in summer, also good. However, everything in between, the Jeep Renegade, the Jeep Cherokee, like the middle one, oh my God, they're so bad. They're just so fucking bad. The Geo Tracker. I never drove one of those, actually, believe it or not. Redneck Mama, listen. Okay, listen. Yes, okay? You don't see me as a redneck because I'm from little middle of nowhere in New England. So, but my stepdad had a hardtop classic Wrangler for most of my, like, adult life. We drove around in the summers with no fucking anything. We just ran around the fucking, you know, waving at people. Yeah. Yeah, mudding. I've been mudding a million times. Yeah. A million times. My stepdad also owned for the longest time a Jimmy. You know what that is? Does anybody here know what a Jimmy is? It's an old school Chevy that's actually pretty decent. It was a fucking killer car. Anybody know what a Jimmy is? It's not a condom. No, I'll show you the Jimmy. Hold on. I'll show you. Oh, sorry. Wait, yeah, the Blazer. Yeah, it's the Blazer. It's the Jimmy. It's this one. This car right here. Let me show you. Right here. Chevy. This is called a Jimmy, also known as a Blazer. Chevy Blazer. Sick-ass car. They don't make these anymore, really. They don't really make these anymore. Yeah, they moved it over to GMC, and now they're trash. But the Blazer used to be fucking sick. It has a pickup truck back that's covered, so you can literally, the one that we had a house had a sleeping area in the back. They had a TV and a remote control system in the back of the truck, so that you could just lay in the back and watch TV, and you could climb into the back through the window. It was so sick. It was like a car you could live in. And my stepdad converted it into basically a mobile workshop, so he could take all of his tools and all of his stuff, and he could just climb into the back of the car and work on stuff on the job. It was sick. I prefer Japanese cars. Because most Japanese cars don't use proprietary parts. You can get third-party parts for them, which is great. I haven't seen the new Broncos. I haven't. I don't trust Ford, basically. On the Escalade, the Cadillac, I don't like Cadillac. The reason why I don't like Cadillac is because, so Cadillac is, now hold on, wait a second. Am I remembering this? Cadillac is made by GM now, right? Who makes Cadillac? It's GM now, right? Where's the Cadillac? Yeah, GM. So GM makes terrible cars. The Cadillacs are just their terrible cars with a nicer interior. I will say the Cadillacs have some nice luxury features. Like most of the Cadillacs come with heated steering wheel, which is super cool and not in many cars. Golf carts are based because you can get them for like 20 bucks in a junkyard and put it back together. Buick. Oh, a good question. So Buick, if you want a car that will last forever, buy a Buick LeSabre. I'm still stun locked, but it's okay. This is so interesting. Okay. Buy a LeSabre, and just replace the engine in it. It will go for as long as the engine lived. I had a Buick LeSabre that lasted me for almost my entire 20s, and it had been already owned by 2 people before that. Yes, it's an old person car, but it is so comfortable, and gas mileage sucks. So comfortable, gas mileage sucks, but they last forever. So LeSabres are pretty legit. Will this be a segment? Maybe. Maybe I'll make it into a little car rant segment, because that would be fun. None of these Yankoid cars? Yeah. Yeah, I know. You guys have much smaller shit. Oldsmobile Cutlass. Oh, wait. The Oldsmobile Cutlass is fine. I need budget, used, or new. Don't buy new cars. Never buy new cars. Buying new cars is a scam. Did you know that? How many miles did I get on it? 500,000 was what it was at by the time it was dead. It had been through 3 owners, the Buick LeSabre. 3 owners with 1 engine replacement. Wild. Yep, new cars are a scam. Do not buy a new car. Immortality. Genuinely insane. It was just forever. It never died. It wouldn't die. It did finally die on me. But when my car finally died on me, I sold it I sold it to a mechanic who was going to fix it up, but it was cheaper for me to get a new car at that point because I was moving away. Best car for people who aren't into being into cars? Prius. Get the Prius. Get a used Prius, and it's fantastic. What was the name? Buick LeSabre. Wait, what? What's this, MxVivianWulf? What did you say, Vivian? Hold on. Did I miss something from you? Hold on. I haven't started talking about the, hey, have you covered the Cade shit? No, we're about to do the Cade stuff. So for those of you who are wondering why we haven't moved on to the title content yet, it's because my stream went down and I came back and people wanted my opinions on cars. So in just a moment, we're going to start the Cade stuff. We're going to cover the Cade stuff. So it's going to get a little depressing, but that's okay because we have to talk about this stuff. We absolutely have to talk about this stuff. It does suck and it's depressing, but that's life. It's life. Oh boy. Cars or Cars 2? I think Cars 1 was better, right? Yeah, this is on you, K-pop, but that's okay. You always, you know what? It's a good rant to go on. Yeah, we could do that again, Stripe Kidder. Maybe Vivian, why don't we do that after? Because I have a segment that I want to go through and settle down all the information, get people primed on that, and then maybe you can come on and talk about it afterwards, because that would be very interesting. If you've got the time. Oh yeah, there's a Cars 3, isn't there? And there's also a bunch of Cars spin-offs. Best racing game? I don't know. It's hard. I'm actually terrible at racing games. I'm a really good driver IRL, believe it or not. I've never been in a car accident that was my fault, besides one very tiny fender bender where I stopped on a hill that was slicked with ice, and I literally, just the hill made me go, even though my tires were completely stopped, the ice on the hill made me go, bonk, and I bumped into somebody. That's the only accident that's been my fault. I've been, I got T-boned by somebody who was turning left on red. I also, my partner got in a really bad accident where my car spun 3 times, and that hurt. Oh, Vivian, you can ask to come on anytime. You're a friend, okay? F1 or NASCAR? I actually don't watch a lot of racing. The racing, I used to watch a fuckload of Top Gear. That show used to be my favorite. I learned so much about cars. I used to love that show. I kind of fell out of it. I feel like it fell off really hard, but I used to love the shit out of that show. Didn't that guy get Me Too'd? He got turbo Me Too'd. Manual or automatic? I just prefer driving automatic. I know some people are manual freaks, but I don't care. I don't want any more complication when I'm driving. Tonight on Top Gear, it's the Stigs, Jamaican cousin. It's the Stigs, South African cousin. It's the Stigs, Estonian uncle. Yeah, Jeremy Clarkson is a piece of shit. A giant piece of shit. Speaking of transphobes. Yeah. The Stigs, Estonian cousin. There was a thing. Okay, so in Top Gear. Oh god, now I'm explaining a meme. Look, go watch Top Gear and it'll make sense almost immediately. Oof, kabibble, oof. Oh, oof, oofers. It's an oofers night. Okay, everybody. You know what? I think that we've been sitting here doing this for too long. And the stress of the day has already had me smoking multiple cigarettes, which is not good for my health. So we had better get into the content. Shall we? Shall we? Can we focus? Can we get off the car topic? for a little bit. It's not hot takes time. It's time. Just play the Southern Top Gear clip. Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Time to get horrified and depressed? No. Time to get angry. Time to get angry. Because there is no time for depression when we live in this state of a world. There is only time for anger. And standing together and being motivated. Yes? It's time to switch this stream into second gear. I will put up the CW notice right now. Here we go, everybody. Well, that's not it. That's not the CW notice. That's the other one. Okay, everybody, here we go. Big content warning in advance for anyone who's here. Big content warning. Sexual assault, murder, and rape. We are going to be talking about some pretty serious issues. So, this is a good time to remind you, before we do the segment, if you're here, please press like on my YouTube video. It's completely free. You can just click on the screen on my website and press the like button. The likes are appreciated, and please subscribe. We cover stuff like this all the time, which means all of my fucking shit gets demonetized. So, if you want to support the show, if you want me to be able to keep covering what I want to cover and what I think is important to cover, please support the show via Twitch Prime subs, Twitch subs in general, and most importantly, website subs. My website all comes to me. So subscribe to Demon Mama and you can help me out. This is 100% viewer-supported television, edutainment, whatever. Okay, so now that that's out of the way, now we got to talk about a serious story. What is this stream title? The stream title is Deadly Manifesto, written by sex worker Lily Cade, okay? And we're going to talk about this because this is going to be a bit wild. So, welcome everyone, get comfy, and let's do this, okay? For those of you who do not know, the United Kingdom is often referred to as Turf Island. And you might have heard that term around. You might not know what that actually means. Especially if you're trans, you already know what this means. If you're plugged into trans communities, you probably already know what this means. But in case you don't know what that means, the reason why the UK is frequently referred to as Turf Island is because a certain ideology has taken hold of a lot of the upper echelon liberal institutions in the United Kingdom. And that is the ideology of trans-exclusionary radical feminism. This is a type of feminism that essentially asserts that trans people are not the gender that they claim they are. Now, this ideology believes that there is something essential to the quality of being a woman, that womanhood is not, as previous feminists have sort of come to understand, a social role that is imposed upon you by a patriarchal system. No, instead they view being a woman as something inherently biological. And just for those of you who hear that and go, that doesn't exactly, that's not clicking for me. When we talk about sex and gender, we're talking about two different things. Gender is a big collection of self-expression, societally expected roles, the roles that you fulfill, etc., etc. That is gender. Gender is the social aspect of our lives. It's being called a woman. It's being called a man. It's being non-binary. It's being agender. It's all of these different things are wrapped up in gender. And gender is very complicated and very social, okay? There's a reason why, like, feminine men are treated poorly in our highly gendered society. It's because they are seen as not doing gender correctly. Now, of course, this is absurd, because with something so huge as gender, The reality is that everybody expresses gender differently, and that there are many ways to understand masculinity, femininity, manhood, and womanhood. And the sort of current viewpoint of a lot of gender thinkers, people who write about gender and who are talking about gender, is that gender is a totally social construct that has some very tenuous ties to our biology. Sex is what we talk about when we're talking about biology. And of course, there are problems in talking about sex as a binary as well. So what you often hear is that there is a gender and sex binary by people who are anti-trans. They will say there is man and there is woman and that is it. There is male and there is female. This is not true. And when I say it's not true, I don't mean that it's just a matter of interpretation. It is simply categorically untrue. Gender expression has never in the history of the world been just man and just woman, ever. Sex has never been just X, Y, and just XX. There are intersex people, a lot of them. There are more intersex people in the United States than there are redheads. There are more trans people in the United States than there are redheads. And yet we recognize that being a redhead is a true hair color. Do you see where we're getting with this? The idea of a gender or sex binary is false. It is false. It is not true. So, what people say when they say, oh, you can be a man or you can be a woman, there's only two genders or whatever, when they actually say that, yes, that's actually true. Yes, that's actually true. And when people say this about gender and sex, what they are doing is they are telling you that they have an ideology that they believe that you are violating, okay? And this is where TERFism comes in, trans exclusionary radical feminism, an allegedly feminist movement that basically says if you don't fit their arbitrary, highly essentialist view of womanhood, then you are not a woman in their mind. And as you can tell, this is kind of like, well, that seems kind of weird, isn't it? Doesn't it seem kind of weird to cut people who are identified by society as women, people who are treated as women legally in many cases, isn't it weird to treat them not like women? Seeing as how the way that people are oppressed because of their femininity or womanhood in patriarchy is social, you know? So for example, let me give you an example of this. Let's say that I go outside. If I walk outside right now, I pass. If I don't tell anybody, people think that I'm a woman. Because they see that I have long hair and they see that I talk like this, and I usually have, you know, piercings and my nails painted. I have some of those feminine signifiers that people erroneously associate only with femininity. And as a result, because I am seen that way, people treat me with the same systemic discrimination that women face, that cis women face. This is why we say, not only is this is one of the reasons why we say trans women are women. The other reason is because we acknowledge that womanhood is a very complicated thing to define. If you ask 100 people what a woman is, you will get 100 different answers. And because of that, we recognize that womanhood is largely, and manhood for that matter, all of gender is largely a matter of self-identity and relation to the societal milieu. Does that make sense? I hope everyone's keeping up with me right now. Now, of course, TERFs, trans exclusionary radical feminists, reject this view. But they don't just reject this view. They reject the idea that trans people are legitimate at all. And instead, they believe that there is a number of things varying from somewhat understandable to completely conspiratorial. For example, one thing that's very common in TERF, also known as gender critical. Gender critical is what a lot of TERFs call themselves these days because they don't like the term TERF. They don't like the idea of trans exclusionary. They don't like being called out for being trans exclusionary. They call themselves gender critical. And a lot of gender critical people genuinely believe that all trans people are inherently mentally ill just because they understand their gender differently than what the gender critical, the TERFs, say that you should. which I think is absurd. I think that's not even a reasonable way of understanding mental health. You know, mental illness isn't when you disagree with something that society does. Well, we'll get to that. But it's when you are unhappy and you are hurting. And it's really wild. So there's been a lot of drama about this, this rising trans exclusionary radical feminism, specifically in the United Kingdom. And the reason for this, there's a lot of reasons for this, but one of the reasons for this is because the conservative-leaning institutions in the UK have been very favorable to trans exclusionary messaging. Okay? So what you've seen is a lot of BBC mass media stories about trans people that don't hold up to journalistic standards. They don't actually fact check them. And it's quite ridiculous. We've seen this has been an ongoing issue for years. And that is why you will see the United Kingdom referred to as Turf Island very frequently. Because there is a plethora of publications that are willing to publish some of the most ridiculous, unscientific, and patently untrue things about trans people. Things that wouldn't be published for any other group. And that's what brings us to what we're going to talk about today, which is the BBC platforming someone who just days later wrote a manifesto, an anti-trans manifesto. Okay? And I've been thinking right now as to whether I wanted to read the original article first or whether I wanted to read you bits of the manifesto. And I think we're going to start with the manifesto because this manifesto is really it's the real icing on the cake. This manifesto that we're about to go over was created by a performer, an adult performer by the name of Lily Cade. Lily Cade is a quite famous lesbian adult filmmaker, who's been, you know, relatively well known for some time. However, Lily Cade is a vocal anti-trans agitator. Lily Cade has written anti-trans things for quite some time, and Lily Cade has some severe sexual assault allegations in her past. And it's strange to me that somebody who admitted to sexual assault, by the way, who admitted to this, while being an adult filmmaker, which is like what the fuck, also was sort of invited to give their opinion as if their opinion was qualified on trans people. Okay, so real quick, the first thing I want to talk about here before we get too far off into this subject. Is I want to talk about just very briefly the original article that started all of this, because there's some really interesting stuff in it, and I want to show you what this article looks like. And then we're not going to read the whole thing. We'll go back and revisit it after we've read the manifesto. But real quick, first, let's get this up. Let's put this down here. Okay, there we go. Okay. This is the title of the article. This was published on the 26th of October. So this episode is being recorded on the 3rd of November. So very recent article, okay? We're being pressured into sex by some trans women. And just so you know, this is in the news segment. This is not listed under editorials. This is under the UK news segment, okay? This is a pretty major headline to run, especially in a world in which we already know that it is an objective fact that trans people suffer from significant discrimination. So we're talking about one of the biggest and most reputable news organizations in the world, the BBC, a public news organization which has carelessly been willing to publish an article that implies that trans people are pressuring people into sex. I think this is pretty bad to begin with. But as we get into the article, you will see that this is even more fear-mongering and ridiculous than you could possibly imagine. Jenny is a lesbian woman. She says she is only sexually attracted to women who are biologically female and have vaginas. She therefore only has sex and relationships with women who are biologically female. Jenny doesn't think this should be controversial, but not everyone agrees. She has been described as transphobic, a genital fetishist, a pervert, and a TERF, a trans-exclusionary radical feminist. This is the first paragraph of this article. And the weird thing about this is there's a lot of conflation of language, right? So she talks about somebody who has to be genetically female, biologically female, and have a vagina, which is a bit, you know, okay, whatever. That, like, if you got your own personal preferences, okie dokie, but you're broadcasting these preferences to the world at the beginning of an article, and your preferences are nonsensical. You have to look at what people say when they say their preferences, right? So what if you met a woman who had a vagina and you were hitting it off really, really hard with her, and you go home and you have a great time, and you maybe keep, you know, maybe you keep seeing each other and you have lots of sex and you're really enjoying it and her vagina is great, and then you find out it's a neo-vagina. Is that really rational to say, wow, wait a minute, I had this whole time with somebody who had a neo-vagina, and then I found out they were trans, and then that's bad? Even though I enjoyed myself, I enjoyed the person, I enjoyed the sex with them, we had a great time together, but because they're trans, I can't do it anymore. Isn't that very weird? Isn't that very weird? But here's one that gets even weirder, okay? What happens if you go out on a date with somebody, and they have a vagina, and you enjoy their vagina, and you have a great time, and you get together, and all this stuff happens, you get married, and you go to have kids, and you can't have kids for some reason. And then you go and you get a genetic test, and it turns out that the girl that you've been dating was intersex. Are you going to break it off then? Are you going to, is the rule going to apply then? Doesn't it seem like what they're actually saying is, I don't like trans people, and I think that they're men? Instead of saying, I'm not attracted to some people who happen to be trans in the same way I'm not attracted to some people who happen to be cis. Isn't it very strange that people put all these things on there when basically what they're trying to say, what they're saying is in code, essentially. They're saying, I need somebody who has these, they'll never check. And you can call their bluff, right? Because I guarantee you that none of these people has ever had their partner undergo a genetic test. I bet they've never undergone a genetic test. So they might not even be biologically female for all they know. What if they woke up one day and it turns out they were intersex the whole time? Isn't that going to be a bit weird? Do you see how these things start to break down when they're questioned? These statements are strange. And while I will agree that, like, I would say that the way this is worded is somewhat transphobic in my opinion, like, somebody having genital preferences alone is not in and of itself transphobic. I don't get it, because I think both pussies and cocks are awesome. I think they're great. I like both. They're fucking good. And everything in between. I think there's all kinds of cool shit that people do with their genitals that's super awesome, and I don't care. I care about the person, like, completely. Now, not everyone's like that. I get it. If some people are really into cocks or they're really into pussies, okay, that's fair. I get it. You know what? But don't be a dick about it. Just because you specifically like pussies doesn't mean that trans people aren't, that trans women aren't women, or that trans men aren't men. That's not how that works. But you see how via this sort of shit that we're looking at here, there's an attempt to make a generalized statement based on their own preferences. Do you now see what we're dealing with here? And of course, this is the headline. The headline is being run under, we're being pressured into sex by some trans women. Now, this article is very long. Very, very long. And it has all kinds of weird stories about people. Oh, look who they cite. I forgot about this. They cite Rose of Dawn, one of the most transphobic content creators on YouTube, a content creator who regularly describes trans women as big bull seals forcing themselves into women's spaces. This is a self-hating trans woman whose self-hate is apparent in all of her videos, and they cited her, a person who, again, regularly calls trans women big bull seals, which is transphobic. That is just transphobia. Raw transphobia. Now, I'm a bit of a big bull seal. You see, I'm a big, strong, scary person. That's how I am. Now, I don't force myself into anybody's spaces. I mostly hang out in my house and stream and go out to the woods and look at animals and stuff like that. But most trans people I know don't look like me and don't act like me. They're not big butch lesbians like me. Okay, it's just true. But they cited her. Do you see? They've cited a lot of people here. And as we go down further, we will see that we get down to Lily Cade. Lily Cade backed out of filming a porn scene after finding out the other performer was trans. My sex drive was oriented towards women, said Lily. I couldn't see past the fact that I was interacting with was male genitalia altered by surgery and not the reproductive organ of a female ape. And I just couldn't get past that.
Couldn't handle they, them, pussy.
And this is the sort of thing right here. The reproductive organ of a female ape. This is the sort of thing that makes me very weird, that weirds me out about TERFs. You see, because TERFs like to say they're feminists, but then they talk about women like they're objects. So which one is it? Are you a feminist or are you not? Because I don't see a world in which talking about women like vaginas as the genitalia of the reproductive organ of a female ape, to me does not seem like a world in which you view women as anything but sex objects.
Wow.
Okay, or something else. Okay? Or look, we're not going to talk about that, okay? Or something else. Okay? Very weird. Very, very strange. But I promise you, this is hardly the beginning. So as you can see in this article, I just want to show you. In this article, Lily opines quite extensively. One of the biggest parts of the article is devoted to Lily Cade. So they gave a lot of space to this lady, which is like, huh. Sorry. They gave a lot of space to this female ape. And you know, that's very strange. You know, it's weird to me that this female ape would be given so much space on the BBC, especially to talk about something like this. In this piece of the argument, they talk about this, and we're going to talk about this real quick. The term cotton ceiling is sometimes used when discussing these issues, but it's controversial. It stems from glass ceiling, which refers to an invisible barrier preventing women from climbing to the top of the career ladder. You want to know who else is affected by the glass ceiling? Anyone who is identified as a woman. Do you know that trans women also have a huge problem getting to the top of industries? Because guess what? They're seen as women. They go into the industry, nobody knows they're trans, and then they're discriminated against just like everyone else, just like every other woman. Interesting how that works. But let's keep going. Cotton is a reference to women's underwear, with the phrase intended to represent the difficulty some trans women feel they face when seeking relationships or sex. Breaking the cotton ceiling means being able to have sex with a woman. No, it does not. No, it fucking does not. So first of all, this is an unattributed quote, by the way. So there's no attribution to this quote. And secondly, that is not what that means. It is a blatant lie. The cotton ceiling refers to the fact that just mysteriously, trans people always end up either getting banned, ignored, or mistreated on dating apps, in the dating scenes. And yes, the cotton and cotton ceiling refers to the clothes worn by trans people. Exactly. So, do you see where this is going really off the rails? Okay? Do you see where this is? And this is a BBC News article that has been written on this. And also notice the implicit bias in this sentence. Breaking the cotton ceiling means being able to have sex with a woman. No, it does not. No, it does not. First of all, trans women date other trans women all the time. They have sex with women all the time. Do you notice how they tie in here? There is an implied cis here. Interesting. Interesting how that goes. Weird. A small little piece to note. And you'll notice that a lot, by the way. If you read articles about trans people, there will be all kinds of slip-ups like this, where trans women aren't actually considered women. They're considered something other. They're not normal women. T4T transbians, the most common variety? Yes, obviously. Trans women who date other trans women is incredibly common because it's safe. Also, trans women who date trans men is also something that's very common because it's safer. And also, there's other reasons for it too. Don't mistake that, but it is safer. Of course it is. If you're worried about meeting people like this, then of course you're going to stick with people that are like you, that understand your background. It makes complete sense. Trans people have shared history with one another. Of course they're going to do that, especially in a world that's this hostile. But of course there's all kinds of reasons. You meet more trans people. When you're trans, you meet more trans people. So there's just a passive passive thing. Yeah. It's common experience. It's shared social groups. There's all kinds of reasons that trans people often date other trans people. Also, trans people have more appreciation for trans bodies. So let's be real. Trans people are better at sex with other trans people. It's really fucking cool. If you're in any way not cis, whether trans or non-binary or any other identity, dating cis people is exhausting. Well, yes, the cotton ceiling does not refer to being able to have sex with a cis woman. That is not even, it has never been used like that. It refers to the fact that trans people get mysteriously squeezed out of dating spaces, and then they end up having to meet each other through Twitter or through Discord, because you either get banned outright off of dating sites, which does happen all the time, by the way. There is all kinds of bullshit that gets trans people banned off of dating sites, some which are specifically anti-trans, others which are like, oh, sorry, your chosen name doesn't match with your ID, so we're kicking you off. That's the cotton ceiling right there. The cotton ceiling is saying that trans people is a society that says that trans people are below relationships. That's the cotton ceiling, not this lie, which is just a lie. Nobody would ever cite the cotton ceiling as meaning this. It's ridiculous. So I've given you an idea of what this article was like, okay? And you might be going, okay, that's pretty fucking bad. Because, I mean, there's a ton of this, by the way. Oh, yeah, here's another example. Lily Cade, who worked in the industry for 10 years, used to go by the label Porn Valley's Golden Star Lesbian, because she only ever had sex with other women. Again, note right here, another example of the article asserting the TERF ideology in the text of the article. She only ever had sex with other women. But she won't have sex with trans people because she doesn't think trans people are people, let alone women. Lily was asked to do a scene with DeVoe in Toronto and initially agreed after looking at photos of her, but she backed out in advance after discovering online that she was a trans woman. So we can see how this goes. She looked up her shit and agreed to a shoot and then was like, oh wait, you're trans? Yuck. Which, hey, you can decline for whatever reason, but if you go, ew, trans, that people might go, that's a little transphobic, don't you think? You thought I was pretty online. You're mad just because my genetics, like, say differently than what I identify as? Yeah, the cotton ceiling thing was a big one. This is something that happens, by the way, all the time. This happens all the time in publications like the BBC. There are all kinds of little sort of sneaky underhanded tactics that are used, like that, like changing, like think about it. Because if you look at this, I'm sorry I'm hovering on this a little bit, but I want to talk about this. If you think about this, breaking the cotton ceiling means having sex with a woman. Wow, that sounds predatory, doesn't it? That sounds like all the trans people are hanging out in a back room going, how do we figure out how to fuck those pussy havers? Isn't that absurd? I've never even heard, like, trans people don't even joke about that shit. They don't even joke about that shit. And yet that's the framing. By saying that a term that's commonly used by not just trans people, but all types of gender theorists is about having sex with cis women, that's very fucked. Very, very, very fucked. Very manipulative, and also just dead wrong. Okay? So, the next thing I'm going to do is, I can't actually show you this next one. However, I am going to post a web archive link. This is the web archive link, so you all can verify that I am not making up a single bit of this. I have copied down the text of this, and we're going to read through it here on stream, so you guys can taste how bad this really is. Okay? And I'm going to put another little thing up here, because I want to make sure that people understand whose words I'm reading. There we go. So that nobody can make a mistake about whose words these are, okay? Because this is going to be really bad. And this is where the CWs come in, okay? Listen, okay? Sexual assault, murder, rape. All of this is contained in this goddamn shit, okay? This is very, 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 very ridiculous, okay? So we're going to read this, and we're going to talk about this. I always bring the receipts. You know this. This is how I do things. Always bring the receipts. Oh, virtual guy, DM me on Discord. For some reason, the name change tool has been busted. Just DM me what your name is currently and what you want it changed to on Discord, and I'll change it for you. Why can't I show it on stream? Because there's porn all over the place. It's a porn site. It was written on her porn site. And this was written... It's also, yeah, it's really bad. This was written on November 2nd, so yesterday. This was published yesterday, okay? Do you understand? So this is brand new. Now, remember, Lily Cade was published in the BBC on the 26th, and just 6-7 days later, she wrote this manifesto, which we are about to read, okay? Warning again, one last warning before we jump into this. This thing is unhinged. I mean unhinged, okay? So, Vosh didn't even want to say this stuff. Yeah, I'm a little worried about it, but I'm hoping that it won't get flagged. But regardless, we got to cover it and talk about it. Okay, let's start this. The piece is by Lily Cade, and it's titled, "Where the fuck are these children's mothers?" Okay? Oh, you have a Twitter thread with screenshots? Yeah, we can take a look at that, okay? You're the mothers, right? The moms, the mums. I need the... Actually, if I could have that link, that would be great, because having a visual aid up here would be actually fantastic if you've got the links. If you've got a link to a thread that's got it all without anything on there. Ah, here we go. Oh, no, wait, this is the person that got banned. Oh, wait, it's still up. Okay, that's good, so they must have gotten back. Okay, let's see if we can get all the parts. Oh God, this one doesn't have all the screenshots. Okay, hold on. Give me a second here. Pause. This could be cut out of the final one. Let me just see here real quick. I think I've got a list of it. I just want to see it in order. Shit. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. Hold on, I got this. I got this. Here we go. I'm going to get screenshots, and we're going to go through ourselves. I should have done this before, but I didn't realize it was going to be so difficult because it's so big. This is so long. It's absolutely ridiculous. Here we go. I don't even think we'll be able to read all of this, but let's start off. Let me get this up here real quick. We can cut this part out of the final version. Sorry about the delay here. Okay, I'll take a look at that. I think I have that one saved. We'll take a look at that afterwards. Okay? Give me just a minute here. Here we go. Let's get a little folder up here. This is how I'm going to make sure that we don't get TOS'd. Okay? Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Okay. Where the fuck are these children's mothers? Where do I put this? Here, let's get this, let's put this here. Okay. Okay. Where the fuck are these children's mothers? You're the mothers, right? The moms? The mums? I need the mothers on my side. I'm on the side of the breeders. I'm on the side of the children. Fuck feelings. I care about the emotional and physical well-being of the future generations. Doesn't that sound a little bit similar to something we've heard before? Does anybody know the 14 words? Anyway, not some spoiled little fuck of the easiest, stupidest path of least resistance society that has ever existed's bullshit delusions. So this is nonsense. This is, and get ready for this. This is a screed, okay? This is not well written. This is nothing, okay? I'm not here to play back and forth games with the actually faggots who, with the wedge of their actually and your weak, well-meaning, nice, feminine kindness and your ignorance of the smell of sulfur on the monster before you, you have rolled a Trojan horse full of literal baby fucking goddamn pedophile monsters into your ivory towers, your kindergartens, your locker rooms, your Olympics, your prisons, everywhere you sought to stand in public. Fuck these people. So, yeah. Off to the start, just unbelievable. Calling all trans people baby fucking pedophile monsters? Yeah, this is Nazi shit. This was done to hurt you, to make a mockery of you, to hold you down. This was done by men who hate women more than any other men who have ever walked the earth. The worst men that have ever existed. Trans women. Men so worthless that they can't admit the most obvious thing about themselves that is obvious to the dogs and the rats who can smell their manhood and should be obvious to every mother on earth. So, remember, a feminist who believes that you can smell your womanhood. So apparently, according to this person and to the others who sign off on this, if you don't smell like a woman, you're not a woman to them. Bit weird, huh? That's a bit weird, isn't it? Feminist. Wake the fuck up, bitch, before they slice up even one more child in public. Trans women are vile, weak, disgusting, whiny, fake victim masturbators who should be ashamed of themselves. They threaten suicide and you roll over. You disgust me too. But there's one noble response to a man who tries to use the threat of violence against himself to manipulate a woman's emotions. Fucking do it then. That's the message that the TERFs, that's the message that the TERF faction wants you to know. Remember, this is a person who just a week ago was published and the article is still up in the BBC. This person was the person the BBC called on to talk about trans issues. And we're not even close to done. That's what TERFs have to say. Die then. Just die. They're looking in the face of every young trans person and saying, I hope you die. We're not done yet. We're not even close to done. No woman should ever pity a weak man. Oh, real feminist there. Super feminist. Men have to be strong. Men have to be a big, masculine, strong, and silent type. Tear your fucking blinders off, bitch. What the fuck is wrong with you? Your pity rewards weak men for their weakness. You have sacrificed your children's futures on the altar of pity. I have looked thousands of adult men in the eyes and I have not met one man once who believed that trans women are women. Well, you haven't met any men then. Sorry, that's just how it goes. Soldiers, bull riders, artists, dope smokers. Boomer. Lawyers, men. No one believes that trans women are women. Trans women know they are men. No, they don't. They are forcing you to pretend to believe they are women, to rape your minds and the minds of your children. They are like Big Brother. Wow, this is just like 1984. Them twisting your language so that you don't have the words to make sense of reality. This is power, bitch. This is the shape of power. These men run your world now because you refuse to speak truth to power. So, like, you realize this is completely, like, unhinged. There's no, even if you believe, even if you're a transphobe and you think that trans women are men, the idea that trans people hold the power in the universe is as absurd as the JQ. It is just absurd. Completely unhinged. But let's keep going. Trans women are men. Say it. Own it. Hold the fucking line, bitch. MxFest held the line. So when MxFest fell, so fell Western civilization. Yes. Feminists. Very much about, very, very obsessed with the fall of Western civilization. This is a pedophile cult. It's been here the whole time. You gave these people too much power, so they became a pedophile cult. Wow, that is like literally just straight out of the JQ, isn't it? The lesbians tried to warn you, but no one listens to the lesbians. I broke Max Hardcore's nose, bitch, and drank at his house and shared his cameraman. Max Hardcore, a whorebreaker who still slings fake dick, has more integrity than the whole of Western civilization, who would rather stroke their cocks and their phones while the world burns than speak truth to power. Say what you want about me, but I never fucked no kids. Well, you raped people, though. I would send my daughter to learn what a golden shower is from Max Hardcore before I let these satanic tranny freaks educate her about her body and her soul. Do you realize how insane that is? Do you know what this was just said here? She just said that she would send her daughter to go get pissed on by a porn star than trans people exist in public. Do you see what I'm talking about? About this whole TERF thing. The TERF thing is an ideology that has gone so out of control, and they will claim they're being censored even when they're literally published in the mainline articles of the BBC. So there's a fact check problem going on here. There's a reality check. This person's screaming about reality being this way, and oh, I'm sure all of the fans of Lily Cade will be like, oh, look, Demon Mama is pulling your strings and warping reality because apparently I'm a psychic like that. But the reality is, we know this isn't true. We know trans people don't occupy the halls of power. Trans people have no systemic power. None. And even worse, this person is admitting that they would go and let a porn star teach their kid about golden showers rather than be taught about trans people. That's really fucked, if you ask me. You have abdicated your responsibility as a mother. You have sold your children for the trance of the endless scroll, for cheap validation, for Candy Crush, bitch, you stupid fucking cow. How could you? Because you're too cowed to draw a line. Enough is enough. Your horrifying addiction is making you stupid and weak, and your children are suffering because of it. You are no different than a heroin addict who ties the cord for her child to shoot up. So you can see how this is going. We're not even close to done yet. Yeah, we're doing this, Chariot. Yep. Trans women are men. Trans women are evil. Trans women are rapists. Trans women are predators. Do you see how stupid this is? Do you not realize what this is? This is hate. This is hate speech. This is trying to get people to just based on pure irrationality, hate. Oh, yeah, I know this one, too. Thank you, non-binary superpowers. We'll take a look at that, too. Trans women are men who have surrendered to their shadow. That's what it means to be evil. I should fucking know. What? The men beneath these vile personas can still be redeemed. So long as the soul walks the earth, it can be redeemed. Trans women cannot. There is no such thing as a trans woman. There is no such thing as gender identity. This is a sick fetish. Wow. Very feminist here. Super, super feminist. Wow. Yeah, this is esoteric fascism right here. This is esoteric fascism. Yes. Yes. For those of you who aren't familiar with how esoteric fascists write, this is how they write. Trans women are a lie. They know and I know, and if you can't see it, you're not paying attention. Their fetish is lying to you, jerking off all over everything you care about, pissing into your children's developing minds, and making you shut up and take it. What? Weak men are the natural prey of whores. I see right through them. I read their dark hearts. Some of them are vile sadists, and some are just worthless bootlickers, but every single one of them is evil. Yeah, she really likes piss. And remember, this person opining about all of this degeneracy and all of this nonsense is a sex worker. A lesbian sex worker. 20 years ago, not even 20 years, like literally now, there are conservatives who would say the exact words about her for being gay. Can we just take a second? Can we just take a second that there are, the entirety of the right would say the exact same thing about her just for being gay, and also probably for being a sex worker. But remember, this is the person that got a platform from the BBC. Trans women are evil pedophiles. Okay, by the way, right here, just so you can see right here, I'm going to zoom right up on this. Right here. Do you see this? Right here. I just want to take a moment. Hold on. We're going to take a moment here. And I want, from all of you, the biggest I told you so ever. I want the biggest I told you so point from all of the internet owes me massively. Because remember back in June when I said that that the kink at pride equals pedophilia narrative is incredibly, incredibly irresponsible, fear-mongering, moral panic bullshit that borderlines on the blood libel? Wow. Looks like we're right back here again. And just so you know, once again, massive dub from the Demon Mama Quadrant. Massive dub for the fucking oracle of internet politics. I did multiple segments talking about this exact shit. How does it feel to be proven right once again? Depressing. I would rather, oh my god, I would give anything to be an unhinged, screaming sandwich sign idiot who never's right about anything, but I always am, because that would mean that the world is a better place than I thought it was, but it's not. This is making me upset. I gotta go. That's okay. If you can't stick around, we'll be done with it in a bit, so you can come back a bit later, Slade. Yeah. Kink and Pride, more J.K. Rowling, Dave Chappelle, Lily Cade. What's next? Well, you're about to find out, okay? Because it's about to get fucking worse. It's about to get fucking worse. Trans women are evil pedophiles who have twisted the minds of your people so badly with annoying, ugly, stupid language that your children are mutilating their bodies to please them. That doesn't even make sense. Trans people aren't even the surgeons. Trans people aren't even, like, what are you talking about? These people understand the attention. Attention is the currency of your horrifying society. Teenage girls want attention more than anything else on earth. They have been offered a choice between mincing TikTok whore and navel-gazing, spoiled, rotten, weak, pathetic, fake man victims because you sold them out for the smartphone. Wait, this doesn't even make sense. Fake man, TikTok whore or navel-gazing, spoiled, rotten, weak, pathetic, fake man victims. Wait, teenage girls This is a fuck up. I mean, this is just a fuck up. But let's keep going. Trans women and the shadow lords of the algorithm control this attention. They are pedophiles, predators, monsters, shadow beasts, the literal devil. These men hate women. They are jealous, panty-wearing, sick, masturbating fucks who have infiltrated every level of your society with one goal: degrade women. Piss on the faces of your mothers, your daughters, the women who fought to get here. Piss on your right to say no. Cut your breasts off, sew your pussies shut. Take the word mother. How the fuck dare you? How the fuck dare you let the actually faggots take the word mother from you? Remember, this is from somebody who's the gold star lesbian calling everybody fucking faggots. Yeah. I don't know. She's obsessed with the piss. I feel like, no, you want to know what? This does sound like a psychotic break. No, I don't think it does, honestly. Do you know what this sounds like? This sounds like hate rhetoric. Have you ever read any of the manifestos of like previous hate manifestos? Have you ever seen any of these? Have you ever read like, you know, the manifesto of like fucking what's his face, the OKC guy, the Oklahoma City bomber? Have you ever read like shit? This is the shit that's posted all the time by far right people all over the place. This is not just psychosis. This is hate. This is what hate does to your brain. Yeah, Elliot Rodger. I've read part of the CC shooter. It reads the same. The Christchurch shooter's manifesto is basically the same. This is not a psychotic break. This is the natural result of an ideology that tells you that trans people are evil. Look at this. I mean, listen to this right here. I'm going to retweet. I'm going to re-say this right here. We're just going to make sure this is here. Trans women and the shadow lords of the algorithm control this attention. They are pedophiles, predators, monsters, shadow beasts, the literal devil. These men hate women. They have one goal: degrade women. This is the language of hate. This is what people do when they want to motivate violence against others. This is the language of hate. Do you understand? So, no, I don't think this is a psychotic break. I think this is the natural result of hate-filled ideology, because you'll hear the same thing from fundamentalist Christians about gay people. Exactly the same. It is mundanity. This level of hate is literally the natural result of hateful ideologies. Let's continue. Where the fuck are your balls, bitch? Where are the mother bears? Well, okay, this is just weird. I know what a woman is, bitch, and I know what a man is. I know what a mother is, and I know what a child is. And I sure as fuck know what a pedophile is. A pedophile is someone who sacrifices the souls of children to feed his shadow self. I don't even know what the fuck that means. What the fuck does that... This is nonsense. A pedophile fucks kids. A pedophile believes the validation of his monstrous sexual fetish is worth the rape of thousands upon thousands of your little girls and little boys. Do you hear this language? Do you hear this language? They're coming for you now. Quickly, they're coming for you. Your daughters, your sons, your babies, generations of your children, bred now for it. Their minds warped from birth. Their deep animal truths denied. These T-slur freaks are experimenting on your children and cutting them apart in full view of the public, and you stand by and let it happen because you're worried they will call you out for being afraid of them. You are worried they will take away your social media. Fuck social media. It did this. Burn it to the fucking ground and hold these monsters accountable. The evil trannies are 1% of the population. They control the matrix. They do not control real life. Call me transphobic. I am transphobic. You should be too. Hey, at least you out and said it. The trans ideology is bullshit on its face. A lot. No, I mean, that doesn't even make any sense. First of all, what is the trans ideology? Secondly, what you're talking about is factually wrong, because you're talking about people going, hey, you know, it's kind of weird that our government says that we only have 2 genders when we know for a fact that more than 2 genders have existed for all of history. The government's pretty weird to say there's only 2 sexes when we know intersex people represent a huge percentage of the population by comparison. This is what Constance was describing when he came on stream and talked about structural anti-Semitism. Yes, yes. No, this was not a Twitter thread. This is from her website. This is from her porn site where she sells her porn and blogs. The trans ideology is bullshit on his face. A lie built to suborn these soulless pedophiles in their public grooming of children. This is a pedophile cult. This is the real pedophile cult that has been staring you in the face this whole time, laughing, masturbating. The naked emperor stroking his cock while you try to find some new nice words to explain gently to him in Newspeak that you would like him to stop and that he is naked. Newspeak doesn't have those words. What? What is that even? Like, this is literally, this could be a Dave Rubin thing. Like, this is, like, irrelevant. Like, I mean, it's incomprehensible. He won't stop. He hates you. Enough is enough. Speak English, bitch. Fuck your Newspeak. Speak English, bitch. Huh. Weird. Uh-oh. A little bit of that racism. Ooh, a little bit of that racism sneaking in. Fuck your Newspeak. I piss on your Newspeak. No woman should ever let another word of this vile mockery of English that is Newspeak pass her lips ever again. You know which words I mean. Don't say them. Don't write them. The truth is beautiful. Newspeak is not. Hold the line. Let the pedophile monsters keep their Newspeak. Speak English, as all men still do once the pussies leave the room. Isn't that a little weird? Isn't that a little weird right there? Fuck your pronoun dance. Fuck your obfuscation while the blood truth stares you in the face. Do you think the Marines speak Newspeak? What the Marine? What? Do you think the tuna boat fishermen ask for my pronoun? What? Grow up. A dog knows what a bitch is. I walk with the dogs. This dead whore is the last man left in America. Take the culture back or the dogs will be all that survives of Western civilization. Okay. So we need to take a second here, real quick. We need to take a second here, okay? Let me just tell you a quick thing, okay? So, wait a minute. How many people... I want to do a quick... let's do this real quick. Have you read 1984? Yes or no? Okay, vote. Have you read 1984? If you've read 1984, vote on the site chat. Okay, cool. This is going to be great. An education moment, okay? Be honest, don't worry. Be honest, don't worry. Okay. All right. Okay. Quite a lot of votes there. Okay, sick. 84 votes, and we have a little over 60% haven't read the book. Okay, this is a good moment, okay? Newspeak. Let's talk about Newspeak, okay? The concept of Newspeak was introduced in 1984. In 1984, the government gradually imposed the usage of a term of a new language called Newspeak. Newspeak was based off of English, but was simplified. Okay, Newspeak is not just new words. That is not what Newspeak was. In fact, it is explicitly stated in 1984 that the purpose of Newspeak was to limit language, okay? So let me give you an example of this. I'm going to open up my little notebook here and we're going to go from there. I'll show you what I'm talking about, okay? So here's a Newspeak thing, okay? So good would be the same. So good stays the same, right? Now, in English, you could say, what if you wanted to say something was better than good? What if you wanted to say something that was like something was even better than good? Like what are some words? Somebody throw me a little word here that you think would be better than good. Better than good. Great. Okay, here we go. Great. Fantastic. Excellent. Incredible. Poggers. Better. Gooder. Phenomenal. Stupendous. Epic. Amazing. Okay, so we got that. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. Okay? Here we go. That's really good. Let me just close this real quick. So, in Newspeak, all of these words would become plus good. Do you see? So instead of having to say great, fantastic, excellent, incredible, poggers, better, good, or phenomenal, you just say plus good. Or if you really, really need it, double plus good. And that's Newspeak. Newspeak was a language that was designed to limit your expression. Do you understand what I'm saying? It was not about just inventing new words. It was restructuring language so that people couldn't express themselves as well. Because in 1984, personal expression was key. Crushing personal expression was key to crushing the population. You can't formulate rebellion, exactly, because your thought has been limited. Because you grew up not knowing a bunch of different ways to say things, a bunch of different ways to think about different topics. You have the government's way. Something is double plus good, or that's it. You don't have, yes, exactly. It kills subcultures. It flattens out culture into a way that's easily understandable by the state. Rhodes says it was made to prevent the usage of any anti-ingsoc. Anti-ingsoc was the ingsoc was the government of the book. Yes, statement that's more complex than Big Brother double plus ungood. Yes, that was the goal. The goal was to try to raise a generation of people that didn't have the words to meaningfully criticize the government. Do you understand what I'm saying? And also to limit their imagination so that the only thing they knew was the world that they lived in. And think about this. Here's another thing. Ready? Here's another interesting thing. Notice that part of Newspeak is not just about limiting your ability to think about things, but also it's about making it known what you're saying. If you only have one word where you can say bad. So right now, let me ask you this. If I went around if I turned on my camera every single day and I looked at you and I said, government bad, government bad, government bad, well, the government's going to know exactly what I'm saying, right? And first of all, it's not entertaining. It would be very boring. But the government will know what I'm saying exactly. They will know I'm a critic because I only can say government bad, government bad, government ungood. But instead, I can say, guys, the way that the government is fucking you is unbelievable. And that is a little different. Or I can say, hey, it's important that we criticize these governmental structures. But you see, if it's Newspeak, if I don't know any language except Newspeak English, the only thing I can say is the government double plus ungood. Yes, limited language makes it easier to find, identify, and silence dissenters. So, now that I've talked about it, this is a little bit of a side note. But what I'm trying to tell you is that her understanding of what Newspeak is ridiculous. Whenever conservatives talk about Newspeak, they don't know what they're talking about. They aren't actually talking about the concept of Newspeak. They're just using a buzzword. Newspeak was specifically about limiting language, coming up with new words, being able to say poggers for good, being able to say that your gender is 100 different things is an expansion, a growth, a natural progression of language, not the reduction. Newspeak was about the reduction of language so that the only language that existed was language that was determined by the state. It was about refusing to allow you outside of the box of the fascistic government of 1984. And what they hear is they hear Newspeak and they go, oh, those are new words. That's what Newspeak is. That's not what Newspeak was. Newspeak is the opposite.
They didn't read the book.
They didn't read the fucking book. But Newspeak is the opposite of what they're saying. Coming up with new words to describe things empowers us. It means that I can talk about things with great depth. You notice that, okay, you notice that I don't just, you guys come and tune in over here to see me review games and stuff all the time. How useful would a review be to you if all I said was, it's good? Like, what if I just said, Wingspan, guys, it's good? it wouldn't be very useful, huh? That would be pretty pointless. The reality is that with lots of words to describe different things, words that have nuance, sometimes words that might only be used in certain contexts, gives us more knowledge. There are things that exist in our minds right now that could not even be conceptualized by people in the past. Do you realize that, right? Listen up, imps. Do you realize that a couple of generations ago, there were concepts that could not exist because humans hadn't even thought of the words to describe those concepts yet? Unbelievable, right? It's not just that more words equals more good. It's just that it's natural for us to come up with new words that describe things that we're experiencing. Do you know how sometimes we borrow words? Have you all ever heard the word schadenfreude? It's a word I use all the time. Does anybody know what that means? Schadenfreude is when you get pleasure from the suffering of someone you don't like. That's a German word. English doesn't have a word for that. So we borrowed it from German because it's actually useful to have a word for that. And everybody, tons of people in America know what schadenfreude is, even though it's not an English word. We borrowed it because the Germans came up with a word for something we hadn't named yet. Yeah, machismo, deja vu, all of these. There was a Simpsons episode about that. Yeah, democracy is Greek. There's all kinds of words like this. Language is supposed to go like that. So this is a bit of a tangent, but I think it's an important tangent for all of you to understand. Whenever you hear conservatives talking about newspeak, ask if what they're talking about is actually about the limiting of language, or if they're just mad that they don't like the thing that they're talking about. Hors d'oeuvres, yeah. Rhodes says one example of a reduction as an alteration is that newspeak has the word free, but it only means the absence of, like, your head is free of lice. This was actually to prevent the understanding of old text that had records department missed. Yeah, that's a small piece of lore. In 1984, the word free means, like, empty. The government redefined the word free so that old texts about liberation wouldn't make sense to people, because they would just see this like, you should be free, and they would be like, you should be empty? What does that mean? That's something that happened in 1984. That was a part of the story. Here we go. Well, we can review this. Here we go. Hey, look. Hey, look. We got shit from literal Adolf Hitler. In connection with the Jewish question, I have this to say. It is a shameful spectacle to see how the whole democratic world is oozing sympathy for the poor, tormented Jewish people, but remains hard-hearted and obdurate when it comes to helping them, which is surely, in view of this attitude, an obvious duty. They assure us we cannot take them unless Germany is prepared to allow them a certain amount of capital to bring with them as immigrants. For hundreds of years, Germany was good enough to receive these elements, though they possess nothing except infectious political and physical diseases. Do you hear? This is the same shit. That's an Adolf Hitler speech, and it mirrors what we're reading here. Oh, if you're having issue joining the Discord, go to this one. The link on the Twitch had to be disabled because we were getting a bunch of spam. It's the same vibe. Imagine turning into the stream to see me read. Yeah, exactly. So how close are we to 1984? Well, we'll talk about that afterwards. Let's actually continue with this, okay? Where were we here? Here we go. Oh, here we go. How perfect. This is your great replacement, bitch. These people castrate your kids. They sold them to Big Pharma to be castrated while you cheer them on for living their truth. What the fuck? The fuck? How do you sleep at night? Self-mutilation has never been and never will be a cure for mental illness. Self-mutilation is a sign of extreme psychological distress. This is your next opiate crisis. The opiate crisis, which was literally and factually orchestrated by the family that owns multi-billion-dollar multinational corporations is the same as trans people. Literally just unhinged. There's no world. Not even Nazis usually go this far. This is so unhinged. End this before it gets worse. Listen to that. End this before it gets worse. Stand up to the cult. Every fucking teenage girl experiences dysphoria. The cure is acceptance and spiritual growth. A fucking gym routine. This is Jordan Peterson. Clean your room. Hobbies, goals, control over the desires. The intellect trained to guard the heart. What? Compassion, but never pity. Not bullshit personas, lies, a lifetime commitment to pharmaceuticals, hack job surgeries that construct a vile funhouse mirror effigy of the opposite sex from the bodies honed by millions of years of evolution that you have allowed the worst people in your society to educate your daughters about. Again, like more unhinged nonsense. This is all shit that's it's just absurd, like dramatization. And yet people buy into this. Do you hear the ferocity that's used? Yeah, interesting. How do you end this? Isn't that an interesting question? Isn't that a fucking interesting question? I wonder what she means by that. Are we maybe going to find out? I have a feeling that we're going to find out. I have walked the world and watched this cancer stretch across it. They are making money from this soul reap. Not just the evil pedophiles, but the even darker evil of the truly soulless money men who stand by and let it happen because they love money so much. Okay, this is just a stupid argument. I just want to fact check this for a second. Trans people are a small percentage of the population, a notable percentage, but we are poor, okay? Trans people are fucking poor as sin. Trans people do not give tons of money to the pharmaceutical giants. Trans people are cut out of health insurance. Trans people are literally ignored. We are not moneymakers for the pharmaceutical industry. We are poor as shit. This is so stupid. It's mathematically nonsensical what she's saying. Nonsensical. Anyway. Let's continue. Is she literally, yeah, they love money so much. Yeah, yes. Is she literally going to say, is she going so Hitlerish that she's going to say the transes control all the money? Yup. Who wrote this? Lily Cade. It's on the screen. No, we're going to do that later, Nike. Here we go. The power structure knows this is horrible. They just don't care. What? Your children who agree to be mutilated for the attention of the cult are weak. Okay, another little fact check. Do you know that, like, a lot of trans people don't ever get gender-confirming surgery? You know that, right? Like, a lot of trans people never get gender-confirming surgery. Some of them don't want it, like me. Well, I mean, to be fair, I did have an orchiectomy, which is a gender-confirming surgery, but I'm not having SRS. There are a lot of trans people who never get the opportunity because it costs so much. So the idea that there is like a group of people clapping them along is ridiculous. It is patently absurd. You will not find this anywhere in reality. The only thing you will find is trans people unironically supporting one another. Yeah, just coming out takes a lot of strength. Almost nobody gets it. It is very rare. I know so many trans people, and I know only a handful who've actually been able to get SRS. It's really, really rare. Let's continue. The fuck do the money men care about a bunch of stupid, mentally damaged children with endless scroll addictions? They fuck kids too. They have eyes like mine that truck no pity. You are sheep to them. They are all laughing all the way to the bank. That's why you're not allowed to speak up. Money. Big Pharma. Oh yes, Big Pharma, traditionally the supporters of trans people. Big Pharma Literally, it had to be passed by law in the United States that Big Pharma couldn't discriminate against trans people because they were so ready to discriminate against trans people. You know, when I came out, that I had to get my doctor to prescribe, to prescribe me hormones for acne. But that was the original plan. And then Obamacare passed, and my doctor was like, we don't have to do that anymore. That's a real thing. Like, Big Pharma was not in support of trans people, has never had been. That's why you're not allowed to speak up. Anyway, the Sacklers had science, too. Look at these people, the paragons of this paradigm. These mutilated sideshow freaks, fake-ass, whiny victims holding you down in fear. These freak doctors chopping up your babies. Do these people seem happy to you? Do they seem wise? Do your trusted children to the smartphone? You trusted your children to the smartphone, and this is what it did to you. I committed voter fraud for Joe Biden because I didn't want to watch that shit-filled sack of shit where once stood a man shit all over himself in public every day, filtered through the voices of every last human soul in America who could talk about nothing else that whole time but the color and shape of his shit. Joe Biden put a pedophile monster in charge of health and human services so that the process of trapping your children with that lifetime commitment to pharmaceuticals can be honed ever further into the path of least resistance. So, by the way, this is a direct accusation that Rachel, what's her last name? Rachel, oh, I always forget her last name. Rachel Levine. Rachel Levine is a trans woman who has been given the position of Department of Health and Human Services. This is an accusation that Joe Biden gave Rachel Levine a job because she's apparently a pedophile. Yes, I believe she is Jewish. Yeah, she also just admitted to committing voter fraud. I don't know what that even means. And also accused a 4-star general of being a pedophile. Yeah, Natalie Marie brings up another thing. People have to take all kinds of meds for the rest of their life for all sorts of medical reasons. Yeah. Weird how much ableism there is in here, too. Yeah, she called the Secretary of Health and Human Services a pedophile. Let's continue. Your children's... Oh, wait, here we go. Joe Biden knows that's a man. So that's weird. And he knows that that's a pedophile, and he knows that's the agenda. No one did anything. Fuck these people. This is QAnon right here. This is QAnon shit. Your children's teachers are either in this pedophile cult or the usual well-meaning weak man pitying feminine fools that suborn evil because they're too stupid to see it. Your children's teachers allow them to start their horrifying lifetime addiction to cross-sex hormones and the feeding of their shadow selves behind your back. 12-year-old girls experiencing the normal rhythms of the experience of being 12-year-old girls are encouraged to mutilate their growing bodies to please these pedophiles because it gets attention. Unhinged. Again, completely unhinged. Just totally unhinged. Pedophiles fuck children. These pedophiles are fucking your children in public every day. Fucking their minds, fucking their bodies. Often these tortured man-women who have been so sadistically brought up with no real men in their lives, their fathers having sold their balls to the endless scroll, their mothers so weak and broken themselves by the stupid garbage that they go along with it. I've seen it. The parents mean well, but they're just idiots. Because she's bred from stupid, weak people and trained by shadow monsters, the traumatized child victim of the cult can't spot a predator, and they bear these children to these monsters. This was not put in Photoshop to add the background. This is the real website background. Then the monsters fuck the children too, just like the pedophile cult of the South did. The shape of power is always a pedophile cult. Ask that finger-sucking bitch of a whore breaker, Maxwell. What? Do you remember that video with the trans couple trying to breastfeed a baby with a disgusting, weak, whiny, fake victim piece of shit man not worth the air he breathes, crying about how no one respects him as a mother as he tries to squeeze the hormone-induced weepings of his man titties into a baby's mouth? Find me that video. Watch that video and tell me that's not a worthless, masturbating pedophile fucking a baby while the traumatized child your garbage society has groomed to let pump his seed into her fertile womb coddles his weakness and lets it happen. How can you stand for this? Where the fuck is child services? Where are that baby's grandparents? How can you let this happen in public and say nothing? What do you think that baby's future look like? And here's where it gets real wild, everybody. Here we go. Here we go. Let me see if I can get this up on the screen effectively. This is where it's going to get real fucked, okay? Can we see this? Hold on. Fuck. Fuck. I need to get this up here so we can see this with our own eyes. I thought pedos got the wall. This is where it goes off the rails. Okay? I thought chomos got the rope. This is a slur for child molesting homosexuals. Chomos, yeah. That's a fucking child molester. So is Bruce Jenner. So this is probably going to end up getting this person in some serious hot water. That's a direct accusation to an individual. He told you he gets off to wearing his own daughter's clothes and you stood by and did nothing. Tear your blinders off. This is not acceptable. You do not have to accept this. Speak truth to power. Trans women are men. They know they are men. If these men can't slit the throats of these vile personas in public, admit what they have done, take off the dress, look with the abject shame upon the affront to God and nature they have wrought in the service of their masturbatory fantasies, apologize for the children they have hurt with their lies and their drugs and their grooming, apologize for the incarcerated women they have fed to rapist monsters, apologize for the lesbian spaces they have desecrated, and devote the rest of their lives to repairing the damage they have done. If you left it up to me, I'd execute every last one of them personally. And this person still has an article up on the BBC. A multiple in a row direct physical threat of violence against all trans people. And this person was given a platform and still has a platform in the BBC. Right now, as we're speaking. This is a hate crime, right? Can Lily be charged for this? We'll find out, I guess. This is why I said this is a murderous manifesto. We can make no mistake about what this is intended to do. There can be no mistake about what this is. We're going to talk about that afterwards, but we got to finish this. Yeah, this is a call to action. Pedos get the wall, chomos get the rope. Where the fuck are the Marines? Where the fuck is the army? Where are the farmers with pitchforks? Where are the cowboys? Where are the Indians? Where the fuck are the men? Where the fuck are the mothers? How can you stand up for this? If my grandfather and all his brothers who stood up to Hitler, interesting invocation there, were still here, they would rip the still beating hearts from every last one of these pedophile monsters in public the same way that they have raped your kids. So would every man who walked this earth before your culture decided to accept masturbation as healthy and not the soul-draining, creative energy-wasting, evil, pathetic act of a man not worth his balls. Remember, sex worker. Sex worker. Apparently masturbation is okay for women, but not for men? Very weird. Break your smartphones. Break the internet. Make these people pay. Afraid of trannies? They should be afraid of you. Hold on, let me make sure this is up here so that when I inevitably get this get banned for reading this, it's over here. Break your smart. Hold on, let me get this. How do I fucking do this? So annoying. How do I? Oh god, this is so resizing. This is so fucking annoying on stream. Anyway, Here we go. Break your smartphones. Break the internet. Make these people pay. Afraid of trannies? They should be afraid of you. Take the red pill, bitch, before it's too late. Everyone's queer. Queer is utterly meaningless. A box of nothing your children stuff themselves into to be cool with no connection left to the rebellion for which it once stood. You were never a part of that rebellion. The queer movement never included you. Just so that we're clear, Lily Cade was never a part of the queer movement. Lily Cade was a self-described gold star lesbian. That is not queer. You are not queer if you're a gold star lesbian. You are not queer if you're anti-trans. You are not queer if you are anti-non-binary. That is not queer. She was never a part of this queer movement, ever. Never once. Not historically and certainly not now. Identity is a sin. All lies are a sin. I fought for the right to love who I loved. I did not fight for the right to lie in public. You're full of shit is what you are. But it's not done yet. It's not done yet. Here we go. I did not fight what has been done in my name as an American to whine about victimhood. No one deserves these rights. Kill this ideology. No mercy, no quarter. Wipe the stain of newspeak from the ivory tower forever. They should be ashamed of themselves. Oops. Wait, what the hell is this? Why'd that happen? Undo! Undo! What happened? Why'd that happen? Here we go. There we go. Sorry about that. I don't know what the hell happened there. Sorry about that. Wipe the stain of newspeak from the ivory tower forever. They should be ashamed of themselves, the actually faggots. Take back womanhood from the fetishists. Own the truth. Clear eyes, bitch. Once more into the breach. I've already been canceled. I can speak the truth. Dead whores tell no lies. I care not for fame nor money. I have no smartphone. I truck no pity. I crawled on my belly through the darkness for this. I walked back into the matrix to get you out. Only God can forgive me. Do you know how offensive that is? Do you know how offensive it is? This is intentional, by the way. Using Matrix allegories, a film about being trans, made by trans people. Only God can forgive me. I'm not here for forgiveness. I'm here to take the language back from the forked tongue. Hey, everybody. Forked tongue. Fuck you. Anyway, I'm here to take the language back from the forked tongue of newspeak and save your daughters. Are you with me, or are you with the actually faggots and the evil pedophiles and the damaged, spoiled children who've been trained by the two worst forces of evil that I've ever seen? The Matrix and the evil trannies that the Matrix breeds. Do you believe in free speech and atonement and the wisdom of the fallen, or do you believe that no one who sins should ever speak again? The monsters named me the Cotton Ceiling. To break me and others like me, they raped and groomed and tortured and sliced up and desecrated and educated your daughters because not a single solitary state in all of Western civilization had the balls or the brains or the heart to say no to these freaks. By the way, remember, Lily Cade admitted to sexually assaulting multiple people. Just so we're clear about who's the rapist here. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you going to let them take me down with some lazy memes while you shit out your shit opinions about shit you know nothing about and masturbate your outrage into your phone and do nothing, or are you going to take off your goddamn polite society blinders and look this monster in the eye? I am the Cotton Ceiling, bitch. I'm the only one who said no. They took down MxVivianWulf. They can't take down Lily Cade. She's already dead. I'm the bullet, bitch, if you let me be. Who else has the balls, the brains, the voice, and the pitiless eyes to fight these monsters? I'm a fucking soldier. You ready? I'm ready. We can't fight this within the Matrix. No more back and forth message board internet bullshit. This ends now. Stop arguing on the internet with the bootlicking foot soldiers of men who are fucking your children. Peak trans, bitch. Let's go. Let's see their cotton ceiling and let's raise them. And I'm going to show this to you again. We're going to fuck around with this thing because I think this is kind of important to do here because I want you to be able to see exactly what we're talking about here. Okay? Hold on. Let's see their cotton ceiling and let's raise them the wall. We explained the cotton ceiling earlier on in the episode. So you'll have to go back. Art, here we go. Let's zoom in a little more here, and then we'll go back up to here, and we'll go like this. Are you going to let these monsters piss on motherhood and fuck your kids, or are you going to stand up for the truth? And that's the end of that. That's the end of that. That's the end of the manifesto. Sorry, I'm just really confused. I left the room. Well, you missed a lot. You'll have to rewind back. Saying she's already dead and is a bullet and is a soldier is extremely school shooter stuff. Yeah. But this is not a kid. This is an adult who has now been who has now been platformed by the BBC. And just so you know, BBC rejects complaints that it published a transphobic article. Corporation says the article about the experience of some lesbians met its editorial guidelines. The BBC has rejected complaints that it published a transphobic article and has instead given a commitment to covering different viewpoints in the name of impartiality. So, yeah, that's the state of things on Turf Island. Yeah, it was pretty bad, Vivian. That was before the manifesto was posted, but it doesn't matter. She's been doing this for a long time. They know what you're doing. They know what you're doing. They know what they're doing. But remember that so before we go on into all the analysis, let's just talk about this. This manifesto is an attempt at ginning up stochastic terrorism. Okay? There can be no doubt about that. There's literal direct calls for others to do violence. In this piece, there was multiple calls to violence. There were multiple calls to historical forms of specific execution that was used against queer people. The cotton ceiling, you can rewind back. It'll be at the beginning of this thing. You can look it up. And the BBC is pretending that they didn't publish an article that directly supports this. Remember, the BBC's article was worded in nicer language, but it expressed the same sentiments. It was a bunch of things saying that if trans people think you're transphobic, that means they're trying to force you to fuck them. We looked at this. This manifesto is what all TERFs think like, even if they don't like to admit it or admit it to themselves. If you go onto TERF spaces, if you spend any time, just go. You can go there yourself. Go make an anonymous account on a TERF image board and go see what they say about trans people. Randar the Barbarian says, I do not understand how trans people put up with this. I cannot even comprehend a large swath of people excluding me from a conversation about my own existence. Y'all are some powerful folk. Ragnar, I appreciate that. And the truth is, the simple truth is, we don't. A lot of trans people die. A lot of trans people can't handle this. And they shouldn't have to, but they can't. Now, all of you all are going to follow rule number 1, which is do not die, even if you have to spit in the face of people like this. That warning, yes, the kid says, I'm unironically scared for my trans femme friends. The warning that you said about having spare rooms for people to stay in rings true. I've been saying this for a long time, okay, everybody? Listen, please. Listen to me. If you don't listen to anything else in this segment, listen to me right now. Hard times are coming in a lot of places for trans people, okay? But hard times can be survived. First of all, rule number 1, I don't care what you have to do to survive. Do not die. You fight until the moment that you possibly can't, okay? That's how it goes. Secondly, this has been going on for a long time, okay? This sort of shit has been going on. We know Like we've covered this even on this channel many times. We've covered the amount of explicitly transphobic hit pieces that get published all over the internet. Remember when there was all this scare in, do you remember all the scare a couple months ago where all of the TERFs online and all of the conservatives were talking about how a Canadian guy was arrested for dead naming his kid? Do you all remember that? And then it turned out that that was completely false, and the guy was an unhinged stalker who had actually been had what's the word? What's it called? Restraining order. Who had a restraining order taken out against him because he literally was doxing his own child's doctor against the wills of the child, the mother, and the doctor. And that was spun all across the internet news as, oh, you dead name your own child, and oh, you used the wrong name and you're going to prison. No, the reality is that trans people are treated horrifically. That these crimes they make up about trans people do not exist. It is literally page for page out of the blood libel. A long time ago, I had a conversation with who remembers the conversation I had with aristocracy? Does anybody remember aristocracy? I love aristocracy. Aristocracy is great. Does anybody remember the conversation I had with aristocracy? It was a long form interview, and at one point during the interview, there was a sort of a long segment where me and Eris talked about the shared the parallel histories of Jewish people and trans people. Yeah, the Jewish and trans cultural crossover. There is a reason why queer people, trans people, gay people, and Jewish people have a similar history. I shouldn't be muted for anybody. Yes, it was, and we were talking about specifically how the way that the same methods of ghettoizing and marginalizing and accusing us of strange conspiracies is shared. And as a result, I think that Jewish people and trans people have a lot of stuff that they can talk about and grow from one another on. And the blood libel thing is so clear here. We talked about how traditionally the same things that were used against Jewish people, saying that Jewish people are pedophiles who kidnap children and drain their blood or fuck them or whatever. That's literally the blood libel. It's been around since like the 1200s at least. How that is used almost identically against trans people. And we see it here perfectly. All of these things, that they're sacrificing the souls of children to Satan, that they're sucking the vital essences out of them and raping them and all this shit that they say. It's the blood libel, but it's being used against trans people. Isn't that weird? Same shit, same exact tactic, same exact tactic. Interestingly, we also know how it's turned out in the past. This is the same language that was used to whip up a moral panic that led to the Holocaust. You understand that, right? This is the type of shit. This is exactly the type of shit that was written not just about gay people, that was written too, but about Jewish people, but about people who have a different skin color. Makes the book burning so much more relevant. Yeah, isn't it interesting how this person advocates, person who was just platformed by one of the, if not the biggest news website in the world. Trans people are the last minority our society finds permissible to advocate for genocide. We're not the only ones, but we are one of them. Immigrants are another one. What is the blood libel? The blood libel, here. Let's read about the blood libel, because I've mentioned it multiple times here. We can literally just read the Wikipedia article. The Wikipedia, it's such an old thing that the Wikipedia article is actually really good. Here we go. Here you go. Here you go real quick. I'll bring this right up for us. Okay? Blood libel, or ritual murder libel, also known as the blood accusation, is an anti-Semitic canard which falsely accuses Jews of murdering Christian children or other Gentiles in order to use their blood in the performance of religious rituals, historically echoing very old myths of secret cult practices in many prehistoric societies. The claim as it is levied against Jews was rarely attested to in antiquity. It was, however, frequently attached to early communities of Christians in the Roman Empire, re-emerging as a Christian accusation against Jews in the medieval period. This libel, alongside those of well poisoning and host desecration, became a major theme of persecution of the Jews in Europe and from that period to the present day. Blood libels typically claim that Jews require human blood for the baking of matzahs, an unleavened flatbread bread which is eaten during Passover. Although this element of the accusation was allegedly absent in the earliest stories, they were accused of reenacting the crucifixion. The accusations often assert that the blood of Christian children is especially coveted, and historically, blood libels have been made in order to account for otherwise unexplained deaths of those children. In some cases, the alleged victims of human sacrifice have become venerated as Christian martyrs. 3 of these, etc., became the objects of local cults, even though they were never canonized. There have been about 150 recorded cases of blood libel that resulted in the arrest and killing of Jews throughout history. Most of them in the Middle Ages. Almost every case, Jews were murdered, sometimes by a mob, sometimes following torture in a trial. The term blood libel has also been used in reference to any unpleasant or damaging false accusation, and as a result has a broader metaphoric meaning. However, this wider usage of the term remains controversial because many Jewish groups object to it. And look at how huge this fucking article is. Satanic ritual views, moral panic, human cannibalism. Look. The satanic ritual abuse. This is another thing. The satanic ritual abuse problem in the United States has happened during the 80s. This is the same shit. There were accusations that, interestingly, towards mostly marginalized people, that they were a part of secret satanic cults raping their children. So anyway, that's the blood libel. And how can I say, like, this is literally blood libel stuff, right? Like, I could open up any page of this. Like, here we go. Like, where's this thing? Where's the spot that I'm talking about? Oh yeah. Take your culture back or the dogs will be all that survives of Western civilization. How do you sleep at night? Self-mutilation has never been a cure for mental illness. Self-mutilation is a sign of extreme psychological distress. They are making money from this soul reap. Do you hear that? This is the exact language of the blood libel. And it's being used against, interestingly, in this piece, both trans people and Jewish people. Isn't that weird? Isn't that very strange? Quite a genuine, serious concern I have is that transphobia may become a staple of the Tory political platform. Anti-immigrant rhetoric is losing its effectiveness post-Brexit in light of Tory incompetence, and already a number of Scottish MSPs, both Tory and SNP, have shown support to TERF protests in front of the Scottish Parliament. I would hope that won't come to pass, but it seems very possible. It's very likely. Keep in mind, real quick. TERF rhetoric was spurned on because of the Heritage Foundation. The Heritage Foundation is a far-right American think tank. They spent a lot of money publishing pieces about TERF stuff in the UK. This is a fact. Big Orange Jew says, during the modernization of Judaism, there was a debate among many Jews if we should integrate or stay isolated from Europe because of the misconception of Jewish people. One of the largest groups of Jewish people that integrated into European society was in Germany. Yes. Yeah, the rope is absolutely a reference to the Turner Diaries. Does anybody know what the Turner Diaries are? The Turner Diaries are a neo-fascist, neo-Nazi fiction novel that was the that is largely attributed to the far-right movement, to like spurning on the far-right movement in America. It's a book that talks about how all of the patriots are going to rise up and that there will be a day where all the immigrants and gay people will be hung in the street. And that day is called the Day of the Rope. It's the Nazi Bible. Yeah. And there is 2 Day of the Rope references. It was the book that inspired Timothy McVeigh. Yes, it was. Timothy McVeigh was handing out copies of the Turner Diaries at Waco. It's a shitty dystopian fanfic. Of course it is, but it's hugely influential on the right-wing movement in America. Of course it's cringe as fuck. The writing is terrible. Yeah, we could watch the video on it. It was Timothy McVeigh's favorite book, or one of his favorites. He handed it out at Waco. Timothy McVeigh was the Oklahoma City bomber, by the way. A far-right, racist, homophobe who blew up a building in America. Why do you think people become so far-right like this? There's a number of reasons. First of all, we have far-right systems in place. We are not, there's this weird, there's this weird thing that really annoys the shit out of me. There's this really weird thing that's happened with liberals and neoliberals in the modern era, where they believe that we live in like the most progressive time that's ever existed and that nothing bad will ever come back, that like we've left the days of racism behind us, but we haven't. That shit is recent memory, and that shit is still being churned out by the same organizations that were churning it out back then. We've had a few legal victories. And what our society operates on is a constant marginalization of people who are different. Not people who do harm, but people who are different. And they will invent the harm to justify treating people who are different poorly. Trans people, gay people, people with different skin colors, people with mental health issues, disabled people. It's Weimar arrogance. It is. So, you know, it's very weird to me that the BBC would so... It's not weird to me. Look, let's be completely real. I know what this is, okay? The BBC has a turf agenda. This has been a problem for a long time. The BBC has been heavily critiqued for constantly giving platforms, not in the name of balance, but giving platform to the most unhinged turfs around, people who go on and say extremely false things about trans people, things that play into already existing prejudices against trans people. This is why life has gotten continually more rough for trans people in the UK. And this already happens here in the United States. But the thing is, here in the United States, we don't have as much of the turf shit because we have more explicit transphobia. We have states right now that are passing bans on trans people. We've talked about this on this show. You know, we've really gone in on this, all of this show. Hate crimes have gone up for white and or trans masked people in 2021. I'm sure the BBC is going to help a lot. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Isn't it interesting how the only thing, they talk about all of this shit, the only metric that's going up is hate crimes against trans people. Yep. We got the Abbott, exactly. From Texas, we've got Governor Abbott trying to ban trans people from sports. Like, look at this shit. Like, look, you could just search this, and it's all the fuck over the place. This was from October 26th, same day that article was published. Texas governor signed into law a bill that bans trans girls from participating in female sports in public schools, a measure that goes further than current rules in the state that already limited some trans people from participating in classes of sports aligned with their gender identity. This is what's happening in the United States. So, do you understand what the state of affairs are for trans people around the world right now? And there comes a time I think there comes a very plausible time in the near future where there are so many laws in so many states of the United States where trans people can't actually live safely anymore. And I've talked about this before because people have asked me, oh, well, you know, what are your, oh, hey, thank you, Noxy-kun. I appreciate that. Everybody, welcome Noxy-kun to the chat. Welcome to the site chat. Very, very happy to have you. Yeah, there's a lot of states in the US that may not be safe for trans people anymore. And this is why I have talked about one of the most important things I truly, truly hope that people in my audience and in other political audiences can do is consider what you might be able to do to help a trans person. Yeah, absolutely. Give me about 10 minutes or so, and then I'll have you on and we can chat about it. Is to be able to figure out what you might be able to do to help trans people. Because you probably will know a trans person who's going to be, who might need some help in the future. Maybe you could just loan them a spot on your guest bed. Maybe they could come stay with you for a while. Maybe you could spot them $100 to get their HRT. Maybe you could spot them a plane ticket to get out of their state. But the reality is that there is a plausible future in which trans people are deeply, deeply, publicly discriminated against in this country. And the reality is, well, look, it's not just, look, if you don't have money, you can't do it. But you might have other opportunities. Keep your mind open and keep your ears open. And also keep your hearts open. Please. Please. I always have room for my childhood friend. Thank goodness. Thank goodness for people like you. It was my friend. It was my friend who saved me when I got kicked out. A friend who just gave me a spare room to stay in when I got kicked out by my family for being trans. Oh, people were just saying your name, Noxy-kun. People were just saying hi and welcoming you. So I don't know. This is a pretty shocking development. But you know, it's shocking how blunt it was, but we've been saying this. What I want you all to listen to, if you are not trans, if you're a cis person and this is shocking to you, listen closely. Watch for this shit. This shit is getting, stuff that leads up to this is getting published all over the place. The article we showed you had explicit lies about what the cotton ceiling was, just that were there to further a ridiculous and insulting stereotype about trans people. This is not new. But if this level of bluntness shocks you, listen. True, Nuts. I know you allies. Some of you allies who listen to me are way in the know on this shit, and we appreciate you. Just so you know. Look, not to be like that, but seriously, we're gonna need all the help we can get in the future. Trans people are going to be. I mean, listen. What we're looking at is who we are as being criminalized. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that actually means? Right? Do you know what it means to have your identity criminalized? That means that you are a criminal no matter what you do. Who you are has been criminalized. And when that happens, you are forced into the margins. You can't get work. You are damned to poverty unless you go do more crimes. But why wouldn't you? Because you're already a criminal anyway. Do you see how that's happening? And that's happening right now. In the United States, there are states who have criminalized being trans. Like, to varying degrees. We had the Arkansas bill earlier this year that means that you have to post a public warning that says, oh, trans people can come into the bathrooms here. In reality, people aren't going to post that. They just won't let trans people into the bathroom, and that gives legal precedent to discriminate against trans people for pissing. And so, I don't know. This puts us in a weird place. You know? It puts us in a very, very weird place. And it puts people like me, who I am publicly trans, in a very dangerous place. Because now I have people like Lily Cade saying that because I am the avatar of the, you know, I'm a relatively big trans streamer now, comparatively. This sort of thing, saying, oh, these people need the wall, these people get the rope, these people need to die, these people need to be, yeah. Oh, of course there's more public outrage. There's more fighting back, but it's not enough. It's not enough. How can you compete with when the BBC takes the side of the TERFs, which they have again and again and again. Yeah, it's the Demon Mama gender logo. Yeah, the Mercury symbol.
Gender logo.
Do you have body armor? No. Louis Vuitton says, I live in Melbourne and dated a trans woman who was originally from Louisiana. To have her documents reflect her gender, she would not only have to get bottom surgery, and once she did, she would have to physically travel back to Louisiana and be examined by a doctor to ensure her vagina was femme enough before her passport would reflect her gender. Yes, there are multiple states in the United States that make it illegal to change your gender identity on official documents unless you have an expensive surgery. That is criminalizing a person. That criminalizes a person. You understand? Ursula, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. And Lotta Apples, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. This is not made up. Do I want some body armor? Sure. Why not? What are your thoughts on trans people arming themselves, as these kinds of measures don't seem to be slowing down? Do it, but do it responsibly. Do it, but do it responsibly. I very, very, very much believed in the Second Amendment for queer people. Just do it responsibly, please. Be safe. Don't get into American gun culture. There is a new and budding queer gun culture, okay? And absolutely, yes. If you can responsibly own a gun, you should do it. Of course, do it out of protection, not vengeance. Vengeance is ridiculous. It's a silly thing. Lots of trans people deal with suicidality, though, so it can be unsafe. It can be unsafe. That's why I said do it responsibly, okay? Yes, if you can't safely own a gun, make friends with leftists who do. Yes, indeed. That's the most important part. Did you know the most important part of community defense is having a community? If you don't have a community, make the moves to get there. And yes, there is a rising queer gun culture. Yes, there is. If you get a bow, you cannot shoot yourself with it. That is true. Bows are also very good. Bows are legitimate, by the way. They're not real good for close-range self-defense, but they're still pretty good. Yeah, I can understand why people don't want to join the SRA. I get it. I get it. You don't have to. You don't have to be a part of a gun group like that. Okay, real quick. We're going to have MxVivian on. Let me see. I want to talk to MxVivian's perspective on this because MxVivian is from the UK. Let me just message right now. Okay, give me like 2 seconds. We're gonna see if Vivian wants to hop on. I just need to hit the restroom real quick. So I'm gonna play the bathroom song, and then when I get back, Vivian will be here to talk with us, because I think it would be a great time to talk to Vivian. I'll be right back. We're gonna play the bathroom song real quick. Burp.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. It's been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Oof. I stubbed my toe on the way in. I'm okay. I'm okay. All right, everybody. Let's bring MxVivian on. Let's get right into this. Here we go. I'm good. I'm good. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'm just powering through. Hello. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Hold on. Let me see. It might be a setting on my end. Let me check. Yes, it is. Hold on one moment. Test, test. Still can't hear you for some reason. How strange. Let's see. Give me just a minute here. Let's see if I can find you. No. No. Hold on. Let me restart the call. 1 second. Test, test, test. It's a bit weird. Test, test, test. Test, 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 test. Okay. Hello? Still can't hear you. You're lighting up, but I can't hear you. That's very strange to me. Maybe I need to just restart Discord completely. Input should be working. You can hear me though, right? It's totally my end. Okay, give me a second then. Give me 1 more second. Hold on. I'm going to try doing this. Give me just 1 second here. I bet I know what the problem is. I know what the issue is. I know what the issue is. I know what the issue is. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Let me see. This should work this time, hopefully.
Hello?
Yeah, there we go. Okay, it just needed to be... my Discord fucked up earlier. I can hear you now.
All right. I was sitting in here going, just trying to waiting for you to get it fixed.
I'm gonna have another cigarette. I'm breaking through the barriers today and having way too many cigarettes, but today's one of those days.
Yeah.
Let me get your name up on here. Hold on.
It's a lot to get through, isn't it?
That was fucking terrible. That was fucking terrible. I'm not gonna lie. That was I read some of it earlier, and it is even worse than I thought. Like I saw the calls for violence, but the wind up to it was so unhinged.
Yeah. It reads like Crucius's manifesto. You know Crucius, the El Paso shooter?
Oh,
that's what it sounds like.
There we go. I don't know. I'm not familiar with his manifesto, but I'm familiar vaguely with him. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Super unhinged shit. But, yeah, I don't know. I think we should probably not call it crazy, because it isn't really the product of, like, any kind of mental illness or anything. It's just...
Yeah. I've seen a lot of people being like, oh, this sounds like a psychotic break. I have very much said that's not the case. I hear some people say the word crazy. I know most people when they say that aren't like literally trying to invoke mental illness, but yeah, I've been trying to be careful around that as well. You know, I use the word unhinged because I think that that is very distant from the actual sense of mental health and more speaks to somebody's emotional state. But yeah, this is it's bad. It's evil. I think it's
really interesting that it came out like right now.
Yeah.
Because there's like this argument going on in the TERF community at the moment that they're like kind of splitting. between people who think that we should be nice to trans people. Some of them think it because of optics. Some of them think it because they're still humans and we shouldn't encourage violence, right? They're the more sort of liberal section of the TERF society. Some of them say it just purely for optics. And
your pronouns are she, they, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, and the other side just thinks that we should be like thinks that the TERF community should be openly like hostile as much as possible. So you got a kind of like 14s versus the 88s situation in the TERF community at the moment. You know, like yeah.
I saw some of your tweets about that earlier. Yeah, it's pretty interesting and horrifying, and makes me feel sad for everybody I know in the UK. And I don't know, but I mean, in many places here, it's not better. Honestly, this is something that's very strange. I've said this for a while. I mean, I think you probably can remember me saying this way back when we were talking, when you and I did fucking Chud Night panels, where I talked about how the way I look at the U.S. is that it's a complete, it's like a patchwork with regard to trans stuff, because half of the states here are horrible, and then there's a handful of states that are, you know, fine. Like, I mean, I live here in Washington, and we just passed a massive anti-discrimination, medical anti-discrimination thing, and that's gone into like the highest level of state law, which is great. You know what I mean? Like, that's a huge step. You know, now it's like top surgeries, and they're opening up like laser and electrolysis more being covered by state.
Yeah, we don't even have bottom surgery here in the UK as on the NHS at the moment anymore.
That's wild. Is that, I didn't even know that
they don't have bottom surgery for trans men. I should be clear. We still have it for trans women on the NHS.
That's absurd.
If you can get on the waiting list, and if the waiting list isn't like 20 fucking years. But
and it always is. It's been really long.
So we functionally don't really have trans healthcare as a public option anymore for anybody who's like being referred now, just because the waiting lists are so long. But we actually completely don't have any. There's no bottom surgery for like trans masc people in the UK right now, unless you go private. Yeah, so
which is increasingly what a lot of people do. I mean, and that's one of the things, right? Which is that, like, there's two ways of making something illegal in the neoliberal reality we live in. One is to just literally make it illegal, which, you know, is very obvious, and people tend to get mad about that. The other way is to push it behind so many costs and barriers to entry, basically what we call gatekeeping, to gatekeep it to the degree that no reasonable person could ever get that coverage, and then you functionally made it illegal. It's just an alternate way of doing it. If only 3 people in the country can afford to get trans healthcare, well, then you functionally made being trans illegal.
Yeah, sorry, Rule 707 makes a good point in the chat. When I say that about the NHS, I am talking about the NHS England. I'm not sure if that's the case in Scotland or Northern Ireland. But yeah, I know it is in England at the moment anyway. But what you said about like America being, you're right, America's much more diffuse, right? Like, you have pockets of horrible shit and pockets of like relatively. You have informed consent clinics. Holy fuck! Like, we would like we would
in
love
some
informed
states,
consent
mind you, in some states, not in all.
Yeah, well, that's my point, right? Like in some states, you have the ideal system that most trans people here in the United Kingdom would like,
advocate for,
right? And in other states, you have fucking Arkansas, Alabama, Texas, whatever, right? Like you have that shit.
Yeah. In fact, I actually think it's funny. I think there is actually currently informed consent clinics in Texas, but most of the problems has been through these things like we were just talking about, where they're banning participation in sports. They're banning. They have these really arcane name change laws. So you can actually get HRT relatively easily in Texas, but good luck getting any of your docs. You're going to put yourself in danger.
Yeah. Whereas here we have this uniformly kind of shit situation, right? Obviously we're a much smaller country. Yeah. You can talk about Scotland and Northern Ireland. They have slightly different situations, but not really to any great degree. it's all pretty crappy.
Yeah.
And it grinds you down. I'm not gonna lie. Today has been a difficult day for me.
Oh, I completely understand. Having lived in states where it was almost impossible to access, I know how much it grinds.
Yeah. But it's just been relentless over the last couple of weeks, at least, right? Like 2 and a bit weeks, I think, ago, we had the LGB Alliance conference. I don't know if you saw anything about that going around.
I did, yeah. I was tied up with other stuff. I didn't cover it, but yeah, I heard about it, and I retweeted some about it.
And I feel like that was the coagulation of this terrifying homunculus that is the various anti-trans and quote-unquote gender-critical TERF groups in the United Kingdom, like coming together and all sort of like ending up getting their marching orders, basically. And this happened around the same time that the BBC has been distancing themselves from Stonewall and outright attacking them, actually. And Stonewall, the US people might not know them, but they're like a UK charity, obviously named after some events in the United States. But they're that has been providing guidance on diversity and inclusion, basically with regards to the LGBT community, to a lot of different institutions over the years, one of them being the BBC and Ofcom. Ofcom, who are our broadcasting regulators. So there's a reason Fox News didn't take off in the UK, and it's because Ofcom said, you actually can't say some of the things you're saying because they are bold-faced, stupid lies. And we're just not going to let you say that on air. So, but yeah, so Stonewall's been kind of decoupled from that at this point. So it just seems like everything kind of like has really ramped up in the last month. Like it was pretty fucking shitty before that, but it really feels like
this whole year
ramped
has
up
been
in
a
the last
disaster,
month.
right? Like, I mean, what we've covered on this, even on my show, has just been story after story after story. This year has been relentless. It's been exhausting, and like it's reflected in even on a personal level, because I live in a place where like these laws don't directly affect me, but they increase the temperature of everything. The amount of just raw transphobia that gets flung at me from all kinds of areas of the political spectrum is pretty interesting. It's pretty strange, and it's exhausting. It's exhausting.
Yeah. And there's a lot of trans people here in the UK who are pretty scared, you know?
Understandably. I don't think you're wrong for that at all. I think that's the rational response, is to be afraid. But hopefully not just be afraid, but begin, preparing and laying inroads and figuring out ways to ensure access to people for HRT, and all of that. It's really like, again, I don't blame you at all for feeling like scared, or for anyone feeling scared of that at all, because it is the rational response to this level of systematized hatred. And the way that it's done is so insidious. Again, it's stuff like this where these absurd, like even in that one article, in the article that Lily Cade was published in, was this just ridiculous claim about the cotton ceiling. And it's like these things that's the thing that you're not going to focus on. You're going to focus on the more outrageous statements and the platforming. But then, of course, in the default language that these organizations use, they frame it from an anti-trans angle. There's no neutrality there. There's no neutrality at all. They've made up their mind. It's very clear from their editorial decisions.
And there's so much that's wrong with that article. When it first came out, people were talking about the survey. So the survey was basically conducted by this anti-trans hate group called Get the L Out, who are like, they're big fans of Janice Raymond, the lady who said that we should mandate transsexualism out of existence.
Interesting.
That woman.
Yeah. Amazing. Yeah.
Like, that the end goal is to do that. Yeah.
Just literally saying that the end goal is genocide. Yeah.
I mean, essentially, yeah.
Or maybe you could say democide.
They want to legally yeah, I, man, I hate fucking genocide definitions. I use the term genocide to describe a lot of a bunch of things, because the UN Convention on Genocide doesn't actually cover trans people
Interesting how that
or
works too.
disabled people. Like, you can't commit genocide against those groups according to that convention.
Which is
fucked.
super interesting, because genocide against both queer people, gay people, or I should say all, including queer people, gay people, and disabled people, was a huge part of the Nazi genocide agenda. Massive, to the point that it's even reached public, like popular media. Many people here will have played games like Wolfenstein, you know. And Wolfenstein, the newer ones, is a game where the story starts with you know, BJ Blazkowicz being disabled, and he's kept in a home that is trying like multiple times through his sort of like coma that he's in. He has memories and snippets of Nazis like basically coming and claiming people from this home that he lives in to be taken care of, and like the people who are there are doing their best to prevent the Nazis from taking people, but they are ultimately completely closed down at the end, and that's when like BJ is the trauma forces him out of his coma, and he, you know, regains some of his functionality of his body. But yeah, that's even a part of pop media. We know this, and yet it's almost just like it's like people are blinded to it. They're in so denial.
Well,
They're in such denial of it.
I think the reason it's left out of the UN Convention on Genocide is because at the time the UN Convention on Genocide was being drafted, the people who were drafting it were engaged in their own eugenicist programs against queer people and disabled people. So
eugenics is a huge part of that too.
Yeah. That's a bit wild. But yeah, I was hoping to provide more context, but I'm not gonna lie, really stressed and quite sad. So it's like,
which is a valid response.
I didn't think this would be as difficult for me to talk about as it actually is today.
You're really hard on yourself about that, you know. Like you give yourself a lot of shit about how hard it is to talk about something. This is, I mean, I'm
not giving myself shit. I'm just being open about like, I think, a lot of people just very sad, and we live in, I live in the UK. A lot of other people live in the UK. A lot of other trans people live in the UK, you know, and I worry sometimes that like other trans rights respecters in this sphere don't really take what's going on here that seriously, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of it is because of like the YouTube and Twitch spaces are so dominated by
very America centric.
It's very America centric, of course. But also like I think Americans who are plugged into this should be paying attention to the UK, because the UK is sort of a testing ground for this. And additionally, the UK is a world power. We're talking about a world power that is publishing a person who wrote that manifesto right now. The most prominent state media from one of the biggest powers in the world is publishing this shit. People need to pay attention to it. That should be an incentive, but this especially should be the sort of thing that should wake people up who don't think that this struggle is important, who don't think that covering this shit is important, who don't think that mobilizing people on this front is incredibly important. And the crazy thing is, this is not even something that you can mobilize electorally for. This is something that has to be done only through grassroots, only through getting trans people together to protest this, to bring awareness to this, to bring attention to it, to get supplies to trans people in need. It's
and I think it has woken up a lot of people though. I think that article and the subsequent Lily Cade rant, like a lot of people who are sort of like interested in trans issues, supportive of trans people, but not really doing much or saying much. Like a lot of people have spoken out against this now. And I think that's really good. So maybe we're seeing the start of something. I'm actually going to take off because I feel like I just need to fucking relax and cleanse my brain of this shit.
Hey, that's fine. Thanks for coming on at all. I appreciate you coming on to give your perspective, and I'm very sure that people value hearing your perspective as someone who's at the ground zero of this shit.
Yeah.
Okay. So take care of yourself.
It's sad and it's stressful. That's what more can you say?
Just know you are not alone in your struggle, and you never will be. You know, even though we're physically far away, in the information war, we are comrades in that way. So, and hopefully more.
Comrades.
I mean, there's only so much that can be done. I mean, as far as, again, I think like right now I think a lot of the online left is sort of trying to figure out where it stands politically. And I'll talk about this more once you're off, but there's a lot of shit that needs to be done, and I think people are figuring out how to be political in ways that aren't just analyzing the news and reacting to elections, which is interestingly what we're going to do after this, but with a point. So
yeah. All right. Anyway, solidarity forever and all that shit.
Trans thriving. See you soon. Vivian.
Peace.
Bye. All right, everybody. So that was an interesting talk. Vivian is great. Go follow MxVivianWulf. Look up MxVivianWulf, MxVivianWulf, right there, just like it's spelled on all platforms, MxVivianWulf. Follow Vivian. Vivian does really, really good tweets, a bunch of really interesting stuff about cults, about turf movements, about anti-fascism. MxVivian is great to follow on Twitter, okay? Boy, oh boy. Yeah, so here's something that's weird. This is something that's a little strange. A long time ago, back when I was just a small streamer, something I talked about a lot was this weird pseudo balkanization that's happening in the United States, and it's incredibly visible with regard to trans issues. In the United States, from state to state, depending on whether it's red or blue, you will have more or less rights as a trans person. In the United States of America, there is just completely different expectations of rights from state to state. And that's not a good thing. That's a really bad thing. And then, of course, you add on the polarization over issues like COVID, over the election, and we have a country that is breaking up functionally. They're going in completely different directions legally, which is pretty wild to think about. And I think this is likely to continue being the case in the United States. I think we're going to see places like Washington, like California, New York. These places, I imagine, are going to keep sort of diverging vaguely to the left. And then the red states are going to go further and further into the right. It's not unforeseeable that it may just be outright illegal to give people cross-sex hormones in a couple of years' time, especially if the Republicans keep taking power. I'm so tired of having to explain to cis people in Texas why I have to leave. They keep telling me to stay and fight. Why? You lib fuckers do nothing. Okay, I say this all the time. You have no obligation to stay and fight for your home state. You have no obligation to do that. If you can't change an abusive boyfriend, which you can't change an abusive state. Not that way. You have to be safe yourself first. No person is obligated to stay and fight a state. Go and find a safe place, get established, and then once you're safe and once you're able to do things, you will have the energy, the breathing time, the safety you need to engage in politics. And you can change things in your home state from afar. If you love your home state and you have to flee, this has happened many times in history. I wish it was like that. I wish it was that simple, Discordant Vol, but I don't think it will be. I think it's much more sinister. I think we've gotten into a point where there's this constant stochastic igniting of hate crimes towards various groups. I don't think that it's just a matter of governance. Puerto Rican musician says, I just want to say how much I appreciate you speaking so strongly about these issues. I'm not trans, but I've learned so much from you. You bring voice to the voiceless. I'm poor now without a job, but I've got an interview coming up, so fingers crossed I can get income and support you. Take care of yourself first. There are plenty of other people who can support me here. You take care of yourself. I do this show for free so that everybody can listen in on it. I want everyone to be able to listen in on this shit. Knowledge is indeed power, as it turns out. Information is so powerful. And one of the things that I can do as an internet broadcaster is spread information. See you later, Eblin Dawn. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, Marx didn't even stay and fight. He did keep fighting, but you can't stay in the place that's trying to kill you. You just can't. You gotta go. You gotta flee if you gotta. Yeah, knowing is half the battle. I mean, it is. Quite literally. Information is so important. How can you fight? How can you push against something that you don't know is happening? Look, it's a bad state of affairs. And this manifesto that we've just read, stochastic terrorism. Exactly. That's what we're talking about here. This article is an attempt to drum up stochastic terrorism. For those of you who don't know what stochastic terrorism is essentially putting out hateful rhetoric or very pointed rhetoric in the world with the hopes that lone wolves who aren't directly connected to you will go and do the thing. It's a very modern form of advocacy. Of course, this type of thing has always existed, but in the internet age, it's particularly easy for people with a very extreme agenda going to get an audience that they of radicalized people who are willing to go engage in hate-fueled violence. Capo says, rule number 1, don't fucking die. Everything else comes second. Not everyone can fight. Not everyone should have to. No one should have to. If you can and you're willing, please do so because we need to fight these people. But if you can't, that's okay. Those of us who can will protect you as best as we can. Yes, we will, until we can't. This is very possible looking at Q hysteria. The overlap there is pretty scary. Yes, it is. But Q functions on the entire Q movement has been completely and utterly fueled by stochastic terrorism. What do you think it is? Remember, do you want to know an example of stochastic terrorism? An example of stochastic terrorism is Donald Trump going, why don't we all march down on the Capitol and show them what a real patriot does? And then that Donald Trump leaves and all of those people go and they just happen to storm the Capitol. That's a great example. But there's other ones too. Another great example is the Christchurch shooter. The Christchurch shooter who was inspired by people like Lauren Southern and others who came up, who were named in the manifesto as motivations to go do a hate crime which led to terror among Muslims in that country. That's awesome of you, Lil Monet. You keep being a good parent. Lauren Southern wasn't named, but Candace Owens was. Sorry, I thought Lauren Southern was named. I thought Lauren Southern was. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I will correct that. Apparently, Jean-Paul Sartre said that the core of fascism is stochastic terrorism, but he didn't invent the term. Yeah, that makes sense. Doesn't it? It kind of makes sense, right? Because you can't, like, if you have a guy who goes and stands at, like, you have to get fascism into place before you can have a Hitler. You realize that, right? No, if you post it in 2 parts, it'll be fine, Akira Tenekel. Just type something, you've typed something in between, so you're fine. The manifesto was titled The Great Replacement. She did the video on Great Replacement. Yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Okay, I see. I mean, it's true, right? Because you can't just have someone like an Adolf Hitler walk up and take the stage and just, because, well, think about it. It's not about Hitler's being illegal. It's the fact that, like, if you have a Hitler type go up and be like, we need to do X, it's going to get attention. So you have to be subtle about it, quote unquote subtle. You have to have all these little talking heads trying to find the extreme people to unsettle things so that the Hitler can come in. He didn't mention her, but it was found out later he donated to her Patreon. Nice. Nice. So much of this is overwhelming. As a trans woman who grew up in a household with an insane conspiracy theorist QAnon mother, breaking away from her insane delusions and facing the real world is good now that I'm not in a cult, but overwhelming because there's so much I don't know and it feels like I'm a lost child. Everyone knows more than me, it feels. Hearing all these problems can be hard to digest and learn about all of a sudden, and in the middle of a learning adult life. It's a struggle with executive function, motivating myself to read and research and balance my time, while also keeping my morale and mental health up. It's a struggle figuring out where to start taking actions when you lived under a rock so long. I can recommend 2 Discords for you. The Demon Mama Discord and the Doecord. I promise you, you will find people who are very much understanding of your position in both of these places. And that's just a start. That's what I can do, is I can offer spaces for you to start connecting and learning from people. Akira Tanakel, please find your way into those places. Seriously. I can only do so much. I am just a talking head on the internet. The Discord is Demon Mama, or sorry, Discord. Sorry, the Discord is discord.gg/Demon Mama. And the Doecord link is right here. Hold on, I'll get us an invite. Here we go. Here's the Doecord link. Here you go. Bam. It's discord.gg/do. It's that easy. Discord.gg/do. Yeah, I saw that, Alice G. We already went over that at the beginning. Rose of Dawn was one of the people quoted there. Yeah, the Discord link in Twitch doesn't work. It's okay. Here you go. There you go. Bam, 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 bam. There you go. I was pulled out of school from my high school, so the more helpless child feeling in terms of social skills, it sucks. Get your GED if you can. It's actually not as hard as you would think to get your GED. It will help you a lot. And you'll learn a lot of cool stuff that will help you with life. No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate you talking about this. I appreciate you talking about this. I can't always respond to everyone, but when we're sitting in a spot like this, it's perfect timing to talk about this kind of stuff. I know Chuds hate, yes, I said Doe. We were talking about the Doecord, Doe. I recommended some people find other queer people on the Doecord because you have a very warm space for queer people to connect with each other and learn about life together. Somniostatic says, I know Chuds hate trans people, but I guess I never realized they literally think it's a trans cult doing the JQ shit. Yes, they literally believe that. They always do that. Part of conspiratorial thinking requires that, like, identifiable evil, the secret cult of people. The Doecord is full of queer people interested in learning more. Yes, it is. It is one of the best places on the, it is probably the best place on the web for that, honestly. The Doecord. The Doecord. It's really good. Also, we do it on my server, but my server is a bit more, lighthearted in general, I guess, which is funny because, I have a bit of a reputation for being like this. You've been in the Doecord longer than DMcord? That makes sense, honestly. The DMcord has not existed for as long as the Doecord has. The Doecord is, been around for a while. Old school. Yeah, genderqueer friendos. Find them on the Doecord and on the Discord, on the DM cord. Oh, no, I'm not talking about Chud Logic. Capo says, Doe's community is a wonderful place for queer people or for anyone who doesn't fit in to find others who will help them learn about themselves and the world and society in a way that's validating and empowering and comfy as fuck. Also, trans deer, hot trans deer, hot trans deer. True! Accurate and correct. Look at y'all. Capo's so sweet. It's a blanket made out of ones and zeros. True. It's very comfy. It is extremely comfy, and there's great videos to watch. Movie nights are fun. Okay, everybody. If you are here and you have not liked, oh no! Oh my god, Doe, that hurts! Owie! For those of you who have not liked the stream, please like the stream. If there are those of you sitting in chat in Twitch who have Twitch Prime subs, please throw them my way. Again, I would like to have an awesome Christmas this year, so I'm starting to store up my nuts and berries and sticks for the winter. Please, this show is 100% viewer supported. If you are finding this beneficial, throw some money my way. Consider it like tipping a musician at your local bar. Okay? Thank you. Appreciate that, Doe. Look at that. Doe liked the video. Excellent. How perfect. Trans squirrel. That works too. I wonder if this is hot. Ow, fuck. Yep, that's true. Tss. You don't believe in sticks or berries? Sticks or berries? Sticks or berries are great. Of course it's what happened. Listen, I've been informed of the... No, I can't. I can't say it. I can't. I heard of your... I heard of Doe having some misadventures with pancakes in the past. How can somebody so smart be so dumb? Listen, that's the Doe effect. See, Doe is incredibly intelligent, but just needs, you know, a little bit of protection. That's all. Bearwin says, I just don't know what to do from here. I'm learning and trying my best to make the world a little better in my own small ways, but I feel like if I don't stoop to my enemy's level, I'll be destroyed before I even have a chance to exist. I urge you to interrogate what you mean by stoop to your enemy's level. There are, the way that right-wingers talk about stuff is not the way left-wingers talk about stuff. Like, basically at all. Painsome with the tier 2 sub. I wanted to ask you, please remind everyone of the #1 rule. I recently dealt with trauma from my friend's suicide. We must survive. Do not die. Rule #1. It wasn't pancakes, it was bread, and I kept accidentally using powdered sugar. That's what I was talking about! That's the one I was talking about! Hey, thank you for the bits. Thank you very much, A Causality, for the wonderful Prime subs. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, Trans Rights, the 400 bits. You are awesome. Thank you very, very much. And so Emma H. and Catalina Gearbox, Forlorn, and A Causality. Thank you very, very much. Hey, Red with the Prime sub. Oh my God. Thank you so very much. We are 2 activities away from a Twitch hype train, which is kind of weird. We never get hype trains, but that's actually very exciting. If you feel like you want to throw any Twitch subs or primes or whatever over, that'd be great. And then once we're done with whatever happens here, then whatever happens here, we're going to talk about the elections. And boy, do I have a lot to say about that. Boy, do I have a lot to say about that. So if you feel like throwing more my way, always appreciated. Thank you, all of you who just donoed. Hey Red, A Causality, Forlorn 79, Catalina Gearbox, and Emma HN. Lil Monet with the 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. And that puts us into a hype train. Indeed, indeed, we have a hype train. The weirdest time for hype energy, but here we go. Here we fucking go. It is weird time, but you know what? It's the lull in between. It's perfectly fine. We ended the depressing, horrifying segment, and now we're into a bit of energy before we talk about other stuff. Oh wait, no hype train yet. We need one more action. We need one more thing to get a hype train. Oh, that's so weird. No, you're fine. Deathgasm train. Yeah, there we go. It's a pog train. All right, everybody, pardon me, but for the next 5 minutes, we are going to be doing a hype train. So here's what I need. Catalina Gearbox with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very, very much. Those of you who are on Twitch right now, my Twitch viewers, my lovely Twitch viewers, any of you can contribute to this hype train by Prime subbing, gifted subs, Twitch bits, whatever. All of it helps. Sir Watson with the Prime sub. Thank you very, very much. That indeed bumps us up. Prime subs, look at that shit. Boom! We're up there to 99%. We just went to level 4. We hit level 4 that fast. Kaboka, thank you very much. I've been stuck inside for days. I'm losing my mind. Can I get a don't die for good luck? Kaboka, do not die. You cannot die. It is not your time. Your time has not come. Oh my God, Forlorn with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very much, and welcome. We are now 30% of the way through the level 4 hype train. We're going to do a little bit of a 5-minute hype train. Pete S., thank you for the gifted tier 2 subs. Deeply, deeply appreciated. You joined the server chariot. Very happy to have you. We'll make sure we get you a creator name. Catalina Gearbox with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. And Crab and Crabe TTV with the tier 1 sub. We have, I think we just made it to level 5. Are we going to get to level 6? Are we going to get to level 6? Let's see. It's still loading. It's loading slowly. Level 4 is complete. We're into level 5. Let's see how far we are. This shit helps a lot. I know. Scam train. It's the scam train. We are almost there. We are at the final level. If we get to 100%, we will hit level 6. Level 6 is forbidden. No, level 6 is when you get 100% on level 5. There is a level 5. There is a level 6. They just don't call it level 6. If you get to 100% of level 5, you complete level 5, which means you get to level 6. So, yeah. They just don't call it that. Star Arena says, isn't it funny that we get this manifesto? Places like Texas are going after abortion and LGBTQ rights. Right-wing nuts across the country are calling for violence and threatening to burn down state buildings, while at the same time the Supreme Court is trying to make it so more people can carry guns. Actually, that might be in our favor. Parkside Twan, 510 bits. This is not a democracy. You have no choice. Take my money. Thank you very, very much, Parkside Twan. And also Scrambly with the Prime sub. Thank you so much. We are at 90%. All we need is basically anything. Catalina Gearbox with the last gifted tier 1 sub. We just hit level 6. Thank you. Thank you for the hype train. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. You're new to streaming, have no idea what's going on. This is what's called a hype train. If enough people throw money at me on Twitch, it starts a bunch of animations and tells me to encourage people. That's what it is. Some people call it a scam train. It's a hype train. It's a way to motivate everybody to support me because this is a viewer-supported show, and that's the internet. Discord and Volt, thank you for the 200 bits. We are past level 5, and we are currently in the bonus zone. We got there in 2 minutes. 2 minutes, you all did that. Niztastic says, did you see that the author of the BBC piece reached out to trans women for their opinions and someone actually told them about Lily Cade's history and they decided to publish anyway? Of course they fucking did. Of course they did. Randar the Barbarian, wrong kind of sub for the hype train, but I haven't been sub for a while, so there you go. Randar, deeply appreciate that. Seriously, the site subs are honestly better than the Twitch subs, but the Twitch subs help especially because so many people get free ones. You know? People get free ones. The Prime subs are, if you have Amazon Prime or Amazon Gaming or whatever it's called these days, if you have that, you get a free Prime sub, and those give us a decent amount. We actually get money for those, which is sick. So, like, and it's good for us in the algorithm. So, thank you. Thank you all very much. It's the right kind of sub for me. All subs are welcome. Remember, again, I say this all the time. This show is 100% brought to you by viewers like you. I fund this show. I have no sponsors or anything like that. It's me and my loved ones who make this show possible. LR Sofin, thank you so much for the gifted tier for the Prime sub. And oh my God, Seattle won with the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Holy shit. We reached 214% on the level 5 hype train. I mean, it is PBS. I mean, that's the thing. I built my show on the model of PBS. Viewer support is the only way to, like, guarantee any sort of independence. With kind regards from Germany, thank you very much, Seattle One. Deeply appreciate that. Truly, thank you. Thank you for sharing your boisterous Euro bucks on us, because we know the American currency is troubling. The American currency is floundering just a little bit. So we appreciate your Euro bucks. That makes us stronger in our hard times. Thank you so much. Truly. PBS Mama. Yeah, it's been a joke since I started my channel that I do the little PBS. This is brought to you by viewers like you, because it is. And I was very inspired by that. So, hell yeah. Aw, thank you so much, Noxy-kun. I do my best. I really do my best. Don't do that military stuff? What, the salute? Listen, salutes are not a military thing, okay? The military can't control the salute. The salute has been around forever, all right? PBS is 100% private. I think it's mostly private. I don't think it's entirely. Yeah. The military can't do that. Can we set it up so I can donate in crypto? Not because I own any crypto, but I'd get a little to donate just for the meme. I actually do want to do that. Yeah. I do want to do that. That'd be kind of cool. I would accept people's magic money. Being able to accept like crypto would be sick, actually, because I would just immediately sell it and then make whatever money I got. Look at that. The hype train is completed. Everyone, look at that. Everyone got level 5 hype train emotes. How fucking cool is that? Demon Mama, where a trans can be trans. Indeed. I have not looked into the Jimmy Seville thing. That sounds horrible. Yeah, the mama coins. I really do hope you know you inspire so many of us, and we appreciate your support. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do my best. I don't really aim to be inspiring per se, but to be motivating. I want to bring energy and information and give you all the tools you need to be better political agents in the world. Oh, I know crypto's a scam. I know it is. Trust me. I've ranted about crypto on here so goddamn much. I rant about crypto so much it's not even funny. 24 karat mama coins. We got a mama coin right there. You can see it. See that little golden glint? That is the real mama coin. That's the mama mald coin. Doecoin, Fawn coin, mama coin. Which one should I invest in? Well, I'll leave that up to you. You bring a lot of people hope. Your streams, even the doomer ones, inspire trans people like me to stand up and not die. Don't fucking die. Do stand up. We do need to do another Bitcoin idiot segment. Oh my God, it's been a while since we've done a Bitcoin idiot segment. You didn't get an emote. That's weird. Wait, did you participate? Wait, you did, didn't you actually, Fungus? I don't know. That's weird. Everyone I know IRL is trying to pull me into the crypto scam. It's so ridiculous. It's another get rich quick thing. Just be careful, please. Don't, please. A BBC journalist said that trans people are as bad as the UK's most prolific sex offender and child abuser. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm actually looking into therapy at the moment. Hopefully I can find someone who can help. You can. I promise you, you can. There are help. There's a thing that, like, there's this quote, like, look for the helpers, you know? And that's true. There are helpful people all out and around. Okay? There are helpful people out there. You just got to find them. Stay strong and keep fighting. Every single day that you survive. Listen, rule 1. Every single day that you survive is another day of potential of rolling the dice that might get you what you need to survive even longer. Okay? So keep fighting. Rule number 1 is rule number 1 for a reason. Do not fucking die. When you die, let it be because there was no other option. That's it. Is there a video of DM doing a do not die speech? Yes, there is. I don't know if you've seen it in your channel suggestions, but any chance at producing the Demon Mama coins? I think it'd be neat to have if you struggle with self-harm thoughts. Having something tangible with the don't die mantra could be valuable. That's a good idea. That's actually a good idea. We've been thinking about it. I've been thinking about doing it, but I don't know how I would do that yet. I've been overwhelmed lately with work. I need to sit down with somebody and have them work with me on merch, because that would be awesome. If you donate money to Demon Mama, you're investing in someone's survival. That is true. If you give money to me, you are making sure that I can live another day. Me and my loved ones. Keep in mind that, like, I am the breadwinner of my house. I take care of my loved ones. So, really means the world to me that you support me. Because I don't just support myself. I support my loved ones and my team. I pay my team as well. Going through the comments of CNN doing a news spin on kids getting the vax has been a great late-night pastime. The anti-vax kooks are collectively filling their little pampers. Oh my God. I can imagine that's just terrible. Thank you for the 100 bits. Hey, you don't worry about that, Lady Kelgana. Like I said, this show is viewer supported, so you do not have to pay. It will always be free. You can support me when you have the opportunity when you do. Okay? I know we're gonna get DM merch. Don't you worry. Don't worry. Don't you worry. I like to think it is Cotton D-Pad. I get a lot of emails that are really nice, but look, my show is just a show. I try to make my show the best a show can be, but it's still a show. At the end of the day, I just run an internet show, but I try to make it the best and most positively impactful show that I can. One of the things I'm trying increasingly to do is to use my platform to wedge open a space for more people in this space. Yeah. Don't fucking die is legit such a fucking badass catchphrase. It was inspired by a lot of things, but primarily Pathologic and Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. If you do that, intentions nasty, I will die because it is, no, I won't die. I will definitely not die because if you keep making art, it will feed my soul. Intentions nasty's art is amazing. Intentions nasty did one of the sexiest pathologic images I've ever seen in my entire life, by the way. No, it makes it really cool, Kaboka. It makes it even cooler. How did the do not die rule come from Full Metal Alchemist? There's a scene in Full Metal Alchemist where Colonel Mustang is talking with the remains of his little group of people. So towards the end of the show, a lot of bad shit happens. There's fascists all over the place. And they're hiding out in a sewer, and they're about to go take on, basically, they're about to go try and spark a rebellion, okay? This is Brotherhood, FMA Brotherhood. And right before they go to do that, Colonel Mustang looks at his team, and he's like, "All right, everybody, we've done all our planning. I have one order for you: do not die. That is all. You are dismissed." And then they all go their separate ways, and they don't meet up again until the end of the show. They split off in their own directions. Best friends who've been traveling all over the world together, and there's a good chance they will die. But the one order he gives to his team is do not die. And there's also a line in Pathologic that goes like this. Hold on, let me see if I can find the actual line. Hold on, let me see if I can find it right here. Let me just see here real quick. Hold on, where is it? Oh, damn it. They don't have... It's so hard to find the dialogue. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it, because I want to play this for you. And I can't play the other one, but I can play this one. Let's see if I can find it. Give me just 1 second here. We'll see if we can find it real quick.
You think escaping one's fate is as easy as fleeing one's purpose. The fence is as guilty as the thief. Something's brewing. All of today is just dress rehearsal.
Let's see if I can find the
We're
line.
not puppets. A puppet is of value, at least to the puppeteer. Actors are desperate, hungry creatures, ready to trade off mother and father for another round of applause. The play is afoot. To climb out of the pot, you'll have to burn your hands. The show must go off. Mind you don't step off the stage and break something. Shall I sing you a song? I'd be curious to see what Simon looks like now. The town is undergoing a vicious transformation. Its guts have been rearranged already, disgorging a plethora of neonates.
Oh my
They
God,
are,
it's
to put it
struggling.
bluntly, both puerile and deluded. A tough crowd. A town of creepy children and masked freaks. All doomed. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Are you even trying
Swing and
now?
a miss.
Hope springs eternal, but the water runs through your fingers. She made an example of murderers and madmen. That was merely prologue. The game itself is...
Yes, Mark Immortel did indeed say that the town's guts are being rearranged, which is an interesting line for him to say.
yet to start. You need an upper hand.
Don't burn your don't burn your hands. Yep. Uh-oh.
Let's leave
Uh-oh. Doe's incurred the wrath of Mark Immortel.
that one screwed on for now. Please welcome the actor, Artemi Burach. Let us
Artemi
examine
Burach.
him. The will is present. Emotions? Sure, there are emotions. Intellect? Well, no one expected a miracle. Not from this specimen.
Ow! Mark is just roasting Artemi! Oh my god, he's roasting him! Holy shit!
He's no true human, but a larva. Just like all the larvae we've seen here lately. Pardon me.
Yes. Vosh's cat was named after the character that is being talked about here. This is a character named Mark Immortel. He's talking about the main one of the main characters of Pathologic 2. And Artemy is the name, is named after that character, yes.
Shouldn't have been so rude. You are, after all, the star
I'm
of
trying
the
to find
show.
the line here.
Here's some advice. Actually, the only advice
Here we go,
that
here we go.
matters...
This is it right here. Listen, listen. Everybody, listen right now. This is the line. Listen.
Here's some advice. Actually, the only advice that matters. Try not to die. Ever. Do you understand? Like, never ever. At all. Or it'll turn bad. Not just for you, but for all of us. It would work.
There you go. Try not to die. Like ever. Like ever, ever. Do you understand? Or it'll go bad. Not just for you, but for all of us. Yes, Mark Immortel is supposed to be a bit uncanny. So that's why they call him fascist, baby? No. No. Artemy is not a fascist. Artemy is an anti-fascist. Artemy literally is like, no. Artemy is not a fascist, I promise you. Artemy the cat, maybe. Not Artemy in the game. No. He doesn't even come close. Artemy literally, okay, listen. In Pathologic, Artemy gets arrested and beats up the police. He's like, oh shit, I got arrested. Well, okay. So he pushes one of the police off of a bridge that they're on and beats up the other ones and then gets arrested immediately again. That's an actual thing that happens in Pathologic 1. Okay? And that, if you're playing as the Bachelor, that happens. If you're playing as Artemy, you avoid that. But if you're playing as the Bachelor, Artemy gets arrested, beats up the cops, then gets arrested immediately, and you have to spring his ass out of jail. Artemy the cat. I know. Artemy the cat is a fash. I know. Yeah. All cats are fascists. It's true. It's true. Okay, everybody. It's time. Okay? Whoa. All right, everybody. It's time, okay? Let's talk about the election. I see we just had a big dip in viewers. Wow. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Fairweather fans. Thanks a lot. Let's talk about the election, okay? Shall we do that? They haven't yet, Somnio, but they will be soon. Probably next year is when the other 2 stories for Pathologic 2 are going to be coming out, and I will disappear and become a hermit. See, look, some people are still here. Some are here, but the fake fans have fled. The election has me doomer-pilled for the midterms. Yeah. We're about to talk about this. Are you ready, everyone? Are you ready? I don't think you are. Okay, everybody? You're no longer here. I'm sorry, Windleby. It's sad to see you go. Okay, everybody. I've been talking about this forever, okay? Have I not? Those of you who watch me. No, well, thank you, Rules. I put a lot of love into my mouth, as you can see. I put a lot of love into making it look good. But let's not get distracted here, okay? Let's not get distracted. So, for those of you who don't know, this was midterm elections in a couple of places, okay? And unfortunately, the Dems took a hit. Wow, what a surprise, right? This has been something that we've been talking about for a long time. And in fact, I, myself, have made some mistakes on this front. Okay? So, remember the Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff thing? Remember how that was, like, really important and we made a big stink about it? And it was like, oh, this is going to put the Democrats in a position of power where they'll be able to actually do things if Warnock and Ossoff get in. And then they did get in because of an unprecedented turnout and a fuckload of hard work from a ton of people all over the country, basically desperately helping Warnock and Ossoff win. Do you remember that? Remember all this? I know, it feels like ancient history. It feels like fucking ancient history now. Remember how we said that it was like, and I said this myself. I said, you know what? Getting the Dems the power in this case is actually probably good because it means Joe Biden might be able to do something. Well, guess what, everybody? Joe Biden not only didn't do anything, but he's done arguably worse than nothing. Do you want to know why I say that Joe Biden has done worse than nothing? It's because of what we saw today, okay? A slew of red victories across the country that are now setting up the Republicans to take full control of the country in the next 2 to 3 years. And it's because, not of Republicans, that this is the case, but Democrats. There is no blaming Republicans for any of this, you understand? None of it. This is all squarely on the shoulders of the Democrats. Okay? Do we all not remember the $2,000 check bullshit? I know, it feels like ancient memory from last year. Do we not remember the 2020 $2,000 check bullshit, where then all of a sudden the Democrats were like, actually, it was $1,600 plus $400. Yeah, that's what it was. It was $1,600 plus $400. That's the 2,000. Yeah. And then everyone was like, what the fuck? You promised us $2,000 checks and we didn't get that. That was still this year. Oh my God. Oh, I forgot that it got pushed back. So do you remember when there was, remember when we celebrated earlier this year? Do you remember earlier this year when we talked about the infrastructure plan? Sorry, was it 1,200, 800? Sorry, my numbers might be a little off. Do you remember this year when we were talking about the infrastructure plan? Months and months ago, and we were like, wow. In fact, I think I have a draw stream file from then, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Is it here? I think it's here. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. I bet I can find it. Oh, let's find out. Politics? Uh-oh. Oh, I don't know. Maybe I don't have it. Is it here? Where did I put it? Stream image files. Is it here? No. Where did I put these? Ah. Draw stream files. No, this isn't the one. Somewhere here, I have one. Okay? Anyway, regardless, the infrastructure plan has been, we've been talking about this since the beginning of this year, and it still hasn't passed yet. And do you want to know what the state of the infrastructure bill is right now? It's very bad. I was correct. It was 600, 1,400. That's what I thought. I thought it was 600, 1,400, but whatever. It doesn't matter. The infrastructure bill is a fraction of what it once was, okay? Like, I'm talking a serious, like a complete and utter fraction of what it is. There's almost nothing fucking left of it. Yeah? And they're rolling it back even more. So just today, the Federal Reserve announced that out of fears of inflation, they're going to be dialing back COVID aid. COVID is still going on, everyone. I don't know if you realize this. I have to say this all the fucking time. It feels like every single stream I have to do this. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Uh-oh. We're getting some flickering lights. If we lose power, I'm sorry, we'll stream on Friday. But our lights just flickered a little bit, so we might lose internet. Fatal cases, 749,000. Okay? Guys, this is bad. This is very bad. Look at our chart. We are still doing horribly. The new cases was 157,000 new cases. 157,000 new cases as of October 31st. 150,000! Are you fucking crazy? And now the Fed is saying that out of fears of inflation, that they're going to back off. And now the Dems are losing. Now the Dems are losing. We don't have the data from November 1st because it's slower now. So let's talk about the state of affairs with electoralism in the United States. So let's get the summary, okay? Can we get the quick summary? I got a little article here that we can keep up with everything, okay? And I want to bring some attention to some stuff. This is just a little CNN article that goes over all of the different electoral wins, and we're going to talk about it. So here we go. Let's take a look. Here we go. So we got the latest 2021 election results. Republican Glenn Youngkin defeated Democrat in the Virginia governor's race, becoming the first Republican to win statewide office since 2009. The results are seen as a warning of what could come in the 2022 midterms. New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy has become the first Democratic governor in more than 4 decades to win re-election in the Garden State. So well, that's good, I guess. Barely. Look at this. Look at how close that was. A less than, like, a just over 1% spread. And of course, you might look at New York City and go, oh, wow, well, the Democrat completely cleaned house. But the Democrat in New York City is running on a platform of public safety and police funding. I want to give you a quote real quick from the New York mayors, the new New York mayor. Adams said that a lesson to Democrats around the country is that practical is progressive. Talking about closing jail buildings and disbanding police departments when crime is increasing is not progressive. That's a quote from the new mayor of New York City, who's a Democrat, an ex-cop who was supported by the police organizations in the state. Yeah, crime is low. Crime is low. The dude is just lying. So that's a Democrat, by the way, replacing Bill de Blasio. They live in the 80s. Yes, they do. They're anachronisms. They're walking anachronisms. And yet, they won. So we find ourselves in a weird place. We find ourselves in a place where Republicans are taking victories that they shouldn't take. It's been since 2009 that a Democrat lost in Virginia. And guess what? Now they've got a Republican governor. And as we know, governorship is a big deal right now because states are going bonkers. So Virginia might be a state now that has absurd trans laws, or might now all of a sudden become an anti-vax state. And you have to ask, how does this happen? How is it possible for the Democrats, when they control the House, the Senate, and the presidency, how is it possible for Democrats to get trounced so hard? And the answer is because that's what Democrats do. That is what Democrats do. They lose. They lose. Democrats never take advantage of the power that they have because at the end of the day, let me quote Joe Biden. Okay, are you ready? We're going to quote Joe Biden here. Nothing fundamentally will change. No, the conservatives aren't winning the culture war, but we'll talk about this. Youngkin ran on an anti-CRT platform. Yes, hysteria. Hysteria. Dems will not just always let you down. Dems will let you die. Think globally, act locally. I tend to agree. But I want you to recognize something. For all of the effort and the hemming and hawing, for all of the unfathomable, how many millions upon millions of dollars were spent getting Joe Biden into office, getting Warnock and Ossoff into office, all of the individual efforts that, I mean, we're talking thousands upon thousands of people went and did physical labor right now, this year, earlier this year, last year, to get these people into positions of power, only for them to do nothing with it. Nothing. Less than nothing. I mean, it's hard to even grasp the scale. It's so hard to grasp the scale of the failure of the Democratic Party right now. And the reality is, like I said, yeah, people died for this in COVID. Yeah, literally, people died so that the Democrats could do nothing with their power. And keep in mind, they could have done something. They didn't. Remember when Biden could have used budget reconciliation to force through the infrastructure plan? Remember when Biden could have pushed through COVID aid using dirty tricks in the Senate? And they didn't. They didn't. They had the power and they didn't use it. They had the ability and they didn't use it. Joe Biden right now could abolish fucking school debt. Did you know that in just 2 months from now, just 2 months from now, you are going to, if you have student debt, you are going to have to start paying interest on it again. In 2 months, you're going to start paying interest on your school debt again. While we just had 150,000 people infected with COVID. And you're going to be expected, you students who don't have jobs because the pandemic has destroyed the economy are going to be expected to pay interest. While Joe Biden sits on the ability to write off all of those, to just dismiss them. Which would, of course, have an economic effect on these poor loan companies. Oh, my goodness. These poor loan companies might take a small hit to their profits. Can't give hope to an entire generation of Americans who are completely fucked right now. America creates suicidal people? Yes, it does. In fact, that's the ideal American servant. The ideal American subject is a desperately depressed, sad, and lonely American. Wait, what? So like I have to start paying another monthly bill? I'm poor as fuck and barely can pay for food. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, you're gonna have to pay interest and you, whether or not you can afford it. Sure, you might be able to, interestingly, you might be able to put off your bills. I, for example, in the previous years, have been able to defer my payments because of financial hardship. But guess what? They still charge you interest. So while you're in deferment, they're gaining interest on the total amount of your loans. Student loans are a massive, massive scam. And so many people have them. People who were doing what the society told them to do. People who were doing what their parents told them to do. What their teachers, what every single layer, television, TV, music, movies, every single thing. Go to college, make a life for yourself. Take on the debt. Don't worry about the debt. The debt will be gone. And now it's not. And the Dems don't care. Because the Dems got a job. They don't fucking care. The Dems, all of them are doing fine. It's you and me and everybody out here who's not going to be doing fine. Interesting how that works. Who could predict 2 once-in-a-lifetime economic crashes? Get ready for more. Get ready for more. Do you think? Do you think that it's going to get better from here? It's not. There's nowhere to bounce back. There is nothing to bounce back to. You understand? We have to start building our own economies. Because the economy, the capital E economy, is fucking gone. And climate change is going to make it even more gone. Do you know where the wealth went from the pandemic? It went straight into the pocket of people like Jeff Bezos, oil millionaires. It went into the pocket of people like Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin, Kristen Sinema, both people who made this worse. But remember, don't ever fall for the trick. Okay? Listen to me. Don't fall for the fucking trick. Because it's not Kirsten Sinema and it's not Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema are the fall guys. So let me explain a little scam tactic, okay? Have you ever heard of good cop, bad cop? You ever heard of good cop, bad cop? Anybody? I'm sure you have. I'm sure you know what good cop, bad cop is. Good cop, bad cop is a routine that's done where a mean, angry, rude cop comes in and questions you and you get defensive. And then the good cop comes in and offers you some coffee and he asks you seemingly innocuous questions. But because you were so defensive to the bad cop, the good cop actually gets the answers that they wanted out of you. Here's another thing. There's such a thing as a fall guy, okay? So let's say that that you're doing a crime, right? And you know that if you all do it together, it'll be really, really bad and all of you will go to prison and nobody will get the money. What if you have somebody get arrested and take the heat for you and they go to prison for 15 years, but when they get out, you give them $15 million? Because you all have been living in luxury while that person took the fall. That is Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema. This has always existed. This is a part of American politics that you would be good to learn. The Democrats always have a fall guy. The Democrats always have a good cop and a bad cop. The good cop is Joe Biden. Oh, I'm proposing a good plan. The bad cop is Joe Manchin, who makes Joe Biden seem good by comparison. But guess what? He's a Democrat. He still works with the Democrats. And even if they say, oh, Joe Manchin, that nasty old man, doesn't matter. Or the Senate, oh, there's a ton of different people who they'll take the fall and they'll blame it on. But you have to look and realize exactly what could be done. Joe Biden could destroy Joe Manchin's career if he wanted to. He could ruin Joe Manchin's life. But he doesn't. They could push through. There are all kinds of ways to get what's the word that I'm trying to think of? Detractors. To get Democratic detractors to fall in line. There are many ways they could do that. There's all kinds of ways you can do that. You can withdraw endorsements, and they haven't even done that. They just sit there going, oh, grumpy old Joe Manchin. And then they continue to support him. And they continue to call him a respectable senator and all this shit. And they don't. And what does that put us in? That puts us in a very weird position, right? Because the Democrats, if the Democrats lose really hard in 2024, do you know what we're going to get? Do you know there's whispers that Tucker Carlson might try running for president? Origin, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Did you know that? Tucker motherfucking Carlson. There have been whispers of that motherfucker thinking about running for president. And it might be worse. We might get worse than him. We might get a Tom Cotton. Tom Cotton, a guy who said that who literally advocated for calling in the formal military, not just the National Guard, the formal military to kill protesters. We could get a Ron DeSantis, who's overlooked some of the highest death counts in the entire country because he literally cracks down on whistleblowers in the middle of COVID. If you liberals are so fucking smart, why do you lose so goddamn always? That's because it's part of the deal. You want to know why Democrats lose? You know why we're stuck in this lifelong, forever loop? It's because the Democrats and the Republicans both support the exact same system, and that's called the economy. They both support capitalism. And at the end of the day, that is why the Democrats don't do anything when they're in power. Because when the Democrats take power, they can't address the problems that are caused by capitalism because they're capitalists. So the problems keep going on and they look like loser idiots. While Republicans, when they win, they give the promises that they delivered on. They are more racist than ever before. They're more homophobic than ever before, which is what their followers want. And they cut taxes on the rich, and their followers are happy about that because the rich people are the job makers and the immigrants are the bad ones. There are two different paradigms. Democrats argue only socially, and it's a very shallow social analysis. They put forward a social analysis where they're like, gay people are fine. We don't like racists. And yet, when they get into office, they uphold racist systems. And this is why a lot of people, by the way, fall for the like so-called the Bernie or Buster mentality, or all of these other things, or the bad faith podcast, you know, force the vote shit. You can understand why people feel this way, right? Because it is very apparent that the Democrats are just the other side of the same capitalistic coin. They are upholders of the status quo, and we know the status quo is disgusting and racist. And this is what I've been trying to say since I started this goddamn channel. Since I started this channel, I have been desperately trying to get people's attention to needing to move to politics that is above and beyond the electoral cycle. Because for a number of reasons. Not only do I think that there are fundamental systemic issues with American electoralism, but because increasingly, electoral participation doesn't mean anything at all. Increasingly so. There's the voting ID laws, voter suppression is out of control. Gerrymandering in the United States, out of motherfucking control. That means that what I'm trying to say is that our elections are literally less fair because less people are even allowed to vote. You can get purged from voter rolls for all kinds of reasons. And most states do not have good voter protections in place. Did you know that there are mass purges of voter rolls every single year? And it's usually, it's for things like you moved to a slightly different region and that flagged you, and so they purge you. And it just so happens that it tends to mostly be black people. In the past, voter suppression has been cited by elections officials. As that gerrymandering and voter suppression was laser targeted. Laser targeted. That's the words of the people, of the government people who investigated the government. It was targeted to suppress youth vote and to suppress the votes of minorities. So, what do you do about it is always the answer. I scream at the sky, but nobody listens to me. My lib friends do nothing. They sit there and post pride memes and then stay frustratingly quiet when I call on them to signal boost evidence of real bad shit like what happened yesterday. How can we do anything if the people won't hear us? The people will. The exact words were actually surgical precision. Sorry, surgical precision. Yeah. There's purges for same names, which is more common with minorities. Yep. Interesting how that works, huh? Let's talk, though. Let's talk about this a little bit. So what do you do? What are you supposed to do? Well, you guys realize there's a lot of things, there's a lot of things that are political that don't have anything to do with voting, right? You know that voting is like one of the most limited ways of political expression, right? Do you want to know what's political? Where you work, why you work, when you work. You know what else is political? Who you are, who you associate with, what you say in public, where you put your money. All of these things, what you do with your free time. These are all political actions that are infinitely more valuable than electoral bullshit. In America, for a very long time, we have been wrapped up in a civic cult, okay? And I call it that because that's what it is. It's a secular thing. It's a secular thing. It's this idea that like you be a good citizen by casting your vote every 4 years. It's this thing where when it's time to do your annoying midterm elections with incomprehensible paperwork and 1,000 ballot initiatives that you're supposed to be educated on, and most places don't even have voter guides like my state does. Did you know my state's cool? My state's fun. We have a voter guide that goes out that tells you what's on the ballot initiatives. Most states don't have that shit. You have to figure it out yourself. They don't even care enough to let you know what's in the election. And ultimately, in America, your election is like a pachinko machine. You put your vote in and you have no idea where it's going to end up putting you. And you have no power once you cast that vote. If that's the only way you look at political power. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, exactly, Knight Rider. This is great man theory as a cult. Pick the right important person who's in charge and get on with your life. Exactly. It's the illusion of so-called democracy. This is the problem with democracy, right? You get to choose from Joe Biden and Donald Trump. It's free choice, everybody. You have a free choice. Oh, and if you wanted to affect which of those two people they are, you can be involved in an incredibly corrupt and extremely disorganized, very difficult to participate in primary system. And even if you participate in the primary system, your candidate may not matter because the political parties are the ones who determine the candidate, and they can just say, fuck you. America is so anti-democratic. It's unbelievable. It's a one-party state with the illusion of choice, and the party that's in charge of us is capital. That is the party. The economy always comes first. It's why even though Joe Biden was motioning that he wanted to be like FDR, we're going to get us out of this. We're in this together. Build back better. And now we're not building back at all, are we? Now he's making excuses to carve out money. He's ordering the Fed to back off COVID aid. Their austerity is coming in during the pandemic. During the pandemic. And oh, by the way, just in case any of you were just in case any of you were like worrying or were like thinking, well, you know, the government, you know, the government is, you know, the government is supposed to help us, guys. The government, when has the government fucking helped you? You got what, $1,200 from Donald Trump, and then you got what, another like what, $1,400 from Donald Trump? I can't even remember. The most you got was from fucking Donald Trump. And of course he gave away even more to all of the corporations. That money's gone. Guys, that money's gone. The economy is fucked. Where are you supposed to get jobs right now? Where the fuck are you supposed to pay your rent? The government has refused to defer rent, to stop evictions in many places. And in the meantime, infrastructure is crumbling. Because we don't spend money on any of this, our roads are falling apart. Roads falling apart means deliveries get derailed, means transportation gets derailed, means you have a harder time getting to your job. Power outages mean delay in every single type of work. This is a scale of rot and decay that's hard for people to even comprehend. It's hard to think about the fact that, oh, if you have rolling power outages across the biggest state in the country, the state with the biggest economy ever, that has economic fallout. So think about it. If the state with the biggest economy in the world has rolling power outages every single year because of uncontrolled wildfires that are inspired by climate change, all of a sudden, that's businesses going out that won't be delivering things on time. That's paperwork that's delayed. That's mail that's delayed. And meanwhile, Amazon's just ratcheting it up. I still believe in suffrage as a human right, but damn is electoralism and energy suck. Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, and some people are going to be really mad at me about this. Do not focus on electoralism, please, for the love of God. First of all, you might think that that sounds like a doomer message, okay? It's not. You will find yourself feeling rewarded. The thing is, electoralism and an electoral-focused approach to politics, a politics that's always fixated on watching a pachinko machine and hoping that praying, it's like being a gambling addict. I'm sorry, but it's true. Maybe that's a little bit of a problematic comparison, but it's true. It's like being a gambling addict. It doesn't make you happier. It doesn't make you fulfilled, and it plays directly into the hands of the people who are the worst of all. The Republicans, oh my God. The Republicans don't give a shit if Democrats vote. They'll just make it illegal for you to vote. They'll make it illegal for people, they'll make it harder for people to vote. They don't fucking care. They'll just rule you out. They'll gerrymander you so your vote doesn't matter. It is genuinely bad for you. Like, I think it's mentally unhealthy for most people to become addicted to electoralism, which is what a lot of online stuff is focused on. And I'm not saying there aren't electoral victories to be had. There are. There are times when an electoral victory can be had. So it's good to at least stay a little bit abreast of the news. You know, keep plugged in a little bit, but don't spend all your time thinking about it. You know what you could be doing instead of spending time watching the inanely difficult to participate in elections? You could be setting aside food for people in need. You could be delivering food for people in need. You could be advocating for these things. You could be talking about how we build structures that help one another. You could be talking about putting together a trans clothes exchange. You could be making art that gets people thinking about politics. There's a million other things you could do, and these are all political actions. You could be working out paperwork with your community so you all have something to fall back on in the case of an emergency, something that's more and more important for more and more people in America. Do you know how many people have had to learn fire survival skills in the last 10 years in California alone? Do you know how many people have had to confront the fact that they live without myself? I didn't live in California and the year before that, and the year that I moved into California, we lost power for weeks at a time and we had nothing. Our food went bad. We lost shit. We sat in the dark for days. Streaming on the internet is something. It's something I do. I'm very good at streaming. I'm good at communicating. That's why I do this. This is why I talk to people about it. This is why I encourage connection. That's one of the things I can do. I can build a community where people can connect and teach each other skills. I almost lost my house last year because of the North California fires. Yeah, it's real. It's real. And the reality is that we spend so much energy, political spaces in America, the news especially, but even online, we spend so much energy staring at the machinations of a machine that we can barely touch. I'm looking to major in sociology since I want to make the most change in the world. What can I do to fulfill that goal the best, even if just trying to become an elected official would not be enough? I can't tell every different profession what they should do. What your job to do is to learn the thing that you're passionate about and find the areas that you can inflict change. You have to talk to people. You have to dig. You have to adopt an inquisitive mindset. All of you, every single one of you imps, learn, 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 and learn to analyze the world around you, to ask questions of power. Those are the most important things. All of us here in this chat are from all over the place. A few streams back, you said you were kind of black-pilled on democracy. I can't help but admit I'm really intrigued ever since you mentioned it. Did I say that? Did I say I was black-pilled on democracy? I mean, I'm a little bit, but it's not that I'm black-pilled on like people. Like, I think people should have a say in politics, but I don't think democracy does a very good job at that. There's a lot of critiques I've been reading of democracy lately. I think democracy is a flawed structure. Some people use democracy as an interchange for liberation or having a political say, but that's simply not true. Black-pilled on democracy, but not politics. Well, of course not. I mean, yeah, I'm not. Is that why we have to clog the machine? Yes. That's what I've said many times. I've said many times that right now, the fascist fucking capitalist machine, the capitalist machine is grinding up humans. We have to find a way to completely and utterly jam that shit. Because the sooner, listen to me here, the sooner we can start challenging capitalism and the underlying oppressions that are part of capitalism, the racism, the transphobia, the homophobia, the xenophobia, the imperialism, that are all necessary parts in keeping capitalism going. The fingers of the fist. Yeah, democracy. I think some people, when they hear, when people hear democracy, sometimes they think like political participation. That's not what democracy means. Democracy is where you elect your overlord, basically. And that is a problem because I don't really think that like every human needs a overlord at all times. I know, shocking, right? Shocking. The leftist doesn't believe that humans need to have an overlord floating over them at all times. Isn't that a Republican democracy? That's representative democracy. No, no, no. It's all. It's all. That's all democracies. Even direct democracy. You still elect an individual to rule you. You still elect a body of individuals to rule you. You have a limited number of people. You do not rule yourself. You vote for them. You put into position these laws that ultimately are used to control you. You know, there are other ways of doing things like cooperatively, right? Like laws and police and policing. You're not talking about the concept of democracy, but democratic institutions that govern our world. Well, both. I'm talking about both. There are some democratic structures that I think are better than others. But I think that there are problems with the fundamental idea of a democracy. It's not truly a rule by the people. Then what would you call a system in which people vote and decide on things together? Wait. Voting and deciding on things is not the same thing as a democracy. Now, it depends. The concept of democracy is sometimes pretty broad, but not always. Yes. Instead of voting for responses to situations, you vote for someone else to vote for the responses to situations. There is room for votes, which aren't necessarily democracy and also aren't necessarily binding. Here, let me talk about this real quick. Let me talk about this real quick. Watch. Here's an example. Let's say you and 5 friends get together, right? Okay? What if you and 5 friends get together and you say, hey, we're doing dinner tonight, okay? Let's do dinner tonight. And then you sit down with your 5 friends and you're like, okay, guys, where do we want to go? Do we want to go to Taco Bell? Do we want to go to McDonald's? Or do we want to go to Burger King? And all of those people together are like, okay, sure, Burger King, sure, pizza, sure, whatever. So the people, or whatever, Burger King, McDonald's, Taco Bell, whatever. But then one person in your group says, hey guys, I don't like any of those restaurants. I think I'm just going to go get food by myself. Now, they should have the right to do that, right? Shouldn't somebody, shouldn't somebody, you know, be able to just say, I don't really want to go to any of those 3 restaurants. Well, see, in a democracy, as a citizen of a democracy, you are now forced to participate in those things. Imagine if your friends stopped being your friends just because you didn't want to go to McDonald's, Burger King, or Taco Bell and decided to get food instead. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you see there's a distinction there? There's a distinction between people voting on things and coming to mutual consensus and then binding structures being put into place that make you comply with whatever the consensus is. So say you sit down, like let's talk about a direct democracy. Let's say there's a direct democracy and the options that have been put forward via the democratic solution, maybe here's a plausible example. Ready? What if you're the only trans person, or you and 5 other trans people exist in a direct democracy, and that in that direct democracy, the direct democracy decides that trans people, it's too inconvenient for us to give trans people rights. They can still vote, But we don't think that they're obligated to receive medicine from the democratic dispensary. Do you see what I'm talking about? All of a sudden, you are a part of a structure, even in a direct democracy. It's not a representative democracy or a failed one. Well, I mean, but that's the thing. There are a lot of anarchist writers will talk about how usually the election of like a leader of an executive figure is a response that is only necessary for emergencies. And in an emergency, democracy or the semblance of democracy has already been suspended. No one is asking for a vote on splashing water on a fire. I mean, I think so, but I also think that, like, Windleby, like, remember that, like, wars have been fought in the name of spreading democracy. So, like, I feel like the word democracy is very, very, very big, and there's a lot of valid critiques that can be brought against it, and the most broadly accepted terms of democracy do not even resemble democracies, let alone liberatory. And this is part of the problem with the electoral structure, okay? This is part of the problem that we run into with electoral structures, which is that you are so distanced from an impact on your politics via the electoral system that you're pulling a lever for something that happened elsewhere. That may happen, and you may not even actually, your lever might not even be connected to anything for all you know. And that's the problem. It's this deferment, it's this alienation. You are separated from the decision-making of your own life. I hate bureaucracy so much. Well, yes, but bureaucracy is how you distance yourself from hard decisions. Notice, okay, let me talk about an example of this. I know we're getting a little bit far away from the core topic, but I think this is important, so bear with me, okay? Do you all remember? Yeah, like Matt, the busy box, exactly. But listen to this. Okay, do you all remember when in the mandatory education drama bullshit, when people were talking about like whether or not somebody was asking me whether or not I would have a child institutionalized if they were suicidal? Does anybody remember when that happened? And I talked about how I don't think that calling in an institution is like a great idea. Because first of all, I think institutions tend to do a pretty bad job at dealing with suicidal people. But then when I was asked, would I stop someone from killing themselves if I had the opportunity? And I answered, yes. And the reason for that is because my moral structure instructs me to, that I believe that people who are trying to commit suicide are probably doing so because of some temporary pain that they have calculated that is like too much for them to deal with. And so I would intervene directly myself with my own hands. But you notice that what a lot of these people talk about is, would you call the cops? Would you do this? Would you do that? It is people constantly deferring tough moral decisions about personal connections to people that they are personally connected with, and deferring it to an institution that can do it for them. And these institutions get more complicated and more removed, and these institutions are core to the understanding of modern democracy. These institutions are how we defer the hard decisions of our life, not into our communities, not into the people that we're connected with, but instead onto some sort of faceless and far removed government entity that follows a series of instructions that could be better or worse in sorting a difficult issue. Sometimes this is needed, though. Like if your kid is suicidal, sometimes they need experts. Yes, sure, but don't you feel like seeking an expert should not be like a compulsory thing that you like force onto somebody? There's this problem. We do the same to the elderly. Yes, we do. Our entire culture distances itself from the elderly. We basically lock old people. Once they get to a certain age, they get locked in basically a prison to die. Well, thank you, Singal. I appreciate that. What I'm trying to say is that the problem, while democracy is obviously better than autocracy, of course, it's always better to have a say in your governance than not to have any say at all, of course. But the problem is that we have sought a politics that alienates us further, that pushes us away from having to build human connections and to understand one another. Like, for example, if one of my partners was threatening suicide, I have a history with that partner. We have a whole story that enmeshes into the past together, and we know each other. We have context for one another. If I made a decision, I would be doing so with the knowledge of the intimate knowledge of someone who is mutually connected to me. That is not the same when you start talking about democracy, when you talk about making laws that are going to affect people that you've never met and talked to, laws that could damage them. And this happens all the time. The best example, Donald Trump banning all trans people from the military. What if people all over the country in Seattle, we were fine with trans people in the military, but we had to go along with that anyway. Not only that, shouldn't trans people be able to fight for whatever the fuck they want? Capo said, I look at it like this. What if an alien worm latched onto your friend's skull and tried to make them kill themselves? They're just walking around with this giant worm latched on their head trying to kill themselves. Would you just let them, or would you destroy the worm that's hurting your friend? The only difference in my analogy is the outside illness that's not them driving their actions. Well, of course. Yeah, exactly. Windleby says, Donald Trump banning all trans people had no positive applications. It was entirely discriminatory and not popular at all. People didn't want it, and yet it happened. And this happens all the time. Think about this. Here's another example of some of the issues I have even with democracy, okay? Did you have a choice to become a subject of this democratic society? No, you did not. You were born, if you live in the United States, you were born a subject of a democratic system. You did not even get to choose whether you wanted to participate in it. I know people meme about the sovereign citizens, but okay, sovereign citizens are dumb because all they want to do is get out of DUIs. I've said this a million times. Sovereign citizens, basically 99% of the time, if you meet a sovereign citizen, they're a divorced dad who got a DUI and they swung into political extremism so they could get out of paying their DUI. If you become a naturalized citizen, it's a little bit different, but even still, come on. I'm going to need Leviathan to show me where I signed the social contract. Well, that's the thing. You didn't. And even if you did, even if you're a naturalized citizen, let's be real, you're squeezed between states the size of which you cannot even imagine. You know that? Right? Like, so what? So you're immigrating here with your family because you need work? Well, you're going to sign that fucking contract, aren't you? Because you got to get that work, or else what are you going to do? Go back to your home country where you were leaving? Nah, come on. So this is part of the problem. Part of the problem is not even that you're engaged in just a social contract, but that you've been engaged in the machinations of a state against your will. You were born into being a democratic subject. And guess what? You get in big trouble if you don't sign up for selective service if you're a dude. You get in big trouble if you don't pay taxes to that group that told you that you're a citizen of them, that drew a line around where you lived and where you were born and said, this is ours. So democracy is decent, but I really reject the idea that democracy is the be-all, end-all goal or anything like that. I do not think so. I think we should think wiser, like bigger and more wisely about these things. Yes, that's true, Niztastic. Most of the shit that was stripped out of the infrastructure bill was massively popular with the general public, and what remains is stuff that's not going to help you. What remains is stuff that's going to help corporations. Let's be real. That's why Joe Manchin was okay with it. Joe Manchin is a corporate pawn. He's very open about this. We read an article just last week about this. So, now that I've gone on to why I'm a bit black-pilled about that, I think the underlying framework of not having a choice in being born into systems of power will continue unless we achieve an anarchic utopia. Maybe I'm missing your point, though. The goal is not necessarily about an anarchic utopia. The goal is to make it impossible for dystopias to exist. It is to destitute those dystopias. It is to resist their power, to slow them down, to refuse to be a part of horrible systems so that it becomes impossible for those systems to exist. So that there is no way that a state can just walk in and draw lines around something. Isn't that a precondition for a utopia? Perhaps. But perhaps you don't need a complete utopia. I think people get fixated on utopianism because it's like a thought-terminating cliche. I'm not saying you're doing that. But I think it's not so much about utopia. It's about a way that we live and the way that we should do things. Good night, Discordant Vol. Thanks for coming by, and good night to Joe Cool. Thank you both for being here today. Good night. Yeah, so there's this whole problem. This is the problem with an electoral focus. This is over my head. It's not supposed to be under anyone's head, Windleby. It's not, these sorts of conversations are meant to prompt thought, not to come to a finalized conclusion. You know what I mean? Like, again, I think sometimes what people are looking for is like a one-size-fits-all answer, and I just don't believe that exists. I do not believe that there's a single one-size-fits-all answer. The goal is to get people thinking and being critical of these structures and being willing to go, no, that's bullshit. And I think sometimes that, like, especially the online left, man, this light is flickering a lot. This is so spooky. No, that's not. It's not. I don't think it's your light, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it is. That's weird. The goal is. I lost my thought because of the flickering light. What was I saying? Yes. There's something in the online left that happens, which is there's this sort of like worship of democracy, and that can be hijacked very easily because people hear democratic and they go, "Oh, that's great. That's fantastic." No, see, it's my light. It's mine that's flickering. Yeah, it's weird. So, yeah. Yes, exactly. Singal says, yeah, it's to make sure that no one has to struggle in the ways they do now. I want people to be able to not die in the streets and have good food in their stomachs and not freeze to death. Yes. Yeah, you have the democratic socialist. You have a lot of these types that are rising up, you know, and I don't think that these people are necessarily wrong. I just think there's flaws that we should be very critical of and that we should think about that because I think it's easy to just be sucked into a new paradigm. Do I have leg shakies? Yes, I tap my leg all the time. I have ADHD really, really bad, so I tap my leg all the time, especially as the day gets later on and I don't have my meds. Yeah, it's democratic in the name. It has to be fair. Well, but it's, yeah, so... Cotton D-Pad says, people think that voting is choosing between a bunch of options, but people don't think about who chooses those options, who chooses how we count the votes, who choose how we're informed about the options, and why don't we have the option to exit and not be affected by the choice? Thank you. That is an incredibly great point, Cotton D-Pad. Fantastic. Do you see what I'm saying? This is one of the problems with just deferring to democracy, is that, wait a second, the parties get to decide who they run. The parties are heavily influenced by capital. The parties get to determine all of the rules for running primaries, and the parties are ingrained in the state system. Yeah. So the reason why I tell people and I encourage people to take their mind a little bit, step by step, off of electoral politics is because electoral politics is not personal in any way, okay? It is deeply, deeply alienated and impersonal. If there's a vote that you can do, that's fantastic, but there are other things you need to do. You would be more well-versed informing yourself on history of the United States, on the history of oppression in the United States, than you would be reading every single voting manual that has ever been published in the history of the United States. It'll probably take you just about as much time, too. Have you seen some of those voting manuals? They're ridiculous. Most Americans can't even understand the language of the laws that are, as they're written, because they're written in complex legal text. Isn't that odd? Isn't that very weird that you're supposed to be, that you're supposedly in a democracy, but there's no reasonable way that you could ever understand the machinations of the system that you're involved in? How many of you in chat knew what a Senate parliamentarian was before this year? Did you even know that was a thing? What next year, what if they come up with a Senate Praetorian? They could invent that term next year and you probably wouldn't even know. You wouldn't know if it had been there before or after. Yeah. Nobody can even, does anybody even have an idea, a drop of how the American tax code works? People violate tax laws every single day because they're so misinformed and because it's so complicated. Yeah, leases should be written plainly in 6th grade English. Sure, I agree with that. Is this more of what we've been previously talked about? Yes, it is. I keep my running themes. There's things I find important that I keep talking to you about and educating you on because I want you to be smart, informed, and capable, politically emancipated people who can think for yourselves politically. The tax filing companies lobbied down a bill for the IRS to just do your taxes for you. Yeah, can you imagine how much better that would be? Yes, Icolo, fantastic. Icolo says, the system doesn't care to make itself uncomplicated because that doesn't benefit it. Yes, do you realize that it's beneficial to the system to have it be impossible for you to understand? Because then it is required that a translator stands between you and the law. But that doesn't stop you from getting thrown into prison. Ignorance is not an excuse for breaking the law. Weird how that works, right? That's a bit strange, isn't it? Relevant tax meme. Let's take a look. Here we go. Let's take a look at this relevant tax meme. Government, you owe us money. It's called taxes. Me, how much do you owe? How much do I owe? Government, you got to figure that out. Me, I just pay what I want. Government, oh no, we know exactly how much you owe, but you have to guess that number too. Me, what if I get it wrong? Government, you go to prison. Unironically, though, that's American tax law. That is American tax law. The parliamentarian is, Windleby says, the parliamentarian is basically a middleman position between the Senate and how their standing rules are interpreted. Now, you know, chat, it's a roadblock, and they're not even elected. Yep, not elected role. Weird how that works. Weird. It's weird to find out which vital positions are non-elected. Chariot. For the imps who don't know what a Praetorian is, it was a type of guard for the Roman Emperor. Yeah, what if there was a Senate Praetorian tomorrow? You would probably just be like, oh yeah, I guess that was a thing that exists. They could have made it up. I could make it up right now. I could tell you right now that the reason why Joe Manchin didn't vote on the reason why Joe Manchin wasn't able to vote on the infrastructure bill was because the Senate Scuvenarian didn't deliver him the paperwork on time. And half of America would go, yeah, that seems plausible. That the Senate Scuvenarian, which is a thing I just made up right now, was the reason. Yeah, the Senate Bupkis said no. Yeah, who voted Bill Gates to steer global health? Money did. Money did. So that's why I want people, I know this has been sort of a long and protracted segment where I talk about some of the themes that I obsess over on this channel, but I want people to recognize that there are serious limitations to the electoral process. And the reason why I really hope that like a lot of streamers don't get involved in mainstream politics in the way that they think they want to, like by running for office or by giving money to political parties, is because that's a giant waste of your motherfucking time. It's a giant waste of everyone's motherfucking time. We are blasting towards climate change. We are in the middle of a plague. We are cramming our heads into the asshole of economic devastation and ecological devastation. And they're like, just run for office, Fivehead. Just save up $1 million and run for office through the Democratic Party, which will inevitably demand that you get rid of all of your socialist talking points, because that's what the party does. The party gets to set the party line. Just get $5 million and become a socialist in the Democratic Party, where you're literally not allowed to, Fivehead. Fuck it. No. You would be better suited to becoming a carpenter and building a library in your town. Would be a more beneficial political action than spending the next 20 years of your life obsessing over the plus and minus values on Nate Silver's shitty-ass election analysis webpage. Sorry. Very, very sorry about that. Sorry, everyone. The goblins. It's the goblins, you see. But I don't know. I'm just hoping that more people realize this, because I genuinely think there is so much potential for online political success, for online political foundation building, for the building of great communities, of powerful communities, communities that can protect themselves and care for themselves. But like, guys, what the fuck? Can we talk about some doomer scenarios that would be very scary? What happens if the Republicans take over in 2024 and they keep shooting down infrastructure? And then you have power and internet breaking down to neighborhoods, to like poor neighborhoods. So you don't even have running. So like what happens if in 10 years, 5 years from now, there's just no funding coming to like tons and tons of poor neighborhoods you probably live in. And the only people who can afford to have a private corporation come in and give them running water and electricity and proper internet is rich people. Yeah, mass death by infrastructure failure. What the fuck are you gonna do if you live in a food desert and your private grocery store goes out? What the fuck are you gonna do? They don't have any legal responsibility. Corporations don't have a legal responsibility to give you food. They can just close up shop and leave if they want to. What if it's no longer profitable because of all of the shitty logistics problems to get food out to your remote area? You're going to start living like people in remote rural Canada, like people in remote rural areas of the United States already live, where they don't have those things. You know, there's a lot of places in rural Canada that do not have running water. They have to build it themselves. And you know what? You know what's already happening right now, right? The Republicans already fucked up the mail. We know the mail's been defunded. The mail is more expensive now. And the mail is one of the best. The United States Postal Service is one of the only things we've ever fucking done right. Yeah, the USPS getting fucked. So what I'm trying to say is, the TLDR version of this rant is electoralism, obsession with electoralism and with the elections is part of what's making you depressed. Okay? If you feel like a political doomer all the time, it's probably because you're watching the machination, the death throes of a collapsing state. A state that is so unbelievably bloated and cannot even keep up its own infrastructure. But guess what? That's not the only way to do things. We can take care of each other. There are people who do this stuff. The infrastructure was built by skilled people. It wasn't just the government that did this. Skilled people laid the lines. Skilled people did the plumbing. Skilled, inventive people did the building. Artists made the art. We all have these skills. We just have to figure out how to use them. And to figure out how to use them, we got to talk to each other. We should shift our attention from federal to local politics coupled with mutual aid, build dual power. Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'm not a localist because I do believe that we need to have a global mind, especially in the age of the internet. But keep in mind that it is simultaneously possible to be keeping an eye on the world and be keeping on the wrong parts of the world. See, obsessing over the show, the fanfare and the theater of the modern electoral state is a waste of everyone's time and energy. And I am guilty of this too, by the way, just so you know. Even on this channel, where I was considered relatively far left by comparison to my peers, I've been guilty of this as well, especially when I started my channel. The first couple months on my channel, I just focused on news, and a lot of it was electoral stuff. It's not just like what we hear IRL activism. Whenever people hear IRL activism, they think of like, oh, I'm gonna just do a protest or whatever. No, no, no. It's about taking our actions and putting them to good ends, taking our like liberation into our own hands and the hands of those that we care about. You've got people you care about. If you don't got people you care about, find them, because they're out there. There are people, there are so many people out there who would love to be your friend and who you would love to be friends with. And then you two together can be even stronger. What if you become friends with somebody who has a skill that you happen to not have? You can put your skills together and do wild shit. This is the shit I'm talking about. We have to rebuild. We have to de-alienate everybody, because we live in an alienated world, and it can be done using the internet. The internet isn't the primary alienator. Capitalism is the primary alienator. The internet is a tool that can connect us. And it does. There are all kinds of forces on the internet that try to get us back into that great alienator, that try to wrap us back in all these different ways to capitalism. And sometimes you got to dip in because of the way that, because of how obsessive and all-consuming capitalism can be. What's your answer to isolation? What do you mean? What do you mean by isolation? What's your answer to isolation? If you're isolated, you must seek out people. Go. Seek them out. You might be scared, but I promise that it's worth it. See you later, Chariot. Good luck. That's the answer to isolation, is seeking out other people and being brave enough to reach out and connect with them. Because that's the one thing that keeps happening. You'll notice a lot of the things that we end up coming back to on this channel, a lot of the things that I talk about on this channel end up being about things like, why is everybody so isolated? Why is it so hard to find people? Why is it so hard to know what's going on, like in your area or with people that you care about? Isn't that interesting? And the reason for that is because it's a huge part of our current society. We have found ourselves weirdly disconnected. We don't have, like a lot of us don't have social rituals anymore. Our social rituals are going on to the ad platforms. We've become scared of one another. We've become paranoid. We need to learn to use the internet effectively to connect in the real world as a tool that magnifies our experience in the real world, not one that makes us further and further distanced from it. You understand what I'm saying? I met someone really cool in Doecord, and we ended up meeting in person, had a great time, but that's easier said than done. Not everyone has the resources to take a week off or work to buy tickets and go for a visit. Any advice on that front? Hopefully it doesn't read as a call out. I legit just don't know what to advise people who want to meet someone and can't. Okay, so that is hard. Finances are difficult, and I don't have a single one size fits all answer. But there are many, many, many ways to reach out and to connect. First of all, you might find people in your area, at which point it might be easier to get around than you thought. Secondly, you can go that, like, spaces like this aren't the only place you can go. There are Discords for local stuff that you can connect with people, and you might even find people locally through the Discords that you're in. Again, it's just the first step. Now, for me, I'm very crafty, and when I get money, I don't hold on to it for very long, okay? Look, listen. I invest my money back into stuff. You can see that with the way that I've built my show, the computer upgrade, the buying the art for the set, the building the set, all that stuff. I don't tend to hold on to money for very long. I use money for things that are immediate. So I've done all kinds of things where I've met somebody and I wanted to work on something with them. And, well, my audio setup I did as well, but unfortunately we ran into some serious issues with that. But thankfully the audio is pretty nice these days. We've reached a comfortable area with the, yeah, of course buying art. That was a personal one. That was my gift. Intentions, you know, that was my birthday gift for myself. It truly was. And it's tough. It's fucking tough because money is scarce. But remember that when money is scarce, interpersonal connections become valuable. When money is scarce, you can get all kinds of stuff by offering your skills to somebody else. You can pull together. You can offer things in exchange for one another. I'm working on my master's in public and urban policy. I think electoral politics is definitely fucked and distracting, but I also think some work can be done in the system to provide for people, especially at a local level. Of course. That's not to say there's nothing that can be pulled out of there, but the reality is that most of the people that I'm talking to are not in a position to join electoral politics. If you're in that position, if you find yourself in that position, of course you can affect positive change. Please do. You will make it easier for all of us. If you find yourself in a position, if you like inherit a factory, please use that shit to make the world a better place. If you are the heir of a weapons company, please use your money to just be a class trader and make the world a better place. Please, 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 please. I've literally seen people's lives get saved because of mutual aid. And there's many forms of mutual aid. There are so many forms. Sometimes mutual aid is as simple as exchanging something that you have for something that they need. I hope you can pull that off. It's been done before, Kaboka. So anyway, that's the rundown, okay? The election was disappointing, and I hate to tell you this, but judging by the way things are going with the Democrats right now, I am going to guess that the 2022, 2023, and 2024 elections are also going to be very depressing. Think about this. You want to know something that you could do? What if you met somebody who struggled with food? Like, what if you know somebody? Do you know somebody who maybe struggles with cooking or maybe somebody who's disabled? I bet there's those like imagine how much of a difference it could make if you just shared your food. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's something that you can do hugely. You can share space and share food. It doesn't cost you anything. So if you know somebody who's like that, maybe invite them over for dinner. Maybe it would make maybe you cook dinner every night because that's just what you're into. And you could invite somebody over and you could literally save their life. It could change their entire existence. And the funny thing is that people, when people are helped, they tend to want to help back. It doesn't ever have to be, it doesn't ever even have to be a matter of debts or anything. It's just true. People help those who help them. You help each other, you both survive. And nobody forgets that. Something to think about. So yeah, just something to think on. Just something that I would like you all to think on in you know, I don't know. Like, the reason why we're talking about all this is because, quite frankly, it's pretty depressing to look at the Democrats lose again. Because I don't fucking want Republicans. Are you kidding me? The Republicans are so much worse than the Democrats. Like, I get it. Like, I get it. Like, but I don't want to be subjected to another Trump shit, but I know that I'm probably going to. And I'm not going to die in the next one. You understand that? Like, I'm not going to, I refuse to let the whims of some fucking bloviating scumbag determine everything in my life. Do you know how horrible? Do you guys remember how fucking terrible it was to be subjected to Donald Trump's racism every single day, no matter how far you try to go away from it? That even when I was off, even when I turned off the internet, it was inevitable that I would go out into town and that stupid fucking racist asshole would be blasted into my ears everywhere that I went. And his laws would affect me and the people I care about. And his stupid posturing would change the direction of the country that I live in against me. Against me. That people I love got COVID. Specifically as the direct result of Donald Trump refusing to take a pandemic seriously. Not again. It's not fucking happening. We got to be able to figure out ways to have autonomy in our lives, have autonomy for our communities right now. That's what we got to do. And that's why we're talking about this instead of dooming out over the fact that the Democrats are losing and they're going to lose again. The Democrats are not going to come to help you. Step 1, get Joe Biden elected. Step 2, watch as the Dems fail continually and people lose faith in our current representation, impact that our federal government has on our lives. Step 3, question. Here's the funny thing. You know, you're right, 100% right, Windleby. And the funny thing is that we've now realized, a lot of people have now realized that the federal government was never going to even help them to begin with because they wouldn't qualify. Isn't it weird how even when there's money set aside for the federal government to do stuff with it, it's interesting who qualifies for that, right? It's interesting where all that money went. It's interesting that that money goes to corporations. Money comes from the government and it goes to private corporations that are spun up to do aid work. They get the money and then maybe if you're lucky, they distribute it out to you. We are the ones who help us. People could learn a lot from a lot of stuff I talk about. We have to look out for each other. We have to build things with our own two hands. And we have to be willing to. We have to be willing to do things with our own hands. Did you know, there's this idea. It's something I was reading about earlier. It's really funny. So earlier today, I was memeing around with Doe. And we were memeing about grain memes. You all know my grain memes. Grain brainers, get out. Grain brainers, get the fuck out. Did we domesticate grain or did grain domesticate us? You know, I make jokes about that. Listen, everybody, it's the fucking grain. You see, a long time ago, Hillary Clinton and a bunch of Satanists were sitting down with some grain goblins, and then all of a sudden they said, ooh, 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 and the goblins were running around, they were kissing the ground, and the grains were sprouting up, and all of a sudden, humans all over the planet are just eating the grains. They're just eating up those grains. And all of a sudden, everybody's a slave to the grain. Isn't that weird? Isn't that a little strange, folks? The grain meme is something I've been making for a long time. I joke about the fact that, like, humans have been domesticated by grain. You know, slave to the grain. But, excuse me. Goodness. But, you know, it's kind of funny because, in actually learning about the history of grain, we started talking about specialization, you know, about, you know, one of the things that's important for civilization is specialization of labor, right? From this conversation about grain, we started talking about specialization. And when you talk about specialization, you know, you might think, oh, one person is a librarian, and one person is an astronomer, and one person is a scientist, and one person is a baker, and one person is a bard. You know, that type of thing. One person is a computer programmer. You know, that idea of specialization. But you know what? Do you want to know what they do you want to know what and interestingly, as we go on throughout time, the idea of specialization changes, right? Nowadays, nobody is specialized. Like, how many people are specialized as anything? Like, you are specialized as customer service rep. You are specialized as stalker, you know, like a shelf stalker. You are specialized as X. The avenues for specialization have gone down. So a lot of Americans have come to think of themselves as static entities, as entities that ultimately can do one thing. They have a career, and they might change that career once, but that they're just, you know, they're just a knob turner at the factory. They're a customer service person or whatever. But the reality is that throughout all of history, humans have been able to specialize to great depths, not just to become good at one repetitive task and nothing else, but instead to become masters of entire professions, sometimes more than one. What you have inside of you, and humans who had less than you for all of history have found ways to have broad and deep skill sets. And I think we should recognize that. I think that a lot of times we've given ourselves over to this idea that, like, the average person is a dunce. But the reality is the average person yearns for more. Oh my God, look at how in-depth people get about their favorite lore. Look at how great people get at their hobbies. People want to do more. People want to specialize it more. And you are a person. All of you listening to this are a person or a person-like entity. Okay? And you can specialize. You can learn more than you think. I promise you, every time you think that you've reached the limit of your ability, that is not a limit. That is just an obstacle to overcome until the day you die. That is the truth. So there you go. Don't be limited. Is being a streamer a way to help make change in the world? That was something I was honestly thinking. Of course it is. Of course being a streamer is a way to make change in the world. There's all kinds of things. I'm not giving you the bootstraps narrative. I'm giving you the opposite of the bootstraps narrative. I'm saying that you can learn skills that can be valuable to both yourself and others, and that together you can lift each other up together. Because humans can specialize all kinds of things. What if you're like me? Like, I'm a streamer who also knows a fuckload about weed. I also know a fuckload about medicine. Those are helpful skills. Those are valuable skills. I also know a fuckload about film, about art. I have all these different skills. You have them too. We all lift together. Yes. Thank you, Kabibble. And we all lift. We're all adrift together. Together. True. It's the opposite of a bootstraps narrative. Chubby monster people, yeah. Exactly. You can't pull yourself up from your own bootstraps, but you each can help each other up. And you can remove the you can remove the need for so many bootstrap based obstacles by working together. Well, see, there's where you start to reach the limit of things. There is only so much I can actually cover on YouTube. But we'll cover what we can, and I'll do what I can until the day they take me down, which might interestingly be today. I don't know if my stream is going to get taken down for all the stuff I talked about. What do you say to people who struggle heavily with executive dysfunction and can hardly get anything done or completed? Okay, here's what I would say. Star Arena, if you're somebody who struggles with executive dysfunction, recognize that executive dysfunction is it's not only an issue of perspective, but it is an issue. It is partially an issue of perspective. The executive function, executive dysfunction comes from the anticipation of a task becoming so great that you can't begin the task. Once you realize that pushing through to the task is not as hard as you think it is, you can start to deflate that. It's very hard. It takes a lot of practice, but it's something you can do. You can also begin to adopt habits that keep the executive pressure low. So, for example, for a great example of this is if you struggle with like a task like, say, getting ready for stream. That's one that I do. I struggle with getting started for stream, and the hump of starting stream is worse than the actual experience of doing the work on stream. Working on stream is hard, but it's comparatively easy to getting ready for a stream. So what I do is I have as many things set up in advance that make it easier to start stream. If you reduce the executive burden, you make your life easier, and it becomes easier to cross over that hump. Executive dysfunction is a very difficult thing to deal with because it is a perspective warper. Hey, that's okay, Simply Jocelyn. Come on by. Come on by again sometime in the future. You go get some rest. So there's some examples. Also, don't be afraid to seek out ADHD communities because like a lot of like Reddits and Discords and stuff, you can find tips and tricks from other people. Here's an example. Look at this. I have, right here are 2 of my notebooks. I have notebooks all over the place. The reason I have notebooks all over the place is because I'm really, I can be very, very, not forgetful, but I can be very like, all over the place. So I keep notebooks for different purposes. And if I'm worried that I might have forgotten something or misplaced something, I know that I probably wrote it down in the notebook that associates with that thing. There's all kinds of things like this. I have setups on my computer that make it easier for me to start streaming. I have a process. Building a process reduces the anxiety about starting it. So there's a lot of tips and tricks, but they're not going to work the same for everybody. Everybody has their own tactics. I have a whole bunch that I do that lets me be as busy as I am. But yeah, it's different. So there's some of that. Some of these things are going to be helpful. For me, a lot of it is like I've learned to do what's called like a jump. Okay, this is gonna sound very silly, but like one of the things I've learned to do is that over the course of my life, I have learned that it is true that starting a task is harder for me than doing the task itself. And so what I do is a jump, where instead of like giving myself time to think about doing the task, I just force myself to start it immediately. I just go, okay, here we go. And then I harness whatever energy I have and I jump right into it. And that jump will jump you over the hump sometimes. Now, sometimes you won't succeed, but sometimes you succeed. And then once you start going, you just go, 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 go. So that's something you can do. That's something that can very much help. But these are just small tactics. You have to seek out your own solutions. And yeah. Am I echoing Vosh from earlier today? Really? I didn't even know. I didn't even know Vosh streamed today. Wait, yeah, I did, because his power went out. But I didn't know how long he streamed or what he talked about. I'm sure Vosh has ADHD too. Yeah. It's hard. It is hard. And yeah, everybody's different, but yes. A literally just do it talk. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. He quit stream after chat linked too many bad links. Oh, of course. Great. Yeah. I do that. By the time you start thinking about it, you're already doing it, says Windleby. Yeah. Vosh did a kind of shitty just do it talk. Okay, but wait, this is not me. Okay. It's not just do it. I understand that it can come across like that. Somebody asked for practical interpersonal advice. And it's not about just doing it. It is about like just doing it is, I'm talking about specific tactics to overcome these things. If your problem is with executive function, which is executive function is starting tasks because the anticipation of the task is very, very, very high. Then a valid way is to skip the starting process. Yeah, that's fair. I know that Vosh can, I know sometimes Vosh's interpersonal advice comes off very stoic and a little bit harsh, but whatever, you know, it's just how he is. He's a little harsher than I am on that particular front. That's okay. We all have our own little differences. Yes, exactly. Actually, a fungus says it's like the second it pops into your head, if you treat it like an impulse rather than thinking about it. Yes. Yeah, the jump impulse thing. And yeah, there's a bunch of ways you can do this. Like I said, with the notes, what I'll do is I'll take down notes of tasks that I have to do in the future, in the near future, and then I'll come back when I'm like, when I don't have anything to do, like when I'm not busy, I'll come back, look at the document of things I need to do and just jump and do it right there. So yeah. That's fair. That can happen sometimes. But I mean, it can also literally be a bit condescending. Like, I mean, I feel like Vosh's segment about, like, discipline came across like that a little bit. He was right about some of the things, but sometimes he comes across as a little bit, like, much. Wait, you actually go back to the notes and do the things in them? How? Well, I don't know. I just do. That's fucking great, Martianar. See? It's fucking fantastic. Overscoping. I make the task too complicated because I'm a perfectionist. That's another thing, but that's a little bit of a different angle. I can understand that, though. Yeah, executive function can come from a lot of different... Executive dysfunction is often a battle of anticipation. You have to find out ways around that. Making my bed unironically helped me keep my whole bedroom clean for a long-ass time. Yeah, sometimes there's little things like that. Oh, there's a really great advice. God, there's an ASMR video that talks about, like quote-unquote, ADHD life hacks. Like, for example, one of them is, like, if you suck at folding clothes, just don't make yourself fold clothes. Just put your clothes in a drawer. Use drawers instead of a closet. If you hate folding clothes. Or vice versa. Another thing that somebody said is, like, if you really suck at laundry, just like have labeled baskets for your different clothes. They get all wrinkled? Well, okay, that depends. Obviously, it depends on the type of clothes you have, but yeah. I think that might just be his presentation that comes off as condescending. I remember his disciplinary, and he was ultimately right. He was right, but I think that sometimes, well, whatever. Yes. Bullet journaling? Yeah, bullet journaling is something that people do. No, please don't be a smelly lad. Please don't be a smelly lad. It's good for you to be clean. It's good for everyone to be clean. All my ADHD coping practices are failing. Yeah, I mean, the truth is that meds can be very helpful. I benefit a lot from having ADHD meds, but I also take them very limitedly. I'm very limited in my meds. But they can be very helpful. They're not for everyone, but they can help a lot. Because keep in mind that, like, ADHD meds literally treat the thing that causes the executive dysfunction. So, like, I have barely any executive dysfunction when I take my meds. So, yeah. Yeah. Yes, I take Adderall. Yeah. How do you know to start looking into ADHD meds? Talk to your general practitioner or therapist. Yeah, the How to ADHD YouTube channel has been super helpful. Yeah, there's a bunch of channels like that. Well, they lose effectiveness for everyone. You build up a tolerance over time. That's why I take breaks. Like while I was gone on vacation, I think I took my meds once. While I was gone for like a month and a half, I didn't take my ADHD meds. Which actually was rough. It actually was pretty hard for me. But I do that intentionally every once in a while so that I don't build up tolerance, so that I don't have to, like, keep cranking it up throughout the course of my life. For me, because I live in a decent, like, you know, a state that's reasonable, I was able to talk to my general practitioner about ADHD meds, and then they said, if you get a diagnosis from your therapist, then we'll get you the meds. And so I just went and talked to my therapist, and they gave me a diagnostic test, and then I got my meds. It took me like 2 weeks. If you're too broke to buy the meds, you should apply for state coverage if you can. Some places still have that, especially right now. I'm confident I have ADHD, but I heard it's almost impossible to get diagnosed as an adult. It's not. That's not true. That's out of date. It just depends on the person. Yes, of course. Medication and habits are all tools in a toolbox. They don't work perfectly for everyone. This is called your mileage may vary. It depends on where you are. Some places it's very hard to get a diagnosis. Most places it's not. I spent 6 months with my doctor saying I need to see a psychiatrist, and the mental health line saying my doctor could just give me my stimulants. Yeah, it depends on the doctor. Honestly, some doctors literally don't care. If they think that you have enough symptoms, they might be comfortable doing it. It's difficult. It's complicated, and I can't give personal advice on that because it varies so much. Your mileage may indeed vary. Yeah. Wow. What a stream today has been. Jeez, today has been wild. Oh, let's have a vibe. Can we have a vibe for a little bit? Let's just vibe for a few minutes. Can we vibe for just a few minutes? Can we just vibe for a few minutes? What a day. No, you're fine, Singal. Relax, relax. Wow, today's been wild. I have a headache right now. Doesn't that suck? The worst part about constantly having headaches is that even when yeah, it's true. The Darkwood music is always a good vibe. Let's do that. Let's do that. Ooh, the Darkwood music. You're right. You're right, Gayfesh. You're so correct. Here we go. Well, the reason why Darkwood music is very relaxing for a horror game is because you need it. Yeah. You need the relaxing breaks to keep the mood up. Darkwood is a masterpiece. It knows that it needs you to feel serenity at certain points or else you won't stay scared. Should probably turn it down a little bit. That's kind of loud, isn't it? There we go. That's good enough. I've been avoiding politics for about a month, and I'll be honest, it's done more for my mood than any medications, which are a lot of medications. I mean, yes, you can get stuck in doomerism by fixating on politics, especially electoral politics, too closely. Darkwood. Oh, okay, I can turn it up a little more then. Darkwood is a isometric horror game that is amazing. It is truly amazing. I cannot recommend it enough. I played it on Sunday if you want to check it out. If you check out the Sunday stream, you can see. Is it on Steam? Yes, it is. It's also very cheap. It's also very, very cheap. I feel you, Votimus. I could play more Darkwood, but I don't know. ADHD Online, you can pay to do a written assessment, have a psychologist look at it, and they're on their own within a few days, and then talk to one of their psychiatrists over Zoom about meds and be prescribed. That's really cool, Icalo. That sounds great. Oh, shit. Let me check, 85 Derek. Today, Vosh was making fun of sovereign citizens. I kind of agreed, but it seemed uncharacteristically sockdom of him. Bonus meme, site donuts are still not working. When will this be fixed? I don't know why they're not working. I wonder what's going on with that. I'll have White Nervosa look into it again. Let me send a message right now to White Nervosa. There we go. Xanderhal was having an issue too? Huh. Okay, let me listen to that real quick. I mean, okay, listen. There's some stuff to laugh about the sovereign citizens. But the reality is, like, the sovereign citizens have some valid critiques. Oh, I am such a fast typer. It's ridiculous. My typing speed is really good. I think the only person in this community who beats me is Danny Fallen. Votimus, you will want to reach out to White Nervosa. White Nervosa did this through the tool Whiteleaf. So yeah. What's my WPM? I don't remember. It was really high. We did it on stream, but I don't remember. They only have valid critiques in a roundabout way. 99% of them completely miss. That is true. Yes, they are the rules lawyers, and it's so silly. Hey, see you later, Noxy-kun. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Hope we'll see you again in the future, Noxy-kun. Damn, we got some fast typers here. That's so impressive. I love fast typers. I did it on stream, Capo. Oh, okay. You want to do it? All right, fine. Here we go. Here we go. Fine. Wait, no, not this one. Wow, they hit you kind of hard for that, huh? Let's do another one. 75, that's not so good, but that was a roundup. That was a cold warm-up. Let's try again. Let's fucking try again. Hey, thank you very much, White Nervosa, for the test donation. Much love to you. Thank you so much. I guess I've gotten rusty. It's probably because I'm so tired. I used to pull way higher than that. They spelled Mickey wrong. Yeah, that threw me for a loop. Thank you. Should I try again? Should I try again? Maybe I should try one with, like, the easy. Wait, let's try with the hard text. Let's do the hard text. Let's do this. Are we ready? Let's do this. I'm gonna try and do my best. There we go. $96? I guess got 86. Alright, you're good, Capo. You're good. It's the typos. Yeah, they had multiple typos in there. These things are weird. But hey, I still did pretty good. 86 is fine for now. I'll get there. I'll get there. I'll get there. This is also after 5.5 hours of streaming, so fuck you all. I'll show you. I'll show you, motherfuckers. You think you can roast me? I can hit 120 when sober and rested? Yeah, okay. I did alright. After 5.5+ hours of streaming. You'll see. You'll see. You'll all see. I'll get you. I'll get you. I'll show you all one day. Yeah, I'll show you all. Yeah, Texorcist. That game came out on Humble Bundle last month. That's probably a good way to practice. I do have an advantage. Sure, Capo. Sure. I did 50, even missing 12 keys from your keyboard. Oh my god, Hooski. Get yourself a new keyboard. They have them at Goodwill's. You can get a new keyboard that's not missing 12 keys at Goodwill. Please. Y'all are programmers? Some of them probably are. I type fast. I used to type faster because of because I was because I wrote for a living. You know what? Should we play Wingspan? Should we play Wingspan? Do you guys want me to play some Wingspan? Bird Game is so cute. We could play Bird Game. People might leave, though. I could play a game of Wingspan. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, I don't do finger pecking. I don't do finger pecking. Finger pecking is not fun for me. Yeah. No play Darkwood? You want me to play Darkwood? I haven't played Untitled Goose Game. Oh, Doom 2's great, though. Hey, see you later, Mellow Anarchist. Thanks for coming by. Holy shit, that's wild, biceps and bikinis. Finger picking is the most fun. Wait, on like guitar? Did I ever play Inscription? I haven't played it yet because it didn't work on stream, but yeah. Hey, good night, Akira Tanakel. Rest well. Thanks for coming by today. I've never seen Wingspan. Let's do Wingspan. Let's do Wingspan. Wingspan is such a vibe. We need to vibe after this crazy stream. Yeah, well, I gotta play that song more frequently. It's very good. Here, let's do Wingspan, though. Wingspan is fucking great. Okay? Look. Wingspan is fucking awesome. I'm going to shrink down my camera so that it doesn't block any of the important resources. We'll go right up here in the middle. Okay? Let's put the sound up a little bit. Here we go. I would love to play Inscription on stream. Okay, so we're gonna go up against the Automa, okay? Good night, Joy Kill. Thanks for coming by. So this game is fucking great. So this game is amazing. I was showing it off on stream. I have the physical version behind me. You can see it right there. That's the physical version of the game. It's amazing. This is the #1 rated family game on Board Game Geek, which tells you about how great it is. It is a game where you tend a forest full of birds, and you want to get birds that are synergistic with one another. Over time, you build systems. It's incredible. It's just incredible, okay? And I'm going to try and explain what I'm doing with my decisions so that it makes sense to you. You might not immediately pick up the game, but if you listen to me, you'll start to pick up little tips. So, at the beginning of every game, you're allowed to pick a bonus card. Enclosure Builder. Birds with ground nests. You get 4 bonus feathers if you have 4 or 5 birds with ground nests. Or birds with a flocking power, +2 per bird. Well, I think we're going to do the Enclosure Builder, because that sounds great. That's 31% of cards have a ground nest, so ground nest sounds good. No, ground nest. Ground nest. It's an ecology game. It's an ecology game. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful, beautiful game. Okay. So, let's take a look at these birds real quick. Oh, I love the Eastern Phoebe. This is a great bird. Actually, these are both really good. We could totally do this. Let's do a barred owl and the Eastern Phoebe. And then we'll get the food necessary. 1 berry, 1 mouse. Oh, this is so good. We want the Eastern Meadowlark. Okay, actually, the Western Meadowlark here is incredibly... This is a board game. Yes, I have the board game right there. It started as a board game. It just launched on Android. Oh my god, that's wild. That's really wild, Lenoir. I'm really sorry about that. I mean, meds aren't for everyone. Okay, so this is a good start. Look at this. Look at this bird right here. This is going to be key. The Western Meadowlark. All players lay 1 egg on any 1 ground nest bird. You may lay 1 additional egg on an additional ground nesting bird. That's awesome. The Western Meadowlark is very important. So we're going to get this one. And I think we're going to stick with these 2. So we'll put out the barred owl and then the Eastern Phoebe first. And then we'll go for the Western Meadowlark. With this, we could get a lot of eggs. So that's a good idea. Let's do that. Oh my god, look at this. The round 3 goal is eggs in ground nests. That's fantastic. That's really good. Now, we have a thing. So first things, birds in the river. Oh, go get some rest, Martianar. Thanks for coming by. So, the first round goal is to have the most number of birds in the field, which means we should probably put the Eastern Phoebe out first. So we got our bird out, and that's our first turn. Now the Automa is going. And you can see, on this bird's turn, he drew a card. And he has 4 feather points already. So the bird is kind of a bastard, and he gets lots of sneaky points. You don't get to see what he does, because he's a robot bird. Now, you'll notice, with the Eastern Phoebe, all players gain 1 worm from the supply. That's fantastic. We love that. Now, we would love to be able to play this, but first we should probably put the barred owl in first. It's a forest-only bird, so we're going to play him in the forest. And this is a tucking card. As a predator, this bird will eat other birds, and you gain bonus points for every bird that it eats. So, that's very good. We're going to play him next.
Owl. The barred owl's haunting call sounds like, "Who cooks for you?"
Who cooks for you? Who cooks for you? That's cute. It tells you bird facts when you play them. Hey, Josh Suri. Yo, that's fine. You do what you gotta do to keep going. Remember, rule number 1, do not die. Glad to have you here. Who cooks for you? Who cooks for... Listen. That's the actual bird call. Listen. The birds all have animations too. This game is amazing. The quality on this game is unbelievable. Okay, so here's what we need to do next. The next thing that we need to do is get this western meadowlark out into the field as soon as possible. So we need to get food. That's the way we get food, right here. So we need a wheat and a bug. So let's do that. Wait, hold on a second. Look at this. Wait, look at this. All players gain 1 worm from the supply. So wait a minute, we should do eggs first. We'll put 2 eggs on this bird. And we gain 1 worm. The Phoebe is too high-pitched? Yeah, it's very high-pitched. And the western meadowlark can be played once we get wheat. So now we need to give the wheat here. So let's grab a wheat from the bird feeder. We actually have barred owls in the Seattle metro area. If you hear an owl at night, that's probably a barred owl hooting. I've seen them. I've seen them in this area. I know, Mixed Dizzy, I saw a barred owl when we were out, when we went outside to the botanical gardens. There was a barred owl and I spotted it and I got a picture of it, but it's not a very good picture. Anyway, let's continue. So what's happening here is that this barred owl, look at a card from the deck. If the bird's wingspan is less than 75 centimeters, tuck it behind this card, which gives us a point. That's good. Unfortunately, that egret is too big for this bird to eat, so no luck. But we got the food we need. I love this game. Western meadowlark. So now we can play this. Wait. Oh, oops, sorry, wrong one. We need to play it in here. We gotta take 1 egg to play that bird.
Western meadowlark. This pretty bird also has a beautiful flute-like song.
This pretty bird also has a beautiful flute-like song. Listen, listen. Oh my god, it's so cute! Okay, so now we have to decide what's next. I think we should see if maybe we can draw any of these birds. Oh, wow, that would be great. A crossbill, a northern flicker. Ooh. Wow, northern flicker only takes 1, and when you play it, you gain all the worms. Oh, that's okay. That's okay, Joster. You don't gotta apologize for that. All right, let's draw a card. We could pick the red crossbill, which is cool because it does give us extra grain. We could get the northern flicker, which only takes 1 piece of food to play and gives us some worms. Or we could draw a new card. Or we could wait till next turn. Honestly, this would be good for getting extra food, but we don't need bowl nests. Also, this is cool because he's 9 points. The flicker, you love the flickers? I mean, it's a very cute bird. Bye, Windleby. Thanks for coming by today. It's always a pleasure to have you in chat. The old school VIP. Much love. You've never seen an orange bird? I have. Of course, Windleby. All right, I think we should not take, well, honestly, we should. You know what? We should draw the crossbill. This red crossbill seems like it could be good for us. We also need water birds, though. Okay, we could aim for water birds in the future. Oh, I love Orioles. I did really good with an Oriole last one. The Orioles is a really strong bird. I love them. They're so cute. You know what? Let's get the red crossbill. Let's grab it. Okay, so now we have the red crossbill. A black-billed magpie. Oh, that's a cool one. Are we tied now? No, we're not. We're winning the first round. We're winning the first round objective. Sorry, you can't see that right now. We're winning the first round objective. That's sick. That's good. Okay. Magpie. Magpie? I don't remember. People tell me different. Magpie? What? Magpie? Magpie? I don't know. Whatever. Always with the fucking hate. Are these only based on North American birds? This version of the game is just the North America version. But there is a Europe, Asia, and Africa version that are on the way. And those are going to be coming out on the PC soon. They already exist for the physical version. Yeah. The physical version has the Asia expansion, and also has the Africa and Europe ones. This game is called Wingspan. It was originally a board game that has now come to PC and iPhone and Android. It's amazing. It is a world-recognized game. It is phenomenal. Okay, we don't have quite enough to get all the food we need this turn, but we would get a bug if we did it this way. So this is actually the better move. So this, oh, that's another thing, by the way. Just so you know, the physical version of this game is incredible. The physical version, the pieces are amazing. They're these little, they have little meeples. They have these beautiful eggs. Anyway, incredible. Let's do this. So the reason why I'm doing this instead of getting food is because if I do an egg thing, not only do I get a whole bunch of eggs, but I also get one free bug, which is very helpful. All the grubs. So we may as well do it this way. Since right now we can only get one piece of food from the forest, we may as well do this one and get a piece of food anyway. Yeah, it's a bird move. So this is a bird brain move. That's what we're doing right now. And now we get to lay one. There we go. And look at that. Look at all those beautiful things. Look at how many eggs we have now. Now we've got all the eggs we could ever use. And we're going to win the first round, it looks like. Hold on, let's see. Oh no, he tied us. He got another bird down. Oh well. All right. So, now what we need is... Hi. Oh, ooh, I want this spotted sandpiper. We can play this right away if we get this. Look, a spotted sandpiper. Peep, look at a cutie. I love these. I fucking love sandpipers. These were all over the place where I lived, my home state. Oh, I love them. We need it. And look, it only costs one bug and we can put it right into the water zone. That's fantastic. It's exactly what we need. There we go. So now it's the beginning of the new turn. And now we will play the spotted sandpiper. And this means we draw extra cards, which is very good. Very, very good. The purple martin, that's a good one. Looks like they've got a quail here. Okay, so let's look at here. We need grains. Sandpipers are so good. Did you ever watch the Pixar short film Piper about a baby sandpiper who learns to dig for clams? I never saw that one. That sounds adorable. Yeah, I want to play. I bought Inscription, but it didn't work on stream, so I haven't played it right yet. Okay. So we want to get grain. But actually, we can do better. You want to know why we can do better? Because look at this. You can pay a card to get extra food. So we may as well go right here and we may as well draw extra cards. So we can pay an egg to draw a card. So first off, let's see. The Ferruginous hawk. I don't know if that's very good. This is a, wow, this is a good bird. Every time we activate the egg command, we will get a bonus egg on this bird. But I don't know if that's really what we want here. Let's draw a card. Yes! Yes! This is perfect. This is so good. A pine siskin is exactly what we need. The hawk is pretty. We could grab it. But I think we're going to tuck it if we take it. I think we're going to take it. Oh, if you can find a copy of it, hey Red, get it. It's rare. Some game stores get loads in, but it's really good. Yes, they did. They did get to me. And yes, I put them into here, into my computer. So thank you very, very much. They're working fine. Just fantastic. So let's see here. The hawk would be good. But it's not a, well, I don't know if we have room for the hawk in this build. We don't have mice either, which is a problem. So maybe we should, maybe we'll take the quail for now. And then we get to draw an extra card. Ooh, black skimmer. That's a cheap bird to get out. So we have a really cool thing right now. We have a cool setup at the moment. And the reason we have a cool setup is because we have a lot of food generation and a lot of card generation, and we have extra eggs. So this is very good. But we're going to do something a little special, which is, real quick, we are going to get wheat. Oh, damn. That's troublesome. Okay, we are going to get rid of the quail. And we're going to get an extra piece of food, which is going to be one of these fish, because we desperately need the fish. Yeah. Oh, damn it. He can't eat that bird. God damn it. All right, so we're having a little bit of trouble. This guy might beat us this time. Yeah, the Ferruginous hawk is so cool. There's so many cool birds in this. Okay. We need more food no matter what we do. But we might need to do something very silly here. We have 4 more turns before the end of the round. Oh, a great horned owl. Look at that. Oh my god, that's so cool. Are there eagles? Yes, there are. Eagles have a whole class of actions. They're really cool. I'm glad to hear you'll be hanging around. Yeah, the black skimmer is a ground nest, which is very good. We want to get this one out. Well, let's see what we can do here. So if we get rid of, wait, hold on. Is there one of these we could discard? We could say no to the crossbill. But I mean, honestly, this is better. I think this is better. So this is a flocking bird. Okay. Hold on. Let's pay this and let's say goodbye to the siskin, okay? We're going to give that card away. And we got the grain we need. We got the grain. Oh shit, we got the grain. That's fantastic. Yeah! Hey, the American woodcock! Oh my god, can I show you something cool? Can I show you something cool about American woodcocks? Look, hold on. Oh my god, these are the cutest birds in the world. Watch this shit. Watch, I'm about to show you the coolest shit. Look, 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 look. Watch. Look, they walk all goofy and funny. And here he goes. They're so cute. Yeah, they have the silliest little walk. Because they're used to walking in the snow. So they have to feel so they don't fall through. That's why they do that. They test the ground in front of them so they don't fall through. Isn't that so cute? I love it. Anyway, let's continue. So we are going to eat this woodcock. Our barred owl just ate it. So cute. All right, so we should play this crossbill because that would be very good and we would get lots more food that way. So we're going to play the crossbill and we need to pay 1 egg, which will be this one.
Red crossbill. These birds use their specialized bills to pry apart conifer seed cones.
Conifers. That's so cool. Okay, and now we have 2 turns left, so we should be able to play a black skimmer if we're lucky enough. We need both of these. We need this and we need this. Fantastic. And we gain an extra grain. And we get to draw a card. And he gets to eat it. Home. Home. Look at that. That owl's getting fat. We love him. We love our fat owl. Yeah, we're getting creamed on the on this particular round, but and we can play the black skimmer now. Look at that. Gotta take 1 more egg away. So we lost this round, which sucks, but we still got points. We just got 2 instead of 5. We're still, I think we're still leading right now. Point-wise, I think we're leading. Look at them. Oh my god. Okay, so we could draw more cards. This is eggs in ground nests, which we have a lot of ground nests, so we could fill that up first. We could fill up all our eggs. Or we could save that to the end. I think drawing cards is wise, because we have no cards right now. So we want water birds. Oh, this is a cheap one. Oh. A barn owl would actually be amazing. I bet we could get a barn owl down. I bet we could get a barn owl down. That'd be cool. Actually, you know what? We should do... Wait, hold on. We should do this first. We should do this first. Oh, big pelican. Oof. Yeah, she's awesome. She actually has a character name, believe it or not. Okay, we are going to win this round, by the way, with eggs, because we have 1 million ground bird nests, which is awesome. Now we got to draw. We're going to get this barn owl, because this is going to be sick. And then what? We could do another draw. A snipe! A snipe! It only costs 1! Oh my god, we're going to load this shit out. Aw, no fish. And we get 1 bonus card. Pipit! A pipit! Pipit. Hi. The character's name, what's her name? I can't remember her name off the top of my head. Her name is, Ranger Alice, I think? Ranger Alice or Ranger Allison. I think it's Ranger Allison. So we could play Wilson Snipe. Should be an extra card. Or we could play the Barn Owl. I think playing the Barn Owl is the right move here. Isn't it? Yeah, because we don't have any bugs. But we will get a bug. So we could play we'll play the Barn Owl first. Ooh, Screech Owl, or Barn Owl rather. We have to spend 1 egg. We're gonna have to lay eggs soon because we need to do an egg laying round. That's so cool. All right, see, we're jockeying for control here. It's getting rough. Okay. So we could play Wilson Snipe. Wait, we want to do this next. We want to do eggs next for sure. So we want ground eggs. Ground nests, rather. There we go. Lay 1 egg on any ground bird. Lay an additional 1 egg on any of your own ground birds. So we'll do that, and we'll do it right here. Look at that. Oh my god, so many eggs. We just jumped through so many eggs. That was so sick. Look at that. We just took ahead. We went from fucking 2 eggs to 7 eggs in a single turn. We have an egg machine, everyone. Yes, that's right. We have an egg machine. We should be pogging. Now, we have lots of food. We could play Sprague's Pipit. Actually, you know what? We could do Sprague's Pipit and then extra eggs. Yeah, we're totally doing this. Watch this. We're gonna load this shit. Here we go. This is gonna be sick.
Sprague's Pipit. This rare bird's mating display can last for over an hour.
Oh, this would be really good. Visionary Leader. We can use this. Wait, how many bull nests do we have? We only have one. We only have 1 bull nest. We should do Visionary Leader. We get an extra bonus card. This means that if we have birds in our hand, at the end of the game, we'll get a lot extra. But look, we have a drawing machine. We can draw a ton of stuff. And we need to get more in water, which means we need to draw cards anyway. So that's to our advantage. All right, and now we use our final turn here to get as many eggs as possible on ground nesting birds. And we will pay 1 extra food to do so. We will pay 1 grain to do so. Here we go. Wait, hold on. Let's put on the ground nesting birds first. Wait, okay, here we go. I'm giving lots to the western meadowlark. And then we get 1 here and 1 here. And we get 1 worm from the supply. Look at that, 12. He can't even come close. We just aced him. We just fucking out-egged this motherfucker. Holy shit, there was so many eggs. Sick. All right. So, now, this is going to be challenging. I think we should play this one. So we can get the Wilson snipe out and pay the eggs. Now, look at what this is right here. We have a win condition that is birds in water environment. So we need to get both of the birds in here or he's going to beat us. So we got to do this. We need to get 1 more in here. We take 1 egg from here. There we go. We'll take 2 eggs and then we got this guy out. This is sick. We got a hell of a turn in front of us. Okay. So we have four more actions we can take. Now, we have 1. Ooh, this is troublesome. We're going to need to get food in between here and now, but let's draw cards first. So let's draw. Ooh, this would be good. The violet green swallow looks very good. Oh, but this is a ground nesting bird. Let's take the merganser. And then we'll take 1 here. Gallinue. Ooh. And a mallard. Mallard. Okay. All players draw 1 card from the deck. Log-headed shrike. Hey, look, a shrike! Loggerhead shrike! Who was talking about the shrike? Yeah, it looks like we might be able to get some ducks out here. Oh, nothing. Oh, nothing. California quail. Okay. Wow. Okay, they've got the max amount of birds in the water, so we got to get 1 more bird out. Okay. We could play the mallard, but the problem with the mallard is that it doesn't give us a whole lot of feather points. But it could let us do this, which would be, is this a ground nesting bird? Okay, we got to play the mallard. All right, we're playing the mallard. It doesn't give us any bird points off the bat, but that's okay.
Mallard.
Because what we'll be able to do now
most abundant
is
ducks in the world.
we'll be able to. Wah, wah, wah. Okay. So, we have 4 cards in hand, and if we have 8 birds in hand, then we will get 7 additional points, which is pretty fucking good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 points. So actually, this is the best way that we can go. This is the... This is actually pretty good. This is the best thing we can do right now, I think. Yeah, this is the best way we can do things. Song Sparrow, American Robin, American Redstart. That's 3. And then we're going to get more. So here we go. We get to draw a card. And we get to draw another card. A bronze cowbird. Now we get to do this. Nothing. Nothing. Damn, we unlucked. Oops. No! I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. It's okay. We got enough. We got enough. We got enough. We won! Wait! Wait! We beat the... We won... Wait a second. Did we win? Oh, no, no, no. Wait. This is our last turn. We get one more turn, which means we can fill out all the eggs. Oh my god. We can egg go. We can go for the fucking egg shit. Can I have Spectrum? Wait, do we want to egg or do we want to draw? No, we got to egg. Egg has got to be the right answer. Yeah, it's got to be egg. Okay, egging time it is. And we'll give up our last piece of food to get more eggs. Our duck is getting some extra eggs. Now we get 2 more eggs. We gave some to Wilson Snipe. And we gain an extra piece of food. Okay, let's see if we win. Do we win? Are we gonna win? We might win. Oh my god, if you all witness me live, oh please, look at that. We won 3 out of the goals and we have a crazy deck. Oh please, let's hope we win. That's so many points. Oh. Oh, he has more. Oh, we got a lot more bird points than us. Oh, but we got 14 points. And we have a lot of eggs. We won! We beat the Atoma! Fucking Pog! You just witnessed me beat the fucking Atoma! I can't believe we did it. I wasn't even like, what the fuck? Look at our awesome... Okay, we got to go through and celebrate everything. Hold on. Let's go through the overview. We have to go here. Thank you to the barred owl, the red crossbill. Thank you to the western meadowlark, Sprog's pipit, the eastern phoebe. Look at these egg-laying champions. These three beautiful birds laid so many eggs that our forest thrived enough to overcome the automated menace that is the Atoma bird. And of course, who else could we thank but our spotted sandpiper, our black skimmer, our barn owl. Actually, our barn owl literally only gave us 5 feathers, but that's okay. Wilson Snipe and the mallard. These two actually were the the holes in the build. But honestly, this egg laying, god tier. This fucking hand drawing stuff, so good. We just fucking creamed the Atoma. I'm definitely saving that one. Holy shit. Guys, you just witnessed us fucking crunch the Atoma. That thing is so hard to beat. You know, people on the Wingspan Discord, they post when they beat the Atoma because it's so hard. And I've beaten it twice now. My friend said that I was a savant for this game. I think I might be. I think Wingspan might be my calling game. Wasn't that awesome? Isn't that beautiful? Such a good game. I'm gonna get the expansions when they come out. I'm totally getting the ones because there's different mechanics. In the Asia version, there's different food types and there's different types of birds that do different things. Yeah. Come to me, birds! Come to me! Come, birds! Birds! Yes! Yeah, my mating call. I am good at deck builders. Deck builders are like my favorite game. When am I gonna start doing tourneys? Listen, people are gonna know me. I'll show up to every tournament in a cloak of feathers with a bird mask and go, "Brah! You dare challenge the Wingspan champion, Bird Mama. Brah! Brah! Brah!" You'll want to ping Cherry for that one. Or Gayfesh, or whatever. What a sick game. What a sick game. You can see how happy I am that we beat the bird robo again. Wow. That's so sick. I'm so excited. Wow. What a fucking pog time. What a fucking pog time that was. Alright, let me change this real quick. Hold on, I gotta change one thing on the website real quick. We got, by the way, the donos should be fixed. The donos should be fixed. Have I ever played the Red Dragon Inn? I have not. Bam. Thronebreaker, A Witcher's Tale. Okay, cool. Yeah, look at that. The birds help. Wait. Unironically, though, guys, you know that, like, real nature is twice as pog as this, right? Like, this bird game is amazing. I love Wingspan. Don't get me wrong, but, like, nature makes you feel good. Birds are great. These are the good vibes we needed. When turfs have you down, celebrate with burbs. Burbs and their egg-laying nonsense and their beautiful colors and their loud songs and their weird things that they do that don't make any sense to us, but we love them anyway. Yeah, I'm the pigeon lady, exactly. Yeah, you got it. I'm gonna use the pigeons to defeat the burglars. I'll summon them. They'll help. Wow, that was fucking great. That was so good. All right, everybody. That was sick. I am tired and my head hurts a lot. Today was a very wild stream and we ended it with some immaculate vibes. Some truly immaculate vibes, did we not? Seriously. Am I subtly telling you to go touch grass? No, I'm not subtly telling you. I'm telling you it's awesome. It's fucking great. The world has so much beauty in it, more beauty than you can imagine. And we should be willing to fight for that. We should be willing to fight for that type of beauty. We should be willing to fucking stand up and say fuck no to these fuckheads. You know? It's been a wild stream, but this is what we needed at the end. Was the win. You got to witness me beat the fucking Atoma. I'm so proud of myself. By the way, you could probably tell that like I literally streamed for 6 hours, but I'm most proud I'm most proud of myself for beating the bird in the bird game. The hero's journey was today. What a silly thing. Let's figure out who we're gonna raid real quick. Thank you all for being here today. You all are wonderful. We're gonna raid somebody. We gotta raid somebody. Let me see. Oh, come on. Really? Is this it? Is this all he's got? This is all he's got, huh? Let's see. Who's on? Who's on? Oh, politics? Here we go. What? Here we go. We're going to raid Amy C3. Amy is covering the Zillow story. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Zillow stock just fucking tanked. Zillow got fucked, but not fucked enough. But just so you know, let's see. We're going to raid Amy C3 so that you guys can learn about that. Go give my love. Go give all of the imps love, all of Demon Mama's love over to Amy C3. Go on and join that raid and head on over. Much love to all of you. I will see you on Friday We'll have all kinds of cool shit going on Friday. Perhaps some surprises too. I can't tell you yet. All right? Thank you for being here. Thank you for your support. Truly, genuinely. Much communal love to all of you, my lovely imps. Go out, hang out in the Discord, connect with each other, build strong bonds, and we've motherfucking got this. Just like the birds that overcame the Atoma, which you witnessed. You witnessed the beauty of birds overcome the robotic industrialized bird. We defeated it. The machine was destroyed by our egg-laying beauties. Thank you, and I'll see you soon. Mwah!